Welcome to J is for Justice podcast. If live breaking news and following true crime is your thing, then please consider subscribing to my channel. And if you like what you see in my videos, please consider giving them a thumbs up. Hey, sorry, I didn't know it was going to play my intro. I thought it was going to count us down. This is a Duel stream with Cluminati crew. Sup, Clue?
Good morning.
It's afternoon here.
Oh, yeah, good afternoon.
We don't all sleep in like the Cluminati crew.
I was actually up early this morning.
Well, I was too, actually. I'm really actually ready for like 12 hours straight of sleep. I just don't know when I'm going to get it.
12 hours?
I don't know. I couldn't sleep that long, but I'm worn out. It's Friday and I'm worn out.
Oh, yeah, it is Friday, isn't it?
Happy Friday, everyone.
That's bad. I never know like what day it is. It's crazy.
I heard you say that yesterday. What day is it? I don't know. I don't keep up with the dates lately. I'm bad on the dates.
I never do that. But
hey, Lucia. Hey, Cambry. I'm the only one that can pin when we duel too. Like whoever makes the event. So I'll make sure I'll pin your super chats and stuff. Or can you?
Thank you, ma'am.
I don't think you can because Granny was in control.
Think so. Yeah, I don't think you can do anything to the like pinning stuff.
Yeah, you guys make sure you hop over to Clues Live and this one and hit that like button. You guys can have fun chat hopping during the stream. We're going to go over a lot of documents that we haven't seen yet and just dive right into them and read through them. Hey, SK. Hey, Evelyn. Regina. Danny, you can't miss a day on here at all. Missed yesterday, and it looks like a ton of shit happened. You miss an hour in this week, and you're lost.
Girl, yes. Like yesterday, literally I got off of my live, and I came back on later because within, like right after I got off my live, we had somebody going off, getting all whatever. We had the news of the RO, Betty filed an anti-slap. Like it was just like, what?
I saw it take two. I'm like, what? She's back live again? I couldn't believe it. How was Turtle Island last night? Did you stay on?
I did.
Ooh. So who got kicked off? Who got kicked off last night?
This one chick spent like $900 on eggs trying to get me off the island.
No, she didn't.
She did.
Holy shit. Who is it? She hates you.
Yes, she does. But yeah, so Jumpsuit Pablo, he got shanked on the island.
Oh, poor Pablo.
Yeah, and I forget who else went home. I think it was two more. Miss Chewy, maybe. Molly stayed. So yeah, it was Miss Chewy and one other person, I think.
So you're on the island with Molly?
I am.
Nice.
That would be a wild ride. Dude, I've been watching.
Silvers got kicked off?
That was it, Silvers.
How did Silvers survive?
There's people that called actually voting for him.
The fuck?
I swear. Quite a few, actually. And, but I've been watching some of this, like low-cal stuff at Fat Camp. And I told Grady, I was like, how much fun would that be if, like, all of us actually went to, like, a place like that? Not to, like, exercise. Well, I mean, we could, but just to, like, hang out and, like, film it the whole time. She was like, that would be awesome, I think. But I don't know.
I think it's fun what he does. I was on Turtle Island once. I didn't get into it like you guys did, though. We did go over there like the first couple times I did go over there. I was like, vote for me, but it kind of fizzled out. I don't remember why.
Well, I had been voted off, and Truth is over here like, if I got to be on the island, you got to be on the island. And so they brought me back.
Oh, you got brought back.
I did. Oh, Crabtree came back last night too. So he bought eggs last time for me, and they were like throwing a fit in the chat. They're like, somebody can't buy eggs that's playing. And Dolly was like, I mean, he didn't buy them for himself, but they were still like, you can't do that. So Crabtree was like, well, I'll leave the island then on my own. So he could put the eggs towards me. But then last night, a lost islander found a crab in a tree.
Oh my God.
Dolly is stupid.
I never knew like the ins and outs of it. I didn't know it was that deep. I mean, I knew about the eggs and all that, but I never really understood the game too much. I mean, maybe that's why I didn't really get into it.
It's
I
actually
just always ask
super
people in
fun.
chat. I'm like, did I make it? You know, because I knew they watched it the night before. I'm like, they're like, you're still on. I'm like, okay.
Dude,
But
I'm
I did.
telling you, it's actually really super fun. Like PJ is probably super creative because she's the one that makes the cards, right? So it'll be like, and this week they're adding in shark eggs. So you can throw someone on the island to the sharks and they can either survive or they don't, right?
Yeah, that's cool. They definitely put the time into it.
Oh,
I
yeah.
mean, the people that give them a hard time are just haters.
They are haters because they didn't
Hmm.
come up with it. I think it's great. Like we have a blast over there. Chat is wild.
It's a
It's a
good thing for
welcome,
the community, you know?
right? And it's a welcome, like, no case talk. Just come in there and you get to chat a lot with your people while you're in there without the pressure of like being on the stream. You know what I mean?
Oh, okay. You got 5 Clue memberships from Helena.
Helena, thank you. And all of you, welcome to the Clue Crew. And Ellis, I saw you join too. Oh yeah, the phone calls are hilarious, girl. Like, I don't know how you are about cussing on here, but they always call in and they're like, I want to kick Clue.
Because
Clue
she's
my
a bitch.
well, they say Clue my fucking nasty.
Clue nasty.
Dude, there's kids that call to kick me.
You're kidding.
No.
Jesus, that's kind of disturbing.
Well, I know they're not watching,
I
right?
want to I want to kick Illuminati. Yeah, they want to get their votes in because they hate you.
Yeah. They're like, shoot, Alabama mama, she calls, her mom calls, and her sister calls every show.
All right, let's go through some of these things that we got here before we get started. We got Angie B with $10. Thank you, Angie B. Hi, Jay and Clue. We got Perry is a new member. XIO is a new member. Helena M gifted 5 Clue memberships. I almost said cooterships. Ellis became a member of the Clue crew. Hellcat, Apple Bottom Jeans, 2 months. Thank you for your support. Naomi, a member for 5 months. She said, this should be interesting. 2 great gals. Thank you, Naomi. And then we have Sophia, 7 months and proud of it. And Be Nice, try it for 1 month. Make sure you close your legs. You can actually spread them over here. I'm just kidding. Please don't. Oh, we're going to have to get a Koberger emoji. I thought we had one already. Hey, Kathy. Hey, PJ. PJ's here. Kels and Tato and Angie B. AV. Thanks for joining, you guys. All right. I'm not going to be like paying attention to chat the whole time. I'll, come back. Obviously, we will recognize your super chats and stuff like that, but we got to focus. I think we have Koberger hands. Look at I got a freebie to StreamYard and it saved all my stuff from a long time ago. Look, guys, we have a Koberger overlay of the freaky hands saved from 3 years ago.
Hey, speaking of his hands, did you see that picture they put out that was like,
I sure as fuck did. His
does it
selfie.
Yeah. So if you look at that picture, I haven't done it right yet, but if you look at it and like blow it up, does it almost look like where between his like thumb and like forefinger, there's like bruising?
Someone sent me that and said they saw bruising. What I noticed was the white ass knuckles because I
Yes,
think his hands looked like
they look
chemically
red.
processed. Yeah, it almost looked like he stripped them with like a chemical or something.
Weird, right? Like they do look.
Was he trying to get rid of his fuck? Here, I got it pulled up right here. Was he trying to get rid of his fingerprints or something? Wait, hold on.
Really?
Hang on. Let me get rid of these damn hands. Okay. Look how red they are too. Oh, there is. Look right here. That looks like a bruise.
That's
Hold
what I'm
on.
saying.
I never noticed that.
And if you think about, like, if you were like stabbing people, think about where you hold the knife.
Is he left-handed or right-handed?
I don't know, but the picture could also be flipped.
Oh, it could be mirrored. Yep. I'm going to try to make it as big as I can. Hang on. I think that's as good as I can do on here. But yeah,
It
I
looks like a
do.
bruise. I'm sorry.
It does. And something looks like there's something right here as well over this knuckle.
And I thought on his like ring finger, right? There's like a black mark, but I think maybe that's the logo on his shirt.
Oh, yeah, right here.
I don't know. I can't see your mouth.
Oh, you can't. Hold on. Can you now?
Yeah,
Okay,
down.
so right here.
Yeah, see, but I think that might be the logo on his shirt.
Hmm. That would be a low logo, though.
It would, and it looks a little too close to the what's
Is
it
it
called?
maybe a shadow?
Button? I don't know, girl, what that is.
Yeah, I do see that bruise.
Yeah, it looks like it's, and I mean, if you think about like where that knife would be in his hand, right? That tracks for me.
But Carrie, we don't know if he had bruises at his doctor's appointment because we haven't seen the records from that, right? We
Right.
don't know what they observed. And why would they be looking at his hands for bruises? I mean, what did he go to the doctor for? You know? Someone also noticed that his hair looks really dark. Could he have dyed his hair dark?
I think it's the lighting in that bathroom personally, because
It could be.
typically in the bathroom it's like super bright. You know what I mean?
He is
Like,
just I have a hard time looking at him. I'm not gonna lie. I do. I have a hard time looking at him.
nice, creepy looking.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, the hands, especially when he got arrested, they did like the perp walk. You could see the red, and because he's so white, and to have those red ass hands,
He is he is really red.
he's like
I mean, really white.
transparent.
Like
Yeah,
it's super like I
fucking
don't know.
powder. He's like powder.
It's like powder.
Remember that movie Powder?
Yeah.
Okay, hold on. Let me see if I can make this bigger. Is that good for you guys?
What, the screen?
Yeah, is the document big enough for
I
them?
can see it.
Okay, because this thing's all weird. I'm sorry, I'm just not used to it all. Maybe that's better. Okay. All right, this is the first one we're going to look at is from 3/17/25. And this is the defendant's objection to state's motion in limine, RE 911 call. So the limine means they did that without anybody there, right? All in private. Comes now, Bryan. Yeah, it means it was done in private. Comes now, Bryan C. Koberger, by and through his attorneys a record, and hereby objects the state's motion in limine to admit the 911 call and an accompanied receipt or transcript. Sorry. The state relies on the exceptions to the hearsay rule and effect on listener. Mr. Koberger's objection is grounded in his constitutional rights, 5th, 6th, and 14th Amendments, Article 113 of the Idaho Constitution. The state correctly recognizes the statements on the 911 call are hearsay. Idaho rules of evidence make hearsay is inadmissible unless it meets with an exception. The state identifies two exceptions to the rule against hearsay and further recognizes all parts of the statement must meet the exception. The state must provide foundation for an excited utterance. The state alleges that statements fall within the excited utterances or present sense impression exceptions to the hearsay rule or are non-testimonial. The state distinguishes and identifies only one statement, but claims the rest of the statements fall within the exception of present sense impression. So excited utterance has two requirements: an occurrence or event sufficiently startling to render inoperative the normal reflective thought process of an observer, or two, the statement of the declarant must have been a spontaneous reaction to the occurrence or event and not the result of reflective thought. So basically, they're talking about DM, right? And the people on the 911 call. And I think that fits it.
Yep.
I heard your thing. Oh my God.
Did you hear it?
I did. I pinned it for you.
Oh, Helena M, thank you for the super chat.
How do I get this to full? I'm sorry, Clue.
What?
My screen is just really small. I don't know. It's weird.
What you're looking at, you mean?
The Streamlabs. No, the thing I'm looking at is fine.
You want me to read it?
No, it's okay. I don't always read all this stuff. I don't know if you do. Like all the law stuff?
I don't read all that stuff.
Okay.
No.
I just didn't want to set you up, not read that. I just read the meat and potatoes of it. Is that how you do it?
Yep.
Okay. This 911 call did not come in at 4:30 in the morning when DM and BF communicated with each other and ended up in the same bedroom. This 911 call came 8 hours later. This call came after DM and BF each made calls, corresponded through text, and other messaging to family and friends. The 911 call came only after friends arrived. BF initiated the 911 call, and thereafter the phone was passed from person to person. The state lays out only one statement as an excited utterance. The statements of EA when the phone was passed to her. Quote, "Oh, and they saw some man in their house last night." Yeah. The state claims these words are an excited utterance because they explain why XK was passed out. The state fails to take into account why the statement was made. The same transcript and same page reflect the dispatcher asking exactly what was going on. EA stated, quote, one of the roommates who's passed out and she was drunk last night, she's not waking up." Either BF or DM said, quote, "No, we saw." After that, prompt EA told dispatch about the man they saw. Therefore, the phone was handed back, or thereafter the phone was handed back to DM. The statements made by EA do not fit within excited utterance exception. I get what they're saying, right?
Yeah.
She first states she is reporting a roommate who was passed out from drinking and not waking up. She then states they saw some man in their house. EA does not have firsthand information, is repeating what DM and BF told her. All of the statements made by DM and BF must be analyzed under the applicable framework for excited utterances. In Mr. Koberger's response to the state's motion in limine, RE text messages and testimony, he objects in part based on the completeness of the record, but also because a more complete record weighs against the state's motion. The phone activity of DM and BF shows the statements on the 911 call are not an excited utterance. The phone activity is more extensive than a few messages between DM and BF. Phone activity did not stop once they were together. It did not begin right before 911 was called. The 911 call was not contemporaneous with DM and BF's stated awareness of something happening in their house. 8 hours passed until they called for friends to come to the residence. An excited utterance is a statement that is made while under the influence of an event. The 911 call and the statements contained therein came after conversation, calls, texts, internet surfing, and other phone activity. And then it says this footnote, exhibit texting objection 1 and 2 are Koberger's exhibits prepared from DM and BF's phone records. Present sense impression. The state claims most of the statements in the 911 call meet present sense impression. The state says this is so because they all saw, listen to this, they all saw XK unresponsive. And were told to call 911. Idaho Rule of Evidence 8031, present sense impression. A statement describing or explaining an event or condition made while or immediately after the declarant perceived it. The only possible statements that qualify are those regarding Xana being unresponsive. Statements regarding what DM and BF claim they saw 8 hours earlier are not contemporaneous in time. Reviewing the grand jury testimony shows the state misplaces reliance on at least some of the statements about Xana. The state ignores previous sworn testimony when it claims the 911 call presents sense impression because the declarants were observing Xana. And then we have all of this redacted.
Yeah,
what do we think that is? Their observation?
Because the declarants were observing.
Like, do we think that they saw? They're explaining what they saw?
Probably. Or it wouldn't be redacted, in my opinion. Right? Like if.
Right. So this is what they saw, and this was in front of the grand jury. Well, let's read below it. The state has not identified what exception to the rule against hearsay apply to which statements, with the exception of the previously discussed statement. Review of the record and background show neither exception applies. The state relies on the conclusion reached by Judge in denying Mr. Koberger's motion to dismiss the grand jury indictment. Mr. Koberger disagrees with the conclusion and the state's reliance on findings. Judge's findings do not include a full analysis of the applicable exception accompanied by the background information. Yeah, see, that's part of the grand jury transcript. God, I'd love to read that whole thing, huh?
I know.
I don't like the judge. I think all of that was handled prior to being moved to Ada County is, I don't trust it.
I agree with that.
Do you feel that way?
Yeah.
That judge was, I don't know.
He's different, right? Like, I don't know. To me, like it seems like he has the interest of the school, the town. That's what he's there for, more so than justice. Like, I hate to say that, right? Because he is a judge, but
I didn't like that they were all graduates, all intertwined into that little community and that school, right?
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. I'm glad it was moved. Best decision they made. That dude didn't want us fucking watching it. He didn't want us fucking getting audio. He didn't want us getting anything.
Right, which is literally against everything that we should, as, Americans stand for when it comes to justice,
Mm-hmm.
Like, that's not justice, hiding and saying, oh, we're not gonna put it on TV. And then I feel like it's kind of a unfair thing to potentially try to blame the survivors, right?
Yeah. But I just thought it was all sketchy because, they're so integrated. Then, right, they're hiding all this stuff, which really didn't need to be hidden. It probably would have kept some of the rhetoric down, to be honest.
Yeah. No, I agree.
I'm glad they got it out of his hands. Sherry, thank you for the $20 super chat. She says, I have to take my daughter to the doctor for more x-rays on her lungs. Oh. Try to be on later to listen. I hope everything goes well, Sherry. Thank you so much. Candy girl. Oh, where's Miss Fletcher? They're just rolling on in here, y'all. I'm trying to keep up. Thank you. Look at Potato, 39 months. Been
Jeez.
looking forward to this live with you both. Thank you, Potato. She's got the cooter hands, the airplane, and the little scuba mask for when we do deep dives.
Oh, nice.
Oh, Gold Dust, 10 months. Thrilled you guys are doing dual streams. It is a little different. It's something to get used to, but it's a cool concept, right? I'm all about like, I'm just glad that I came upon you guys because there wasn't a whole lot of people to do this kind of stuff with before. Because there's not a lot of true crime live streamers.
No, there's not.
Oh, Angie B, thank you for your super chat. I'm sorry. I feel bad that I'm skipping these because I usually stay right up on them like you do. Betsy Leak, two of my favorites. That was yours.
That's mine.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Betsy. Well, and I will say this, right? I think it's good when, you can work with other creators because I, for one, everybody knows, right? Like, I really do have some issues with the roommates and how things were handled, you know what I mean? But it doesn't necessarily place blame on them, but like someone in my chat said, like, why on this 911 call don't you hear there's blood everywhere? You know what I mean? And it's little things like that, that maybe you might come and say, well, I mean, they are teenagers, you know what I mean? Like, and then
Right.
you
Where I
you
could
it
come out and say, I watched something that not all stab wounds will bleed. And
right.
then you'd be like, well, and then it's great to have something to bounce off of someone instead of just talking about it yourself and reading. Does that make sense? I
Mhm.
love that you have an oppositional, and Granny's the same way. And she's not afraid. Like, I don't like getting people up here who go, yeah, I agree with you. Yeah, I think so too. I don't
No,
like
I
that.
don't either.
So I welcome it. I love talking these things through. And Body is really like, we had this in our Discord one night. We just did like a voice, and she was like, I love these discussions. And when you really get into them, they are interesting. And I love talking with other people, even with different opinions, because
Yeah,
that's,
like, that's me. I like challenge me, right? Like,
Mhm.
tell me how I could be different, it or I could be wrong, if you will. You know what I mean?
Yep.
You just learn more that
Well, and
way.
it makes you think too, because maybe you'll remember something that I don't remember, or vice versa. It's just, it's cool. It's cool. So thank you for dueling with me today.
Yes, ma'am. What do you think about this so far?
I see their
I,
point. I do have a problem with the 8 hours and then all the activity. Like, if you're scared stiff, like if there was no activity and she was like they were hiding under a bed and were scared to do anything,
yeah.
that would make more sense to me. And that's really what I expected. I didn't expect them to be surfing the web and Snapchatting, because that bothers me. That bothers me because, like this document says, they weren't hysterical. If
Mm-mm.
they're if they're doing regular stuff, they were doing their regular routine.
Even on
And
the phone, right? When they
mhm.
finally call, like, I think Dylan is probably like, she seems calm at times, and then she seems like uber paranoid, like, or not paranoid, but like hyperventilating. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's just wild
No,
to
it
me.
bothers me. I mean, I really thought that we were going to find out that she was so scared and maybe her phone died and she didn't have a charger. I really thought there was going to be a reasonable explanation for this 8 hours. And when there wasn't, I'm willing to question it. You know what I mean?
That's what I thought too. I think the biggest thing for me is, like, I don't understand why there wasn't even, it seems like, an attempt to, like, go upstairs. if that
I
makes any sense.
I
Like,
would love to know if they went to go check on the other two girls, see what. Well, maybe if they were. I mean, do we know if they like hollered up there like Kaylee,
oh, that could be too.
Maddie, and like were scared to go up because they didn't get any response. But my question is, if they did that, what did Murphy do? Did they call Murphy? Did they think about Murphy? Did Murphy come down?
That's another. I would think if he came down, then they would have taken him outside with them. You know what I mean?
Yeah, get the dog out of there.
Right. Like, I don't understand how, which I will say this, right? Looking at the videos when like the cops show up there, Murphy doesn't seem to be like too bothered by people stopping by the house. I mean, he has a dog that spends most of his time in a fraternity or a sorority, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I think people showing up wouldn't be like out of the ordinary, right?
Yeah, it
But
was
you would
very
think,
loud there too. Like he was there during their parties and their music. He was used to
right?
that.
But I don't know how Hunter is literally banging on the door, Ethan, Xana,
Mm-hmm.
and Murphy doesn't come downstairs to go so they can take it. You know what I mean? Like that to me is strange, right?
It's strange to me too. Because dogs, I mean, no matter what kind they are, right? I know he's a doodle, but when dogs sense panic. I mean, dogs just have senses, no matter what kind of dog they are, and I find that to be completely weird. That he was just hanging out in the room with the door open.
Yeah, he's like, whatever.
Yeah, carry
It's
on.
strange, dude. That 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 is definitely strange to me. Like, I think it always will be, but
Because we didn't hear anything was blocking the steps or
mm-mm.
anything like that. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, that's how I feel. I feel like I'm open to, hey, Southern Ish, 7 months. Thank you, girl. Did you see that super chat too that said, for the love of gourd, unblock me? Honey
Listen,
Badger.
oh my gosh, I haven't seen that name in so
Honey
long.
Badger said, clue for the love of gourd.
I unblocked everyone, so shouldn't be blocked anymore.
Lisa
Funny.
Rose, member for 20 months. She says they didn't want to believe what happened.
That could be too.
That could be. I mean, I'm not willing to, I'm willing to say that, but it's 8 hours is, I mean, maybe they weren't alarmed until later. But
Such
then,
a,
but then she saw someone and she was too scared to run down.
and they're calling their parents. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
I,
But yeah, I mean, what did they say to their parents? Because if my kid called me and said, I think one of our roommates is passed out and I saw a guy, I would be calling the police and saying, get over to their house.
yeah,
So what did they say to their parents?
I don't know. I have no idea. I I need a lawyer. I don't know. I mean, I've literally gone back in my head, right? Like, trying to rationalize like what they would have been saying, and I can't. Like, unless it is a situation where you're still kind of kids, you know what I mean? And you don't know what to do. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I'm just trying to put myself too into the state of mind of, I know everybody's saying like, oh, they were super drunk. They were super drunk. But like, if you're super drunk at 2 a.m, you're definitely not fucking awake at 8 o'clock in the morning. Like fucking around on your phone. You're out. You're sleeping.
Yeah,
That's
100%.
what doesn't make sense to me because if they were tanked, which I get, they would have passed out and went, you know what I mean? Like that. Did they take something where they were still up? Because something's not matching up here. You get
No,
what
it
I'm
doesn't.
saying? Like, is
Yeah,
there another
because
substance involved that they were worried about? I don't know.
like I can tell you this, right? If if it were me, even at 20, right, I would have never left my room
Mm-mm.
ever. Bethany wouldn't. There would have been nothing that she could say to me to make me literally leave my room.
Unless Bethany said the cops, like the cops are coming in and I heard you know what I'm saying? Yeah, no,
Right?
I
If
would
the
have never
cops were
taken a
here,
chance and made that run. Fuck no. You couldn't have paid me enough money. Hail
nope.
to the no. Mm-mm.
And
Nope.
that's what I'm saying, right? Like, I've always had a problem with the frozen shock phase, being that you so when you're frozen shocked, like I used this example on my live the other day. Fiance got up in the middle of the night. This was like a week or two ago, and I heard him shut the bathroom door behind him, and it startled me awake. Well, by the time I sat up, I saw him, and I'm like, for 5 seconds, I'd been looking at Idaho stuff. I'm like, "Holy crap, is someone in here?" And then I realized really fast it was him. Immediately, I'm not frozen anymore, right? Like, if you have the cognizance, in my opinion, to lock the door and then lay down and go to bed, or in this case, we know now, run downstairs, that's not frozen shock phase. You know what I mean? But again, she
Well, they
does
do say
have,
fight or flight, right?
I
Could
agree.
have been a fight or flight where she was like, okay, like I'm like too scared to be alone.
But see,
I
even
don't know.
she
I could have
wasn't saying
never
that.
listen. If I saw a dude in this mask and all black and I just heard some weird shit, I mean, she heard Xana crying. Remember?
Yeah,
I mean, she hears crying. She hears a man say, "Don't worry, I'm here to help you." Then she sees this man. There's no way I'd walk that path and if I didn't know who that was. If I texted my damn roommate and said, "Do you know who this was in black?" And she's like, "Well, Xana was wearing black." And she knows that wasn't Xana. In her head, maybe she's not verbalizing it, but she knows she didn't see Xana.
right.
There's no damn way.
No.
You got a
Girl,
super chat. You got a fupa chat.
how about I've been sitting here? I'm such an idiot. That's so funny. I'm
Are you in
sitting here
my
like,
chat?
I am.
Oh my god.
I'm all
Clue.
like, happy Cluniversary.
You have YouTube pulled up mine?
I do.
Oh my god. Can't you just comment on the StreamYard thing? Because you can see everybody's. Jesus
Yeah, I
Christ,
can.
Clue.
But but then if you go to tag, I don't like having to type all that to tag with this loud keyboard. So I wanted to be in YouTube so I could just put the @ symbol. That's hilarious.
She's in my chat.
Smart.
My chat's probably like, happy Cluniversary, bitch.
Yep.
Oh, that's funny. Can you see the chat on StreamYard?
Yeah.
Can you
I can.
comment there? Okay.
Yeah.
The little ones with the link are yours.
Yeah, with the little red YouTube on it. Or the little YouTube thing.
Mm-mm.
Or it shows up when you put it on the screen as a YouTube thing. It's a little YouTube
Mine looks like a little
icon.
link, like an actual chain link.
Oh, yeah, but in the StreamYard it does, yeah.
Oh, yeah, there. This is the
Yeah.
ending of the week, Clue being in Jay's chat, I know. In my opinion, the cops told the girls to say they were asleep to protect them. Wait, hold on. At that point, the suspect was still free. I don't know.
Well, and you know what? Like, that's the thing for me, right? Somebody pointed out in my stream the other day, what they found weird is that Bethany was like, no, under no circumstance whatsoever am I going to Idaho. If you want to talk to me, you can come here. I don't know if that was more like I don't feel like driving out there, or if she's terrified to go there. But Dylan did return to Idaho and went to the sorority for the weekend, remember? Or however long she stayed, we don't know. And I was like, that's a good point, right?
Yeah, I mean, I guess so. Sorry.
I don't
I'm trying to fix this fucking document. There we go. This thing's got me all jacked up. You're in my chat. I'm fucking up the screen.
I'm telling you,
Um,
it's Friday.
Ishi says also blood has a smell, and after a certain amount of time, you would get up to see what smells off. Well,
Mhm.
but I just don't know about the blood. There's just been no mention of, like it's a bloody massacre scene.
Right, it's nowhere.
Mm-mm.
And let me tell you, there was a case. I don't remember who it was, okay? But I remember the defense actually, or the prosecution actually, using the fact that on the 911 call, it was a guy and it was his wife, right? And I think ultimately he was found guilty. And the prosecution used the argument that when he called 911, he never mentioned blood, and there was blood all over the place.
Wild. So maybe it's like a protection mechanism.
That could be too. That's the other thing I think about, right? Like if you just saw what you saw, but you want to unsee it in your mind,
Yeah. I mean, when you think
you
about it, if someone calls 911, we've listened to a lot of 911 calls. They don't usually say, like, oh, my wife's bleeding.
yeah, but how many times do we listen to 911 calls where the 911 caller is actually innocent?
Well, yeah. And there was five different people or
Mhm.
four?
And
Four.
what you just read in this document is super interesting to me because you said they all saw Xana.
Mm-hmm.
And if I'm to listen to what Xana's dad was saying, that she fought and defended herself so much so that that awful thing with her fingers, I don't know how you couldn't.
Mm-hmm.
Unless like Bethany said in a text message, she was wearing all black. That could hide or conceal
True.
the
You wouldn't see
that
the
on
blood
her.
on black clothing, and the clothing would soak it up first.
Mhm.
That makes sense. I guess it
Yeah,
just
because
depends on her positioning because
mhm.
I'm still bothered by the blood coming out of the foundation. That is,
Me too, because I can't figure out like,
unless she was like against the wall in a certain way where,
but you wouldn't be able to see her from the doorway because it was coming out of the back of the house.
right,
So if he walks towards the room like he says in his PCA and he could see her, then there's no way
correct.
that it would be coming out of the back of the house unless that's where Ethan was, right? So I did see a picture one time. This might help us, okay? I was trying to think like the position of that room, and I remember, and I meant to go back and look for it, but I haven't yet. There's a photo I saw of Xana and Ethan, and they're laying in a bed, okay?
Mm-hmm.
And you know that window on the front of the house?
Mm-hmm.
It almost seems like the bed was up against that wall. So like if you walked into that room, their bed would be immediately to the right against that front wall. So they could have
Oh,
seen Xana on the bed, you know what I mean? Or beside of it.
I see what you're saying. But I don't know, man. It's weird because Ethan was allegedly blocking the door from being opened. So what do you make of that?
I think that would actually track with him being on the floor because I think that whole area would be open at that point, right? Do
Mm-hmm.
you see what I mean? So with him being on the floor right there, that actually makes sense. And she was beside of the bed. Laurie in my chat said, yeah, she had seen that pic before. And I mean, that's if it's her room, right? Like, we don't know. But
I don't know if I've seen that pic.
it's like it's just the two of them and they're like cuddling in the bed and you can see the blinds.
Behind them.
Yep. And so it's like the bed laid long ways along that wall is what I picture, right?
So is that actually even blood that we're seeing?
I don't. What do you mean?
On the
We see?
foundation.
I think it is. I'm sorry. It acts like it, right? Because if it were that, what did they try to say? Heater
And
stuff?
I heard rust or
I heard like heater oil or something for a furnace oil, right?
oh, okay.
But the problem I have with that is it wouldn't run and then it would just run in a steady line and go all the way down. But the stuff on the outside of the house almost looks like it coagulated, right?
Yeah. I mean,
And
Fox Digital said it was blood with their picture of it.
yeah, they did. I mean, a lot of the news people were like, yeah, that's
Yeah, and I don't see like Fox Digital taking that pic and like calling it blood if like they would say unknown substance drips out of the you know how news has to be like accurate. Not that they're always, but you know what I'm saying. They have to fact check.
yeah, that's a good question. When was that picture of the outside? I think it was the next morning or that morning or the next day.
Well,
I
you
can't
know who took that, and I knew we were going to get off in these discussions, but this is what I love. You know who took those Fox Digital pictures was the man who was threatened and went and reported it. Did you see the body cam? I requested the body cam of that around Christmas
no.
time. You've
Threatened
never
by
seen
who?
it. You've never seen it?
No.
Yo, we gotta watch it. Do
Who
you
was he
care? I
threatened
mean,
by?
he was getting weird emails, and he was the Fox Digital photographer.
That's weird.
Yeah. So I got the I can't remember his name offhand, but he went into Moscow police and reported it, and he was like worried about his family and stuff.
So he took the pictures for Fox, right? He is their
He was,
photographer.
yeah, he was on scene at the house, and they had not caught Koberger yet. Can one of my mods, do you know if you could find that body cam of that Fox Digital guy? I love it too, Robat. Shook. Yeah, his name was Shook. Um, he was the one that was on scene. Bryan wasn't caught yet. He was on edge because he started
Oh,
getting these threatening emails.
okay. So
Um,
then he started getting, I thought you meant like before. So after he started getting
when
those
he was taking
emails.
these pictures,
Oh,
right?
that's weird.
He was creeped the fuck out. And yeah, he got threats from Batman saying, and then he got, and it was around Christmas time, and it said, "Do you see what I see?" And he was freaked out. Yeah, he was shook. Shook was shook.
And I will say this, that furnace oil never made sense to me because I actually pulled up a video of someone who had that liquid all in their basement and it was like translucent, like you could still see through to the floor.
And oil doesn't look like that, in my
No,
opinion.
that to me it's blood. It's thick. It runs for a little bit and then like when you get a cut, right? And you don't wipe it immediately, like if you shave your legs and you'll get out of the shower and you'll dry off and then you might notice when you're putting your lotion on or something, I don't know. But like if you haven't wiped it, it'll drip, but then it stops running down your leg. It coagulates. So
Hmm.
it looked just like that to me, but on the outside of a home.
Yeah, it did to me too. I don't think that looks like oil, any kind of oil that I've seen. Can I show the picture? Hold on, let me pull it up.
Right, moderator. It is almost like diesel fuel. That like it's reddish, not it's like red orange, not like
All right, I've got it right
cooter.
here.
Like
What?
she said, no, Clue don't like mods doing stuff. I am so bad for that. I'm like, people will be like, "Mods, can you do this?" And I don't ask them for shit
The
other than
only
to block
reason,
people.
the only thing I ask them for is if I can't find my own damn video, because I have the hardest time finding my own shit. And like if Kels is here, she'll have it pulled up in like a second. I don't know how to search. I'm
Well, shoot.
terrible at it.
We save like I don't know if you're like me, but literally fiance just ordered a bunch of stuff to revamp my computer for like literally the fourth time because
Dude,
I'm
my
out of store. That's
me
blood.
too. Me too. I'm out of storage too. I can't save anything. So I'm an unorganized mess, and they know it.
I really think that's blood, especially considering we saw a picture from Kaylee where oh, let me tell you. Hold on. Go back down. This right here is why I think that too. So do you see like that line not there to the left, the one that's on the bottom? No,
Down
to
here.
the right.
This?
I could be wrong. No, that might be a crack. I always thought
Oh,
that was
this
like
one here.
I thought maybe that
That
was like a
looks
drip, but it
that
looks
kind of
like
looks like
that.
a crack to me in the
Yeah, it
foundation.
is. But you see how it gets darker? So like if you go to that first one that you had your mouse on,
Mm-hmm.
you see how it's darker at the bottom?
Yeah, like it coagulated or whatever that word is there.
Yeah, that's where the coagulation is. And you see how the other
Coagulate.
ones they get darker as
And
they
look
go
it, I mean,
down.
it literally is coming from right underneath where that siding is.
Yeah, that's
Like,
your
why would heater fuel be right there?
it wouldn't be. Now, I know there are pipes and stuff that are in the walls, but to me, that's a joint,
Shit,
I
you
think
got
is what
fuel
you would
leaking out
call it,
like that. You better not light up a cigarette.
right? No, I think it's
I
blood,
think
I'm
it's
sorry.
blood too.
Yes, this is, outside of Zaina's room. Zaina.
Yeah, and the placement of it is, kind of eerie. Just
But wait, hold on. Is it outside of Zaina's room? Because wouldn't this be outside of the
yes.
kitchen?
No, here, I'll show
Okay,
you.
okay. No, fiance said it's Zaina's room.
Because you can see that hill of, like,
Yep.
yeah,
And her room went the whole
that whole
way.
area.
Yep.
Hmm. Do you guys Cooter like delivery says, "Oh my god, I don't like this."
Yeah, it was that's why I'm like somebody had to be laying near or the house, the whole house is on a grade, right? Like it slopes a little. But I mean, I'm telling you now, I do believe if that's blood, then it was bad in that room. Like real bad. Because I don't know how Ethan is behind the door, right? And then it coming out that way because that means he's too close to the front of the room. And if they can see Xana as they're walking up to the door, she seems to be too far away from the back of the room, if that makes any sense.
It does. Thank you, Potato. Told you. I'm still looking. Clue, you're gonna be shook by this. I love it. I love that I
It
can
says,
share this.
that's what they said, a photo showing blood dripping down the wall of the home. I mean, they literally claim that.
Right. I don't think they'd say that.
And it wasn't there again. We saw that photo of Kaylee and that dripping stuff was not there. Now, could it be they didn't have the heat on then
It was
because
summer.
it was warmer? Right. And then now it's February. I wonder what that spot is right there. That's weird looking. It might have just edited it.
Flying Ryan says that's a lot of blood. That would be more than one person. Maybe not though. I mean, we have a lot of blood. If you hit an artery,
Well, there was more than one. There was two in there.
God, but for it to
That's what I'm saying. Like, I don't know how it leaks out the back when they portray them to both be found near the front of the room. That's weird.
no,
Me either,
I'm with you
Bonnie.
there. right, I finally got this damn video. Hold on. What the fuck is playing right now? Can you
I
hear
don't know.
something playing?
Yeah, very faintly.
I didn't have my headphones on. It's playing through my computer. Idiot. Okay, so here is. Let me see. We talked about different shit in this live. Oh, here he is. Okay.
Down towards the Antarctic, like he'd.
This is just potato and I. Okay.
By the time they'd like merge.
Do I play it in its entirety? now?
Sylvia says it's going to be strange, but he'll have the champagne ready.
Digital, so it'd take a lot.
Okay, here it is.
He came back in January after the holiday.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, efficient with technology. I just like for me the whole time. Oh, I lost my train of thought. He's sorry.
What's new?
Oh, the photographer now let me see he takes.
Come on.
Digital, so it'd take lots of photos.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, here we go.
And he said this has never happened, and he's been paparazzi for years and years and years and years. It's just too coincidental. All right, maybe this will trigger my memory if we listen to this part again.
What's going on? Well, I've been here since the crime commitment was started, and I've been covering Fox Digital, so I've been taking lots of photos. My names are on the photos, and so it started yesterday. I got a message from Batman.
From
I
Batman?
don't know who it is. It went through my photography website,
Mm-hmm.
and it says a God-sized hole in your heart.
Okay.
Then we go to here, and then it comes from behind you. You can read it.
And that's the one where it says, I don't know why I really don't like you. What do you think of something who kill others while they are defenseless? You lay it on thick, Freddie. You call that hunting? Time always catches you. And this cop is reading this right now.
We're kind of thinly veiled, right?
Yeah.
Okay, and now, then the next one I got came and he said, when do you think they're going to get him? Do you see what I see? Timely song,
Okay.
which is weird. And then we go to this last one that I just got this morning. You're a fucking coward, aren't you? Now I did a reverse lookup on the internet with my stuff, and that's who it is. Both emails go back to him, and like an idiot, he used 76 in both the passwords because that's his birthday.
Okay.
And I've warned my kids at home and my wife, but I called the FBI yesterday and reported the other emails, but I just got this new one today,
Yeah.
and I just got back in town today.
Okay.
I've been off for the weekend, and
So what did that guy tell you about the email?
they just said they were going to pass it on. I just called the tip line.
Okay.
They said they were going to pass it on. They gave me a form to fill out,
Yeah.
and I filled out the form.
Okay. Would you be able to send those emails and the screenshot of that to my personal email for
Oh,
me?
yeah, sure, no problem. Let me screenshot the last.
Did he send them to who? My personal email? Is that what he said?
I think so.
Oh, that was old Jay.
It could just be.
Oh,
Look over your shoulder, dude. I'm coming to get you.
Yeah.
I thought it was weird he wanted him to his personal email, to be honest with you. I was really sus of them at this time.
That'd be
I mean, that's what that's what I would have thought too. Look over your shoulder, dude, because I'm coming to get you.
What do you think of those messages?
are you talking to me?
Yeah.
Well, I never know if it's new Jay or old Jay.
Oh, sorry.
I don't know why anyone in the public, even to cause chaos and disruption in a case, right? Like even some crazy nut on YouTube would have any interest whatsoever in messing with this guy.
Yeah. I mean, when do you think they're going to get him? Do you see what I see? He's taking pictures. Look behind you. Or
Yeah,
look behind or something. And remember on Reddit, inside looking, outside looking.
Yep.
Fucking weird, right?
No,
But
it's
this search came back to an Indian man in New York.
really.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, like what interest would that person have?
Right.
You know what I mean? Like,
I think it was actually a doctor. So whoever did it, like, used someone else's. I don't know. They did something. This dude was like freaked out though. He's like, I'm walking around this murder house taking up close, and he
Yeah.
was there at night taking those pictures at night when they were in there like investigating and doing their stuff, their forensics.
yep.
Okay, you guys are lost. This guy right here is Derek Shook. He's a photographer for Fox Digital. He's done paparazzi for his whole life. He got these weird emails. I think we should play what the emails said again, because they were fucking weird when he reads them.
No, that's strange.
Do you see what I see? Oh, Batman. Yep. Okay, here
Fox
we go.
Digital's have been taking lots of photos. The names are on the photos, and so it started yesterday. I got a message from Batman.
From
I don't
Batman.
know who it is. It went through my photography website.
Mm-hmm.
So he got this is on Christmas too. Who in the general public is going to fuck with this guy on Christmas Day?
Right. That's what I'm saying. Like, what?
You know what Bryan was? He was in Pennsylvania on Christmas Day. Probably looking
Yeah.
at all the photos being taken of the house and saw Derek Shook took them, went through his photography website and fucked with him. That's what I think.
That could be. Well, and two, like, I don't know how technology works, but could it be a situation where he didn't feel like Googling anything right close to the scene? You know what I mean? Like, you would be like, are they watching the internet activity around here? You know what I mean? Like, let me wait till I get home to do it.
It's fucking weird.
Not strange. That's
To go through his photography website too, like, I don't know.
It says a God-sized hole in your heart.
A God-sized hole in your heart.
see that's God-sized hole in your heart.
Okay.
Then we go to here, and then it comes from behind you.
Oh, fuck. Behind you. That's what it was. Inside looking, outside looking, behind you. Let's see what behind you says.
You can read it.
Oh, this is the one I read.
And that's the one where it says, I don't know why I really don't like you. What do you think of something who kill others while they are defenseless? You
Okay. So who else would say that? Come on. Come
Yeah.
on.
lay it on thick, Freddie. You call that hunting? Time always catches you. And this cop is reading this right now.
You call that hunting. Time always catches you.
So kind of thinly veiled, right? Like,
Yeah.
Look at him. He's like, it's kind of thinly veiled, but I'm fucking freaked out right now.
Okay, now, then the next one I got came and he said, when do you think they're going to get him? Do you see what I see? Timely song.
Okay.
When do you think they're going to get him? Do you see what I see? Timely song. It was Christmas. Do you see what I see?
Mm.
That's creepy as fuck. I'm sorry. That's creepy as all shit. What would even been more creepier is a little soundbite of it. I would have freaked the fuck out.
Oh yeah, I'd have lost my mind.
Which is weird. And then we go to this last one that I just got this morning. You're a fucking coward, aren't you?
So he didn't reply. So this person got agitated in one day. You're a fucking coward, aren't you? It went from fucking around with riddles to like, you're a fucking coward. And that's when I would have went to the cops. And that's exactly
Mhm.
what he did. That's creepy.
Yeah, and it it honestly does read like it applies to this situation. So I was thinking, like, he does paparazzi, he's been doing it forever. Could there be somebody that just doesn't like him, right? However, who kills others, more than one, plural, while they're defenseless? Again, plural.
Mm-hmm.
So it absolutely, in my opinion, applies to that crime.
Snowflake says, Jay, you don't find this sus that a news guy was texted this as if they can't find who it is? I mean, this sounds like a narrative being set. Maybe that is kind of how they found who he is. We don't know yet. Could that be part of it? Maybe, maybe not. I mean, VPNs, people can use VPNs and look like they're in another state, right?
I mean, I do.
And sometimes when you run like VPN IP addresses, it can come back to some wild people, like maybe an Indian guy. I'm just saying, a lot of Indians run VPNs. And he was the one, he did it himself. I just think it's just way coincidental. Wasn't Bryan arrested like 4 days later?
Mm.
December 30th.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah. Well, then Christmas, yeah.
4 days after this, he's arrested. So we don't know if it maybe did help him getting
But-
emails.
So, well, and I will say this though, right? I always look at this type of stuff now through a different lens because of remember that Papa Rogers?
Yep, sure do.
So when Paramount did that whole thing they did on him, they literally came back at the end of that show and they said, guess who's back? Papa Rogers. And it's like, well, that's wild because he seemed to have a lot of inside info, right? As in, like, I'm hiding here in shithole PA, right?
Right.
But if the perp has been arrested, oddly enough, in shithole PA, whatever, then who was typing all of that, you know?
It fucks me up. And have you ever looked into Josco 1973?
No.
Oh, fuck, girl. That's a whole nother rabbit hole. Do you remember the guy who posted, I think it was on TikTok, where he was talking about, there was he was on a laptop and there was a reflection of him? Have you ever seen that?
Yes, you could see the guy in the screen.
Yes. The username was Josco73 or Josco1973. And then we got into this Josco 1973 rabbit hole, and I seriously can't even remember what we found in it. Do you guys remember how we linked Josco? You remember, Polly? Diana, that was insane. It was. I just got this like thought, oh, I'll just Google this Josco 70 or 72. You're right, John Gone Girl. I was born in 73. That's why I said that. Cobra was saying, what? It was the weird, oh, that's what it was. It was the weird 4chan. Oh my God, Clue. Okay, so Josco 1973 led me to those weird comics on 4chan of the crime scene, basically. And they had like, listen, I don't want to be too graphic, but this is what I saw, okay? I saw a cartoon of Ethan hanging from a ceiling fan by his intestines.
Yeah, I read that one.
That was linked to Josco 72 username somehow. And that was the TikTok name with the reflection in the laptop. And there were all kinds of weird posters like that of all the victims. I actually talked to Steve Gonsalves and the little short guy. What's his name? The cop. The fuck is his name? The one that Blaker and Payne. I talked to little detective Payne on the phone and sent him to the link to it because it was really fucking disturbing. Oh yeah, and that was all saved. That's it. The 4chan was taken down, and it was all saved to a Google Drive that they linked in the 4chan, because 4chan like took the shit down, and then you click on this Google Drive, and my dumbass did, and it was just all kinds of these posters, but it was also like the fucking girls' camera rolls were in it. Literally, there were thousands of pictures of the victims. And I was like, what the fuck did I just stumble on? And I reached out to Payne, and then I reached out to Gonsalves because it was private photos. It looked like it was their camera roll. It was like pictures they weren't posed for, if you will.
Yeah, that's weird.
Dude, I was shooketh. So I sent the link to Payne. It was like 51 terabytes, or no, they have 51 terabytes. So what the fuck is in there, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, I was shook. I couldn't believe the graphic. Because remember also in the PCA that they like show that they're using Ethan's autopsy, but they redact it.
Yep.
I wondered if his injuries, if there wasn't something else done to him.
Yep. I agree.
And then I was thinking about the ceiling fan with the gut. And I was like, oh my God, like, was he gutted? Like, and then you think about the fucking dog that was skint. It's just, was there something especially heinous to Ethan that they put his autopsy in the PCA?
I think absolutely something was done to Ethan that was not like the others, in my opinion. I just do.
But then we have Gonsalves saying that Kaylee's injuries were worse. Yeah, but does he really know that?
I agree.
You got to take it with a grain of salt too.
Yep. I would like to know how he knows that, right? Because you wouldn't think as law enforcement, you would
disclose that. The families would have to tell them that.
Yep.
And Mike, I don't think that SG would have the authority to say that would happen to Ethan. Oh, he did say, he didn't have to do that to Ethan. I thought he said he didn't have to go up those stairs. Did he say that too?
He did. He's right. Or she's right. Sorry. I don't know. I don't know what it is, but I think that is what he did make a statement like that. He didn't have to do that to Ethan. I swear I hear that in my head like he's saying it. Where was it though?
He didn't say what he did. He said he didn't have to do it to him. See, I don't remember that.
Oh, yeah, I do. I don't know why I do, but I do.
Weren't Ethan's injuries described as, there was the description from the medical examiner too. Remember, there was like sharp force, and then the other ones were like, she called them different things. I don't want to quote it, but she described the injuries as being sharp, and then some like where it was like a jagged edge or something. Tears maybe, she said.
Yeah, and see, that's something that I really put quite a bit of time into, because technically speaking, they all fall under the category of sharp force injuries. A knife wound, a stab wound, a slash wound, they all fall under the category of a sharp force injury, or whatever, however they say that, right?
She said gouges, maybe. I know she spoke out of turn. I don't think she was supposed to give all those details.
No, I don't think so either.
Did you see that little room she was sitting in her little corner office with the wood paneling in their little town? She didn't know. She wasn't. Funny thing is, she's a freaking lawyer too. Wasn't that wild?
Was that a wreck?
No.
Oh. Thought there was a wreck outside. Sorry.
Hey, Paul Cremo. The bushy eyebrows is another key. Yeah, there's a lot. We haven't even gotten to it yet. What's the next doc? Clue.
Did we ever actually read their text messages or no?
Clue. Well, we saw there was that new one with their text with more detail. Or no, that was their timeline. Well, you tell me which one to open up next.
I have them up.
I wonder if the tip broke off of the knife, asked Texas Ranger.
Oh, yeah. And at that point, you would have to be like gouging, right? Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
Like if you didn't have a tip on your knife anymore, you would
Yeah.
have to resort to that type of damage, right? Do you want me to share this?
Oh, you can, yeah.
Because I have
That'd
those
be
up.
that'd be wonderful. Clues up next.
Let's see. Which one is this? Oh, yeah. This is the bushy eyebrows.
And Tabby, thank you for changing the number. Appreciate that.
Well,
Are they really sweet crazy? See, we're not caught up yet.
why can I find this up here?
See, Daff,
Weird.
I don't even know that yet. I didn't know he had a sharpener. Did you?
I know he bought one. Yeah. You didn't hear that?
I hadn't. No. T-Rev's Moobs came in to say hi to you. Look at the screen. That picture. Oh my gosh.
Ew. Is that actually him?
I don't know. I don't know. Wouldn't be surprised. Is he door dashing without a shirt now, or? Oh, he bought it with the knife. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you, Criminal Men.
Yeah. He bought them together. It's up there when you're ready.
Oh, the DoorDash initials are MM. We've missed a lot.
All right. So this one is.
Wait. That's Granny's thing
What?
that you just shared.
Are you sure?
I'm positive. Oh, it just changed. Whoa, that was weird, dude. What just happened? Clue.
I have no idea.
I pulled it up and it said Granny's name.
Are you
I
serious?
It was Granny's freaking lawsuit. Dude, go back and rewind and look, somebody.
That's weird.
Then I took it down because I was like, wait a minute. What was. Tell me I'm not losing it. Sage said it did.
I see that.
And that was right when I pinned that there was 666 people in here. Stop right now.
Ugh, you're a lie.
Oh, no.
Tell
I
you,
can't.
Samael's on these streets now.
A Ouija board down your pants. You're going to pull that out. I think you've got a Ouija.
That was Nancy Grace, by the way.
That sounded like her. I was like, is that
I think you got a
Nancy
Ouija
Grace?
board down your pants. Wait, here's another one.
The devil is dancing tonight.
These are from 3 years ago, still on this program here.
Isn't that Koberger when she was talking about him?
Yeah.
I thought so.
Yeah. It was from one of her shows. It was like the very beginning, the first thing she said.
Yeah, that's what I thought too.
Oh, man.
Yes, Miss Mad Dog, thank
Oh.
you for the super chat. And they did have a separate autopsy done.
Yeah, I forgot
Remember
about
that?
that too.
So that's what's really weird. So this is where my whole conspiracy tinfoil hat comes in, right? So I think it's weird that in the PCA they use, I guess, all whatever the medical examiner there did. But then in the PCA, they reference the autopsy, I'm assuming that Ethan's parents paid for.
Right.
That's weird that they would reference like the other autopsy.
Hmm. I think that's odd too.
I don't blame them though. I don't blame Ethan's parents. I would have done the same thing. Honestly, I would have wanted to I wouldn't trust Idaho. I'm sorry.
Like I'd
I
want
just
my own report to know
Yep.
exactly what happened. Yeah.
Mhm.
Because sometimes, let's say he was hit with something
Right.
in addition and they miss it. I would want to, I'm with you.
So this is the one in response. Okay, so apparently this goes through all of the things that Dylan said when talking about seeing this person. And it's wild as crap, girl.
I'm ready.
So it says, they filed it, witness identification by bushy eyebrows. Okay. Let me make sure this is the one where they do go. Yep, here it is. That's it. Okay. Argument. Mistaken identifications have been one of the leading causes of wrongful convictions in the U.S. for decades and still are. When a witness swears under oath to the identification of the person on trial, the impact cannot be understated. In this case, if DM is allowed to say that she saw bushy eyebrows, it will not be different than her pointing to Mr. Koberger and saying that is him. To make matters even more prejudicial, the state wants to admit into evidence a picture of Mr. Koberger as if DM identified him in the photo. This is how wrongful convictions occur. So they're basically trying to get rid of the ability to say in the courtroom, bushy eyebrows is what they're fighting for. The photo of Mr. Koberger that the state attached to its response is not relevant and is overly prejudicial. This is akin to the state trying to identify Mr. Koberger for DM or create its own corroboration for her. DM previously said that she could not identify him, right? There are literally millions of people in the world who might be described as having bushy eyebrows. The term itself is subjective. And DM has a fascination with drawing eyes and eyebrows. The state contends that DM's statements are independently reliable as law enforcement did not employ a witness identification procedure. Mr. Koberger is not suggesting the DM's or that DM's descriptive words were developed in conjunction with a lineup. DM was interviewed 5 times. Law enforcement was involved with each interview. According to the state, DM's multiple descriptions of the intruder were based on her own recollection and were not the result of suggestive identification procedures employed by law enforcement. Mr. Koberger points to the court to the following instances which are suggestive. In this, look at the dates that she was interviewed too. They're interesting. In the second interview on November 13th, 2022, DM was interviewed at the police department by Detective Mowry, who inquired about facial features and asked DM if she knew what color the intruder's eyebrows were. Detective Mowry is the person who mentioned eyebrows, not DM. In the third interview on the 17th, so this is 4 days later, DM was interviewed by Detective Gooch, who asked DM if she knew what a balaclava was and showed her a picture. I want to know what she said, yes or no. Because didn't we see a picture of what we think is her in one?
I haven't seen it.
That picture of the person in the back of Ethan's Jeep.
Mm-mm.
Oh, girl.
I don't think I've seen that one, unless I did and I forgot.
Yeah,
but I can pull up the sketch. I think the sketch is in this exhibit.
No, this is a picture of what people think is Dylan.
Oh.
And she's in a pink ball. That's why my whole channel, my little logo is the pink ski mask. Anyway.
Oh, where she's wearing the sunglasses?
No, she's in a balaclava, like a mask.
Oh, I did. Okay, I did see those. I did see those, but I never thought those were real.
Shoot, I do.
I didn't
And
know
they
where they. I guess I
literally,
just didn't know where they came from, and it was when things were getting crazy.
they literally look like they're in the back of Ethan's Jeep. Because you can see the top, like on a Jeep, it has like the roll bar, whatever.
Yeah, I do remember seeing them. I discounted them because I didn't know. I don't remember why I discounted them.
All right. So
But
in
I
the
wasn't sure. But it could be they did a lot of weird things with their sorority too. I mean, there's
Right.
pictures of them in like stab marked T-shirts with
Right.
knives. It's wild.
Yeah, I'm not about that life, but I'm too old now. In the fourth interview, look at this, December 1st, DM drew the mask for the interviewer. A copy of DM's drawing is attached. It looks remarkably similar to a balaclava. The state argues that DM is a reliable witness. Should the court apply the 5-factor Manson-Biggers balancing test to evaluate witness reliability, it should not ignore either the limited amount of time that DM had to view the intruder or her state of intoxication. A witness is less likely to provide an accurate identification from a fleeting view, and a witness's attention is likely compromised when they're intoxicated. DM saw the intruder briefly in a dark hallway, and in her own words, she was probably very drunk and tired when she saw the intruder at 4 a.m. Should the court apply a relevance test and weigh the reliability of DM, exclusion of the term bushy eyebrows is appropriate for all of the reasons explained in the Manson-Biggers test and intoxication as referenced. If the court decides not to rely upon Manson-Biggers and Alvarez, it should consider the scientific studies that explain the fragility and inaccuracy of memory. This analysis, which is applicable to a court's decision to exclude, limit this evidence, is the fact that scientific studies conducted on memory show that there are several steps to creating and retaining memory, and influences such as the time of exposure to view, the amount of stress involved, level of intoxication, and post-event influences, among others, should be taken into consideration when determining reliability. The science of memory is laid out below. I don't really want to read all that. Oh, can I tell you? I do know what they're saying right here. I watched
What you need to read is definitely the footnotes on this.
Okay. I will say I watched a show one time, and it was a setup show, right? To test what they're talking about right here.
Mm-hmm.
And they set it up where random strangers were like dining at like an outdoor sort of area. And a lady was sitting at a table beside of them. And she would say to the people, "Can you watch my purse while I run to the bathroom?" And she left it on the table, right?
Mm-hmm.
And of course, the people were always like, "Sure." Well, they have a actor or someone with the program, and he walks by, grabs the purse, and then runs away. So after that happens, they interview all of the people as to like what the guy looked like. Girl, it was all over the place. The race was different in some of them. The outfit was different. It was just crazy.
Oh my God.
And it was like, I don't know how so many people could get those details wrong, but it absolutely
It
happens.
happens. Yeah.
Oh, crap. I didn't even see this before. On Saturday,
Yeah.
November 12th, I'm glad you were paying attention. Through the early morning hours of Sunday, November 13th, DM had consumed champagne, 9 to 10 White Claws, Borg, which is a concentration of hard alcohol, water, and flavoring in a big plastic jug. So like a purple Jesus party. An unknown amount of alcohol while participating in a drinking game.
Oh my God. Can you imagine someone going and like spiking that big plastic jug?
dude, like,
What the fuck?
first off, how is she even able to get up to the door to check anything when she hears something? She's
Well,
tiny.
they're saying it was, if you keep going, they say it was a 24-hour period, but still, god damn.
That's a freaking lot. Dude.
Yeah, and I got thoughts. Keep going.
Oh, Lord, and my kid's about to go to college. Jesus. Okay. So this says right here, this footnote just recites the alcohol consumed in an approximate 24-hour period and does not include alcohol consumed in the immediate days prior to November 12th, 2022. That's a lot.
Okay, so go back up again. All right, to where that footnote is.
Right here?
Yeah. Okay, so if she drank in 24 hours time, right?
Mhm.
So they're starting on Saturday through the early morning hours of Sunday. Okay, so she had champagne, 9 to 10 White Claws, right? Right there. You're going to pee, right? If you're awake, you're going to be like peeing. Did they get up to go to the bathroom?
Girl, that's what I said too. Like, if you spent all that time in that bathroom, one of you had to leave the room to go pee. Like, you had to pee.
Yeah, I'm just wondering, did they ever leave the room at any point to do that? And I mean, I know there was a bathroom right there, but that's just a lot. Like, then to drink the jungle juice or whatever, and then
Jungle juice.
that's what we called it. And then what else? An unknown amount of alcohol while participating in a drinking game. So that was probably
champagne too.
Yep.
Champagne, like 9 to 10 White Claws and the Borg, and an unknown amount of alcohol.
Right.
So there's more alcohol, right?
There's more alcohol, and that looks like that would be closer to the timeline of the murders.
I agree. Remind me though to tell you
she
what,
probably woke up on Saturday and they probably had mimosas or some shit.
you remember what you said this morning about the contact entry?
Do what?
The contact entry on the phone?
Oh, yeah.
Remind me of that when I get to this page. The next page.
Okay.
Let me look at the footnotes on this first page, girl. Oh, they didn't have none. Mock jurors.
But peeing in a trash can, you wouldn't discount that. But I don't know. I guess I need to know what they're doing on their phones, because if I'm Snapchatting and shit, I'm not sitting there peeing in a bucket and on Snapchat and doing what they were doing on their phones. It doesn't add up.
All right, so this is all information on the memory storage or whatever. Like, they're just basically telling you how memory works, right?
About eyewitnesses and stuff.
Trying to find the. I hope.
Wait, what was that footnote? Nothing.
This is
just citing stuff. Yeah. I just want to make sure we don't miss any of those. That was interesting. I didn't even see that till you scrolled through it. I was like, wait, what is that?
Yeah, but I gotta find that one page where it's all the interviews, literally all of them, and I still have it up so I can look for it. But
well, the White Claws are 5% alcohol. That's not exactly weak.
Oh, here's another one. All right, so sensory overload has particular relevance to the encoding phase, right? So basically the creation or substitution of false memories through later suggestion, okay? But this is interesting to me. In this case, the time period of observation was seconds at most with limited lighting, under stress and expressed fear, and a witness who has repeatedly expressed she is unsure. She was in a frozen shock phase. She did not know if it's a dream. Those are her words. And there's a time delay in her reporting what she saw. Like, she literally states to them, and I will go find this page because it tells a lot of what she says. if that makes any sense. Like a whole lot. All right, so this is still more on the memory thing. Post-event misinformation, Because this talks about the page that I'm talking about. I think I actually sent it to you. It also talks about how she looked at a picture of himself of Bryan after he was arrested, and she didn't recognize
Yeah,
him.
she didn't. Well,
In
no,
this
she looked up his mugshot. Is what it
yeah.
was. Yeah.
In this case, not only was there an 8-hour delay in reporting prior to the first law enforcement interview, DM was allowed to mingle with BF and many other friends. This part. But only 2 came over there, is what we're told in regards to the 911 call. You know what I mean? Law enforcement did not separate all of the friends who came to 1122 King Road prior to interviews, and no warning was given to not just discuss the facts, and no effort was made to limit such a discussion. Many of the friends who were at 1122 King Road when police arrived also stayed in the same hotel room the night of November 13th. There was also extensive media coverage. Post-event misinformation must be considered as a factor on the accuracy of DM's memory retention. Finally, during the retrieval phase, the brain searches for the pertinent information, retrieves it, and communicates it. This process occurs when eyewitnesses describe what they observed to police, when they participate in identification confrontations, and when they testify in court. Several factors affect retrieval. Time is a very important factor in memory retrieval. As
Yeah, I mean, I just want to say one thing. Whether you believe her recollection or believe what she saw or not, I mean, you can't argue these facts. And for people saying, quit bullying them, we're not bullying anyone. We're talking about the facts in a court document and discussing it.
Yeah. I hate when people do that. Because, I mean, I'm going to question everything and everyone. It's just how I am. Like, if I wasn't that way, I wouldn't be doing this.
It's not straightforward, or you wouldn't be questioning it.
Right. So they say, basically, what did I say? As a rule, the longer the period between acquisition, retention, and retrieval, the more difficulty we have retrieving the memory, a phenomenon referred to as memory decay. By the time DM testifies, almost 3 years will have passed. After 5 law enforcement interviews where her recitation of the events of November 13, 2022 changes, and after extensive media coverage about this case, which almost always includes pictures of Mr. Koberger, memory retrieval in these circumstances weighs against reliability. So basically, they want to stop her. For the reasons addressed above and in Mr. Koberger's initial brief, the court should grant Mr. Koberger's motion in limine to exclude DM from using the words bushy eyebrows to identify the intruder that she saw, and to exclude DM from identifying Mr. Koberger based on bushy eyebrows. The court must additionally prohibit the state from acting as an identifying witness by admitting a picture of Mr. Koberger in evidence in support of DM's testimony for any other reasons. So they don't want them to be able to say bushy eyebrows.
I don't think that the judge will allow that. Do you? I don't
either. Is that supposed to be an eye?
I think she was too consistent. Oh,
What
let me
is-
look. I'm making oh, that's the mask. So you would have to flip it.
Oh, I got you.
That's her sketch of the mask. Does it say what it is? That's the eye hole. I never heard it called the baklava. I thought that was a dessert.
Balaclava.
Oh, I've never heard it called that. I've only heard of baklava. So I would call that a ski mask where I come from.
Yeah, I do too.
And I think that's the top where the eyes are.
Yeah, right here. But what's weird is right here.
What is that?
Yeah,
going
like
around the face.
is that supposed to be open
Oh,
or I don't know
fuck.
how it could be.
I don't know.
That's
Good question. What's under the
what kind of
chin?
drawing is that?
Oh, is it one of those fucking? No, it can't be one of those. Does it have a neck like a goiter thing? You know, where like when we
Yeah.
had COVID and they had those, you know, those neck things.
Well, it's literally like the one that JLR wore the other day.
Okay.
Did
Does
you
it
see
have?
that video? He put one on.
I did. Yeah, we were. Yeah, I think we watched it together
I just don't know why you would have like what is this?
on the sides. Yeah, I'm not
What's
quite
this square? That's weird.
Oh, a gator. Sorry,
What'd you
goiter.
say?
Gator.
You did say goiter. That's hilarious.
I told Granny she ain't alone in the fucking mispronunciations. She didn't
See,
believe me.
I would think if I was drawing this mask, I would just draw this little hole right here and then like a head, right?
Right.
But
Why wouldn't you just make it like a circle with the eye hole? Because it's basically all black.
Right. And that's what's funny because if you read her text messages, which I've got them right here. Hold on.
Oh, never mind. I'm making a side by side of Koberger's selfie to his first mugshot.
Oh, okay. Where is these messages? Hold on.
Hold,
Because
please.
she says right here, look, she says something.
No,
like
it's a ski mask almost.
He had something over his forehead and little end mouth.
No, she misspelled it. She said over his forehead and little of mouth or something. But look up even more. Xana was wearing all black. I'm freaking out right now. She says no. It's like a ski mask almost.
Right, which is exactly like that thing that freaking what's his face? JLR wore the other day.
Yes.
All right, so this stuff is interesting, and I'm gonna tell you something that fiance pointed out. Right now, mind you, we're gonna go back to where we got the story that they were asleep, all in their rooms by 2 and asleep by 4. Right?
Yes.
So there's something in this that really contradicts Dylan. It makes me go, what? You know what I mean?
Uh-huh.
All right. So this is the text messages and testimony, right? So this is all about the fair trial. The state is seeking a broad scope of cell phone records for 2 stated purposes. One is to establish a timeline, and the other is for truth of the statements contained in the record. The span of time the state seeks to encompass is about a 10-hour time frame. The state indicates the initial text is the beginning of the time frame at 2:10 a.m. That text is not offered for the truth of the matter. Similarly, at the end of the time frame is a text from the University of Idaho at 1:04 p.m. All right. Let's see. The state relies on
My husband's
judges.
such a prick. I just muted. I said, "Can you give me a pack of cigarettes?" I keep them in the freezer, and he's like, "You don't have any." I'm like, "Can you go get me some?" He's like, "Never know." And I was about to blow up, and then he threw a pack in here. Like, you asshole.
I miss
Sorry.
smoking sometimes, and then I'm like, I'll light a
Oh,
cigarette.
yeah.
Like we've smoked. Both of us have smoked 2 cigarettes since we quit, and it's like, I don't miss this.
If you've been away that long, don't ever. Yeah. I think it's just I don't know.
What's it been? 2 years?
That's really good.
Yeah. I miss it when I hear like somebody packing the cigarettes, or when I see like nonsense. The other day had like a cigarette in her hand. I was like, God.
Yeah. My sister says that sometimes, like, God, man, I miss smoking.
Then when I smell it, I'm like, ugh, no, I'm never doing that again.
Right.
All right. So the state relies on judge's conclusion of Mr. Kober's challenge to the grand jury indictment. However, that decision does not bind this court. The law of the case doctrine applies where appellate court, I don't know if I'm going to read all that. Hold on. Whether considering whether or not the text messaging is either an excited utterance or present sense impression, this court will have the benefit of additional information than was available previously. Even if the court determined JJ's decision was the law of the case, this court has discretion to hear and decide the issues presented before the court. All right. So
See, I don't think any of this excited utterance. I think that all of this is going to get smacked down.
probably.
I think
Yeah.
they're trying everything. I mean, and they should in a death penalty case.
I agree.
They should. They should not leave anything open. You know,
Um,
I'm glad that she files everything like this, even if it's shot down. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I'm going through here because I don't think a lot of this crap matters. Mr. Koberger herein provides a more complete but not exhaustive view of BM, DM, and BF's communications and interactions with social media during the hours established by the state.
Oh, shit. So this is Mr. Koberger's timeline of texts
Correct.
from the girls' phones.
Correct.
Okay.
There's two things that stick out to me, and I literally go, what the actual, you know what, are we doing here?
Mm-hmm.
All right, so November 13th, okay, we're starting on Saturday, Sunday at 2:10 in the morning. Dylan texts Eric Gower, the Uber driver, inquiring if he is driving. 3 minutes later, he texts her back to confirm he's driving. It's weird that it stops right here. You know what I mean? She doesn't text back and say, come pick me up. Like, you know what I mean?
Well, there's no action from her from 2:13 to 2:53.
Well,
and we don't even know if she answered.
This ain't even her action. This is
we don't
Maddie.
we don't even know. Oh, calls BF.
Right. Maddie calls.
Sorry, I was reading that as DM.
But you know what's funny? Even with this, like Maddie calling Bethany, do you remember what time the girls were calling Jack DeCour? Didn't it stop at like 2:56?
Correct. Yep.
Yeah. So in the midst of calling Jack,
she called Bethany.
Right. So, okay. So we've all been told that around 4:00, right? She was woken up by a noise, right?
Mm-hmm.
How is she putting a new contact in her phone at 3:51 if she's asleep?
That's a good question. Well, she said around 4, but she wakes up, puts a contact in, and then gets up and opens it. I don't, it's weird.
Right. Like, why would that be something that you did? Like, you wake up and you hear noises and you're like, let me add this real quick and then I'll go see what's going on. You know what I mean? It just makes me feel like she wasn't actually sleeping.
Correct. I would love to see her activity after Eric texts her back.
Right. Like, what happened? What did you do?
One-Eyed Flo just became a Clue crew member.
One-Eyed Flo, welcome to the Clue crew.
And thank you for the 5 memberships, Flo. I appreciate you.
So we've got BF called. Oh, sorry. At 2:53, Maddie's calling Bethany. 3:51, Dylan is creating a new contact in her phone. At 4:19, Bethany calls Dylan. At 4:20, Dylan calls Xana.
Okay, wait a minute. I need to pull up the other documents so we can cross-examine these with what the state admitted versus what he admitted. So what document is the state's text messages? That would have been on the 17th. State's file exhibits. Let me see if this is it. Because we can fill in the blanks, right?
Mm-hmm. I think I have it. Hold on. Okay, so this is this one. Hold on. So much paperwork in this case. It's crazy.
Imagine being these attorneys.
Right here. Is this the one that you're talking about?
Mm-hmm. Oh, we don't have times. We
Nope.
just have from 422 to 424.
Yep. Which is weird because if I'm not mistaken,
But don't we have more of a like, I
this
think that comes later where they were on Snapchat and shit. We can get to that, I guess, when we get to it. Or I can pull that up. That was the latest one.
no, that's on this one. That's on the one that I was just reading.
Oh, that's all one?
Yeah, where they're breaking it
Uh-uh.
down with the times. That's all one. Here, I'll
Uh-uh.
show you. Look.
Not the same. No,
Look.
it's oh.
Snap.
Okay. But then we have that other one too. That was the table graph that said not hearsay. And then
Yep.
it said they called and oh my gosh. We have like, yes, that one.
Girl, I'm on this.
Holy
I'm on
fuck.
this.
There's like 3 different ones with these texts. Okay.
Yeah, so you have to understand though, for this one right here, this is why it's like this, right? Because this is the state. They ain't trying to give out all their info. They don't want the times in there and stuff, right? So it says from 422, but this is where it gets weird. From 422 to 424, right?
Mhm.
They only look at, hold on, where is it? Yeah, so for this, they're only looking at right here,
I can't see your cursor. Oh yeah, there you are.
like the 422.
Okay. No one is answering. I'm really confused right now.
Right. They omit all of this stuff. So this is the defense. So,
Okay,
right?
got you.
Who's
Okay.
like, hold on now, let me get you a, you know what I mean? A more of a timeline. Where was I? Oh yeah. So 419, she creates a new contact. Still weird. 419, Bethany calls Dylan. 420, Dylan calls Xana. 420, again, Dylan calls Kaylee. All right. 420, Dylan calls Bethany for 41 seconds. You want to know what I think is the strangest of all this? How come you guys are never calling the same person?
Well, they do because at 421, BF calls Xana. At 422, BF calls Ethan.
But look, you've got, so look at this, okay? It starts right here. Bethany is calling Dylan, okay? But then Dylan calls Xana. Dylan calls Kaylee, right? Then they get on the phone, right? Then Bethany calls Xana. Dylan calls Maddie. And then Bethany calls Maddie. And then Bethany calls Ethan. It's like they never call the same person at the same time. Or they call different people at the same time is what
I see what you're saying.
The fiance was like, I think they were in the same room, if you want my honest opinion. He was like, and I was like, oh, I get what you're saying. Like, Bethany's
well, it looks like,
it
looks like
Maddie.
Bethany's calling Xana while Dylan's calling Maddie. And then Bethany's calling Maddie while Dylan calls Ethan. Or Bethany's calling Maddie and then Bethany immediately calls Ethan.
Right.
And then DM says at 42208, which they don't have the second numbers on these calls, no one is answering. And then 3 seconds later, I'm really confused right now.
Well, he said, it's almost like if I were Bethany, right? I would tell Dylan, like, you call Xana and Kaylee, right? And then on the flip side, I'm calling, like, later, mind you, Xana and
Ethan.
Maddie.
Or Maddie.
And then Ethan. I don't know. It's just weird. So then they make all the calls, right? Bethany to Dylan. Okay. Then Dylan, and I don't even know if this was answered, right?
No, you know what you should read this from? That one with the bar graph, because if you go down, it doesn't stop there. At 422, DM says to KG, Kaylee, and then it's all in here. See this? Outgoing message, Snapchat.
Yeah, I got it up on the screen. So this is from the state. So 210, not hearsay. Okay, so we don't need that right now. But this is her asking if he's driving. Then 213, he says yes, I guess. 253, Maddie calls Bethany. 351, she creates a new contact in her phone, which there could be an explanation for that, right? So let's say the girls got home at 156, right? And she asked them, hey, who drove you? Right? And they say, oh, it's this guy that drives us all. Like, let's pretend that Dylan didn't know Eric, right? And they tell her, oh, it's this guy that drives us all the time. And so she's like, oh, well, can I have his number?
But why would it say she was inquiring if he was driving?
Well, if they told her he's a driver, I don't know why she asked if he was driving,
Because
right?
she wanted to go somewhere.
Oh, that's fiance says she wants to go somewhere.
I mean,
I'm
isn't
sorry,
that
but-
why you ask if someone's still
Mhm.
driving?
Well, and that's one of my big issues with this is, I've always had an issue with the fact that it seems like they cleared the most likely two people too quickly, especially when you consider the culmination of everything that they're presenting now in terms of the amount of DNA and this and that. I can draw no other conclusion than they did not investigate this from the possibility that the roommates were involved. Not to say that they were, but I mean, it's just the most logical thing. And when you look at that, it adds to that suspicion. Like you have no activity from 213 till 253 to 351. So there's an
No.
entire hour, right?
No, because that's Bethany at 253.
That's okay. So from 213 to
Maddie,
351, you really have no activity. Well, what were you doing? And why? Because something had to create a situation where at 351, you don't just wake up and go, oh shit, I need to put that number in my phone. No, there's something that initiates that, especially if you're drunk. You're not just going to wake up and remember, oh hell, I didn't save that number. And I'm really
Well,
curious
and she
because
initially texted him too, like, "Are you driving?" Like if
Yeah.
Kaylee
Right.
or somebody just gave her the number, she'd just add as a contact, right?
it creates a
Unless
scenario-
she wanted to go somewhere or maybe he brought food to them too. We don't know what all he does, right?
Well, it paints a picture that makes you ask the question, what did Eric Gower and Dylan do from 210 until 351? Right? It creates... No, I
He
mean, and
said
I'm
it.
not,
I didn't.
I'm not implying that they did anything. I'm just saying it makes me ask the question, what are y'all's timelines? Because
Right.
that's a problem for me.
Well, I think he turned in a Taco Bell receipt for his alibi.
He did. That's what we heard anyway. He went
Did
to
that
the
come out
police.
in the documents, or was that a news report or something?
I don't know. That was on the news, wasn't it? That he contacted the police and
Yeah.
gave them.
And I mean, quite frankly, a lot of the things that the police put out in the beginning has proven to be completely false. They were in the same room asleep. No, they weren't.
Oh,
I
straight
mean,
up, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
But they
there's
can lie, you know what I mean? Especially when the perpetrator's out there. Like, maybe they did that to
Well-
protect them. Like, oh, she didn't see me.
And I'm not saying whether they did anything wrong or not. I'm just stating it as a fact that a lot of the things the law enforcement said in the beginning has been proven to be false. So
Right. But
I
they
think we
can
have-
do that. Like, that's what they do, especially when they're trying to find someone, right? They can.
Right, but the point is we have to considering the number of things, the very
Oh, I
few
see what
things
you're
that they
saying.
said, and most of them have been proven false. We have to almost consider everything they said was false.
And we don't know that she
We-
saved the driver's number, guys. We don't know what number she saved.
Right. Right. Good point, Cletus.
All right. So where am I? Okay. So 351, she creates a new contact. 419, Bethany calls Dylan. And the record of the call itself is not hearsay since it's not a statement. In addition, BF and DM should be able to testify regarding what was discussed during this phone call as present tense impressions. So at 420, Dylan calls Xana again, or same 420, Dylan calls Kaylee. 420, 28. DM calls BF for 41 seconds. And then again, it's not hearsay. 421, Bethany calls Xana. 421:50, Dylan calls Maddie. 422, Bethany calls Ethan. And 422:08, Dylan texts Bethany. No one is answering. 3 seconds later, Dylan texts Bethany, I'm really confused right now. 422:42, so almost 30 seconds later, well, 31, Dylan to Kaylee. Kaylee. That's all she says. Kaylee.
Oh, what's going on? She says.
422:43, Dylan to Kaylee again. What's going on? Then at 423, Bethany sends a Snapchat. A message through Snapchat. 423:15, Bethany to Dylan. Yeah, dude, what the fuck? 423:28, Bethany to Dylan. Xana was wearing all black. But where's the phone call between them? Was that not in here?
I don't see it in this one, no. Because wasn't it at 4? What was it, 4:21?
Yeah, it's in the middle right here. So check this out. On the other page, it says 4:20:28. Dylan calls Bethany for 41 seconds. Oh, yeah, it's right there. So, yeah, it is in there. No one is answering. I'm really confused right now. Kaylee, what's going on? Then the Snapchat. Yeah, dude, what the fuck? And then Bethany just says back to Dylan, Xana was wearing all black. So wild. I don't know where that
Like, are
from.
these complete records? Or are we missing some of the replies? Because even down there where she says, "Shut the fuck up," actually, I don't understand the actually, or is that just
that's how they talk? Actually,
like actually, like really,
like think of Clueless, the movie Clueless.
Okay, got
That's how I look at this case because I feel like that type of like
lingo.
Yeah. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So what's going on? Yeah, dude, what the fuck? Xana was wearing all black. Unless there was something said in this 41-second conversation that would elicit this statement right here, that's weird to me. The Xana was wearing all black, right? Like,
well, and she's answering, no, it's like a ski mask almost like someone asked, like, oh, what kind of mask? Like, was it a COVID mask or no, it's like a ski mask almost, right? Where that came out of nowhere. Like she's answering a question. No.
I could see the 41-second conversation being, I just saw someone in here in all black and a ski, or in all black with a mask on, or like their face covered. I could see that being in a 41-second conversation.
Mm-hmm. But that doesn't make sense though, for DM to just say, I'm freaking out, and then 10 seconds later say, no, it's like a ski mask almost. That doesn't flow for me. I don't know.
I agree. I had a lot of problems with this conversation. Not going to lie. What's going on? Then Bethany all of a sudden, yeah, because as she texted, no one is answering. I'm really confused, right? That makes sense, right? For Bethany to come back and say, yeah, dude, what the fuck? But then
maybe it was like Diana just said, like where BF says Xana was wearing all black, and then DM immediately, like 5 seconds later, goes, I'm freaking out right now. And then 10 seconds later says, no, it's like a ski mask almost. Like Xana wouldn't have been wearing a ski mask.
Right. Like, I think they had a 41-second conversation where they're obviously hearing things, in my opinion, at this time, right? Well, the PCA tells us, right? They're literally hearing things, right? Or Dylan wouldn't have gotten up, right? So I think her saying, like, on the phone, I just saw someone in like all black in the house, right? Their mask. And Bethany's like, I mean, she's in her head trying to rationalize, right? Well,
Yeah.
I mean, Xana was wearing all black. Probably saw her before she went to bed, right? And then Dylan is like, I'm freaking out. And then she's like, no, it's a ski mask. I could see it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, for sure.
Bethany to Dylan, shut the fuck up. Bethany to Dylan, actually, like, that's just how I feel like that would be spoken. So Dylan then says to Bethany, like, he had something over his head and little, maybe she meant to put a round mouth. You know what I
Like he
mean?
had something over his
Over his
forehead
forehead.
and little in mouth.
I think this might have been supposed to be around, but I don't. It's spell check, right?
Well, I mean,
phone-
clearly she's in a panic because the something is with an F. Forehead isn't all one word. I mean, there's no spell check going on here. Like Bethany has a T at the end. She was
or
like,
she's shit faced.
maybe.
Because I look at this one message, right, where she's like, I'm scared or something. If you look at the keyboard and you think about it, right, those two letters that are exchanged are right close to each other. Now the L in little I can't get. But anyway, Bethany, I'm not kidding. I am so freaked out. And then Bethany says to Dylan, so am I. Then she says, Dylan to Bethany, phone is going to die. Fuck. Then Bethany says, come to my room. And then Bethany says, run. See, this is the part that I just go, what? Like, you want this girl to leave her room and run to your house, but there's no, maybe we should call the police. Why are you running?
Well, maybe she thought Dylan was overreacting because she was fucked up.
But she wouldn't tell her to run.
Well, and here's the other issue with Dylan and her reactions, her overreactions or anything like that, and where Bethany's mindset can be perceived from this. At the very beginning of the records, right, it says Bethany called Dylan. A minute and a half later, Dylan returns the call and they talk for 41 seconds. If Dylan was so shook, why was she not calling Bethany? Because for the longest time, the way I kind of assumed was that, or gave some grace in saying maybe her phone was dead. It's a possibility. But knowing that Bethany was the one that initiated contact inside of that house, and there's been such a guard put up to what Bethany saw and heard, I have to just ask the questions. Does Dylan even know anything?
Right. Because Bethany called DM and then DM immediately started calling Xana and then Kaylee.
Well, and when I say does Dylan know anything, it's more of like per the case that they've built. I don't see how Dylan is even relevant because the first question is, why did you call her? What did you see? What did you hear? Because she would be the first one that you would have questions for because she's the first one that makes any type of external contact to anybody else. Everything after that could be fed from that 41-second phone call. So it's something that has to be asked, and I'm anxious to hear it personally.
Well, I'm with Liz on the delay of calling Ellie, because of the calls to the house and the threat that they would be reported to their sorority. However, when you're like, if you're in a phase where you're like in fear of your life, you would think that would override, right? If you think your roommate isn't waking up for a medical reason. I don't know, man. It bothers me. I'm not going to lie. And I'm not trying to be a bitch, and I'm not blaming these girls, but this does bother me, and I really want to know more. I mean, if there is more, because they're using this 210 call to Eric Geiger or whatever his name is as the start of a timeline.
Yeah.
And that's interesting to me.
People are saying there's newer documents with more text messages,
Shit,
but I don't see that.
Are you on the website?
Yeah, like this
Oh.
one that I took from the text messages, it says new beside of it. So,
Well, it would be on the site then. I don't know.
yeah.
Maybe we just haven't shown all the new ones and they're freaking out thinking that we haven't seen them all.
Well, this is the newest one that I see in regards to the text messages, right?
Well, they're saying this is a state's exhibit and they're upset that we left the other one. So that was my bad. I guess the other one was the defense exhibit and we left it without finishing it.
Yeah, we did.
So
I
let's
can go
not
back
do
to
that.
it.
I'm sorry. Yeah. That's
Well,
my
I
bad.
think comparing them, right?
Yeah, I was just seeing like if there was anything pertinent left out. That's all.
Is this? Yeah, this is the defendant's objection. Okay.
Mhm.
All right. So we've got 210. She messages Eric. 213. He answers, confirming he is driving. But wait, Jay, hold on. There's something weird in that on its own. So if what the news says is right?
Mhm.
They said he dropped them off, and since it was already late, he was done. So then he goes by Taco Bell
Mhm.
and then goes home.
Mhm.
So if he knew after he dropped them off that he was going home, then why would he say, yes, I'm driving?
Why would he confirm?
Do you see what I'm saying? Like, if you knew you were going to go home and you're done, why would you say, yes, I'm driving?
Okay, I guess the question really would be, what's the context of her question? Is she asking if he's still doing Uber drives or is he still on the road? And yeah, I'm still driving home.
Right.
What's the context of her question? Are you still working?
Right.
Or are you still driving?
Right. That's what I'm saying. Like, I would like to know what the context was. Like, why would she care if he's driving
That's
on the
what
way
I want to
home?
know. I want to know the context. Why does she want to know? If he didn't come pick her up and take her somewhere, why did she ask that? Who needed a ride?
I don't know. And why not text back when he says yes? You know what I mean?
Right. And this is actually from the defense they said they're taking it from her records. So I would assume there's nothing left out there, right? Nothing redacted there.
Right. Okay. Then Maddie calls Bethany at 2:53.
I want to see EG's records.
Amen. 3:51, Dylan creates a new contact in her phone. 4:19, Bethany calls Dylan. 4:20 even, Dylan calls Xana. 4:20, Dylan calls Kaylee. 4:28, Dylan calls Bethany for 41 seconds. I thought, fiance's gone. He must be in the bathroom. I thought he said Bethany called Dylan. Did he not say that?
Yes, she did. Hold on. I just saw it. Hold the phone. Does that say DM calls
right.
BF?
That's right. 4:19, Bethany calls DM, calls Dylan.
Oh, so there's two calls.
Oh, yeah. And then, but see, we don't see that answered. That's right. Hers was the one that was answered was when Dylan called Bethany. Yes, Bethany.
Oh, no, it's answered because on the bar graph one, it says the record of the call itself is not hearsay since it's not a statement. In addition, BF and DM should be able to testify regarding what was discussed during this phone call as present sense impressions. So they spoke.
Oh, yeah. At 4:19.
Mm-hmm. But they spoke for less than a minute because at 4:20, right on the dot, DM called Xana.
Yep. Why doesn't it say that they talked right? That's weird.
Mm-hmm. And on this
And
one,
it's
it
the
doesn't.
defense.
It
Why
doesn't.
would they
I don't know,
leave
but
that out?
on this bar graph, it says the 41 seconds, but on the 4:19 one, it doesn't say how long it was. So,
And that could just be something that they copied and pasted in there. You know what I mean?
right.
Okay, so Bethany calls Dylan. Don't know if it's answered. How about that? Dylan calls Xana. Dylan calls Kaylee. Then Dylan calls Bethany back for 41 seconds. William Tardy, thank you for the super chat, hon. Bethany calls Xana. Dylan calls Maddie. Bethany calls Maddie. And then Bethany calls Ethan.
Mm-hmm.
Dylan calls Bethany, or sorry, Dylan texts Bethany. No one is answering. And Dylan to Bethany, I'm really confused right now. Then she sends a message to Kaylee. And then another one, what's going on? And then at 4:23, Bethany sends an outgoing message on Snapchat. And we don't know to who. Then 4:23:15, Bethany texts Dylan, yeah, dude, what the fuck? 4:23:28, Bethany texts Dylan, Xana was wearing all black. 4:23:33, Dylan says to Bethany, I'm freaking out right now. 4:23:42, Dylan says to Bethany, no, it's like ski mask almost. 4:23:48, Bethany to Dylan, shut the fuck up. 4:23:51, actually. So this is like literally where they're texting. Like these are the type of people I can't stand. Take the whole message and put it in one text. You know what I mean? But they don't do that. They like send 8.
That's how I text. I'm guilty.
I do it too sometimes, but I try to like put it all in one.
I don't ever. I'm too impatient.
4:23:52, Dylan says to Bethany, like he had something over his forehead and something about a mouth. 4:24 on the nose, Dylan texts Bethany, Bethany, I'm not kidding. I am so freaked out. 4:24:07, Bethany says to Dylan, so am I. 4:24:11, Dylan says to Bethany, phone is going to die. Fuck. 4:24:14, Bethany to Dylan, come to my room. 4:24:22, Bethany says to Dylan, run. 4:24:27, Bethany says to Dylan, down here. I don't know if she ran down here at this moment, but 4:24:39, Dylan calls Ethan. 4:24:58, Dylan.
Oh, maybe she tried to call Ethan because she was scared, right? So she calls the guy.
Oh, yeah, to walk her. Yeah.
And then she calls Bethany back like, fuck, he didn't answer.
Ellie Mo, thank you, girl. Thank you. Like she says her phone is going to die. Like you don't have a charger in your bedroom?
Well, maybe she had to find it or something. I mean, it's dark. She's drunk. Maybe she was just, I don't know, talking out loud. Like, fuck, my phone's going to die. If it dies, that's why you don't hear back from me.
So I hear you, okay? But hear me. This makes me think that your ass was never asleep. I'm sorry. Because when I go to bed, what's the one thing I do? Oh, yeah, put my phone on the charger.
Yeah. I can't argue with that.
All right. So then Dylan calls Ethan. 4:24:58. Well, obviously she didn't run down there yet. Dylan calls Bethany. 4:25:16. Bethany calls Dylan. And they're not answering? You know what I mean? That's weird. I don't know. 42711 DM outgoing call. Doesn't say to who. 42711. Oh, sorry, I read that one. 42730. Dylan outgoing message on Snapchat. 42740. Dylan sends another Snapchat. 42747. Dylan calls Kaylee. 42844. Dylan calls Xana. 429. Bethany calls Maddie. 430. Bethany calls Maddie. 430. Bethany calls Kaylee. 431. Bethany calls Kaylee. 432. Dylan texts Kaylee. And at 434, Bethany accessed Snapchat. I don't know what that means. Do you? You just got on it and didn't do anything?
I don't know, man. Is that just breaking down?
Because they do the same with Instagram. Does that mean you like just get on the app? What
Like
does
the
that
app
mean?
was open?
Right. That's what I'm thinking, is that they
Showing-
just
but-
open it.
But people have a lot of apps open on their phone.
I agree. And they've already been, but they say up here, right? They send a Snapchat. Maybe they're looking for a response from someone.
It could be a group.
Mm-hmm.
Could be a group Snapchat too.
So at 434, Bethany is on Snapchat. 437, Bethany switches to Instagram. Then we jump all the way to 7:30 in the morning. Bethany calls her dad. 8 o'clock. Bethany calls her dad. 8 o'clock. Bethany calls another number. 8:01, Bethany calls home. And 8:02, Bethany calls her mom.
Okay, what's interesting when I'm looking at the state's evidence, they
Mhm.
don't have anything on this thing, the newest one, after 4:37 a.m. when BF accesses Instagram. The next thing they have is 10:23:23 DM to MM. Are you up?
Yeah.
So what happened between
Oh, but that's wrong.
4:37 and 10:23?
That's wrong. There's other messages here.
No. What I'm saying is the state in this latest one
Mm-hmm.
for hearsay and not hearsay,
Yeah.
they don't have anything between 4:37 a.m. and 10:23 a.m. in their exhibit that they're presenting. Their
Right.
Case.
Right.
So-
And this is the defense. That's what
That's
I
what I'm
think
saying. So for some reason,
they left
the
it out.
state left it out, and they don't intend to call it as evidence. The question's why?
Mm-hmm.
Why don't they want to call the evidence BF's call to her dad 2 times? Why don't they want to call the evidence her calling a quote another number,
Mm-hmm.
calling home, calling mom,
Mm-hmm.
and then the dad calling back at 8:10? Right?
Mhm.
They don't have any of that in there.
No,
Why?
because it makes them look suspicious, in my opinion. It really does.
Yeah, but it shouldn't. Like, if they didn't do anything wrong, like, that should not make them look suspicious. There should be a reasonable explanation, and they shouldn't be afraid to share that. But they're going to have to answer to it because now the defense has put it in.
Mm-hmm.
So it's just kind of wild to me.
So, yeah, her dad calls back at 8:09. All right. Then we have 8:05 to 10 o'clock. Dylan is on Instagram. 8:05 to 10 o'clock.
And we can't forget that they used, like, Xana's TikTok for part of the timeline, too. And she may have had that wide open.
Mm-hmm. Then 8:41 to 8:42, Bethany takes photos. More than one in a minute.
What time was that?
8:41 to 8:42. So while Dylan is on Instagram, Bethany is doing other stuff. Does that make sense? Like,
yeah.
she's
Right.
taken photos from 1 minute, 8:41 to 8:42. It could be of herself. It could be of, I don't know, her room. It could be of Dylan, right? We don't know what she's taking a picture of, or it says photos, so we don't know. But then at 9:04, Bethany's mom texts her back, I guess, or texts her saying, "You need something?"
I just want to clarify, Patsy, this isn't a PCA. This is actual exhibits for trial. Sorry.
Yeah, they were both, I think Bethany was Snapchatting. I don't know if they both were. I can't remember now. All right. So then after she gets off Instagram, Dylan messages with people, incoming and outgoing Snapchat. You know what makes me angry about this, Jay? I've got no lie to tell. I have literally written off that WSU mom person.
Oh, I know. The shit was out there early. Mm-hmm.
That, yeah, she kept saying that everyone knew before the cops were called. This makes me believe that everyone
she wasn't
knew.
lying. Mm-hmm. I know. I thought that same thing. I was like,
It doesn't,
fuck.
I know, it doesn't necessarily mean that they knew the students were dead, but they could have known that something happened, right? Because what are you all doing all this Snapchatting
Well,
about?
they probably knew that someone was not waking up and was passed out and wasn't waking up, right?
Well, they haven't even texted anybody yet. So they don't know she's not waking up yet.
Well, they're not answering.
Well, over the night, yeah.
I saw a guy in a mask and they're not answering.
Well,
I mean, do the game of telephone on a college campus and send out a text that says, "Oh my God, the girls at 1122 saw a guy with a mask and the roommates aren't answering. They think they're dead." And then it just moves on. I mean, it could blow up like that too.
I agree.
That's right, Zaza.
Oh,
I
yeah,
forgot
girl.
about that. Brian was on Yik Yak.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Not just on Yik Yak. They subpoena, or they got a warrant for his Yik
For
Yak.
Yik Yak. Uh-huh.
Girl, I lost my mind when I saw that.
Yep.
I was like, oh, hold on, and I'm pretty sure they may, no, they didn't do Dylan's. I think they just did his. But anyway, all right. So she's on Instagram till 10 o'clock. Then at 10 o'clock to 10:01, she DM messages incoming and outgoing on Snapchat. 10:01 to 10:53, 10:01 to 10:03, Dylan is back on Instagram. 10:03, 30 to 10:04:02, she gets on.
Nope.
What?
I don't like it. Nope. On Indeed?
Yes, girl.
Who the fuck? No. Remember when Kaylee's Indeed was deleted right in front of her sister's eyes? Remember when what's her sister's name?
Olivia.
Remember when Olivia said that she was on Kaylee's Instagram or Indeed and she was logged in and it fucking deleted?
Yeah.
Why the fuck would this girl be on Indeed?
Well, they're saying LinkedIn, not Indeed.
Oh, sorry. That was her LinkedIn. Oh, Indeed is the job site. I'm sorry.
I mean, they're the same, right?
I mean, it is weird she was on Indeed, but no, they're not. I mean, LinkedIn is like a resume site. I mean, they are kind of the same, but is that what deleted of Kaylee's though? It was LinkedIn. Okay.
Yeah, they're saying LinkedIn.
Oh, shoot. Sorry.
So yeah, that's true. LinkedIn is more networking, where Indeed is like, I need a job. So yeah.
I was thinking that was the same thing that was deleted of Kaylee's, and I'm like, oh my God, no.
All right. So she's on Indeed 10:04:54 to 10:23:02. She's incoming and outgoing messages on Snapchat again. Then 10:23:23, Dylan texts Maddie. 10:24:01 to 10:25:04, she's back on Instagram.
Okay, so that
10:30.
text was, are you up? The 10:23:23.
Mm-hmm. Then 10:20, what I say, 10:30:18 to 10:45:43, Dylan messages incoming and outgoing on Snapchat. Sherry, thank you for the super chat, hon.
Thank you, Sherry.
Let's see. Then 11:21:53, JM text Bethany. Do you know who that is? Jenna McGuire, maybe?
Mm-mm. I don't know who that is. But on this bar graph, that one's not on there.
Really? What is it? 11:21?
Neither is the 10:30.
Oh, yeah.
That one's not on the state's exhibit either. The
I tell you what I'm
DM
gonna do.
messages, incoming and outgoing. Snapchat, that's not on the state's exhibit.
Today, I'm going to redo that graph.
Oh, like add them all together?
Yep. Put everything together.
That's a good idea.
So JM could be Jenna McClure. That's not McGuire. It's another girl at the university.
Oh, I'm not familiar with that one.
Oh, girl, I looked up everybody. I was bad in this case. 10:56:49 to 11:29:08. Dylan was back on Instagram and messages on Snapchat.
Okay. That one's not on the state's exhibit either.
11:29:27, Dylan texts Kaylee. Is that Are You Up To?
That is Are You Up? Yes.
11:29:41 to 11:32:45. Dylan on Instagram and messaging on Snapchat. So here's my problem. All right. If you're texting these girls, are you up? Right? Obviously that signifies to me that it's not uncommon for them to sleep until like 12. Would you say that's fair?
Mm-hmm.
What determines then? Okay, let me just keep going. I just want to know what determines then that Xana is not waking up. Because if you look at this, right, just pay attention to who they're texting, right? So Dylan has texted Kaylee and Maddie right now. So 11:29:41 to 11:32, she's on Instagram and messaging on Snapchat again. 11:35:36, Dylan is on Yik Yak. 11:36:07, she's on TikTok.
All right. So the key right there would be Bryan was on Yik Yak, and so was she. So what did she post on Yik Yak?
I don't know. I know it's a site for like college kids but I don't know what she put on there.
Right.
Or was she just looking at stuff, right?
Mm-hmm.
I wonder if, son of a bitch. I
Mm.
wonder if that picture that he posted, that selfie that he took that morning, I wonder if it posted to Yik Yak. Can you do that on there?
I'm not sure.
Because didn't they say he took that picture at like 10:30?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
All right. So after Yik Yak at 11:36:07, she moves to TikTok. At 37:36, she moves to Snapchat. 11:39:09 to 11:40, Dylan and her dad text. 11:49, Bethany calls JM. Now, she had texted her right here. Remember?
Mm-hmm.
JM. And 11:55 JM texts Dylan. Isn't that weird? You're in the same room. You know what I mean? I don't know. These kids today, you never know. They could have
Wait,
just,
what do you mean they're in the same room?
well, they've got to be in the same room, right? Didn't she run down to her room?
Girls. Oh, yeah. Did she
So
run down, though? Do we know if she ran
I
down?
think she did. They stopped calling each other and texting each other.
True.
So Bethany calls JM, right? And then literally a minute later, the JM texts Dylan. So 11:44:06 to 11:50:38. Dylan is back on Instagram. And then at 11:50, Dylan calls, I'm thinking this is Emily Hunter's girlfriend, right? 11:51:01, JM texts Dylan again. 11:51:07, Bethany texts JM. Then JM texts Bethany back. Then JM texts Bethany. 11:51, Bethany texts JM. JM texts Bethany. Bethany texts JM. Bethany texts JM. Bethany texts JM. Now, why the hell wouldn't they do that rate? Oh, I guess they did each minute. Okay, 11:54 to 11:57. JM texts Bethany 3 texts. All in that. I don't know why they didn't just simplify it here. It's weird. 11:54:39 to 11:57:01, Dylan is on Instagram. 11:56, Bethany calls 911. So hear me out with my tinfoil hat, okay?
Okay.
DM text Maddie, are you up? Whatever. But that's not even right. She texted her, please answer. In one of the other, yeah, look, right here. Right here. DM to Kaylee. Or to, yeah, Dylan to Kaylee, please answer. Dylan to Maddie, are you up? Dylan to Kaylee,
Right.
are
So
you
where's
up?
the please answer one?
They left it out.
So they're leaving some out too, even the defense.
Yeah. So
we can't assume that these are the complete records.
right. I
Yeah.
agree.
Because there's some in the states and there's some in the defense.
However, with my put your tinfoil hat on with me, okay?
Okay, we've got it on.
How come there's a call to 911 where they think their roommate has passed out and just isn't waking up, when that morning they don't even try to contact Xana?
Okay, say that again.
The call and the reason that they got Hunter over there is because they thought Xana had passed out and wasn't waking up. Yet in the morning, neither one of you try to contact Xana. How do you know Xana is not awake?
Well, if these aren't complete, they may have. Maybe it's just not in there. That's all I can say. That's the only explanation. If there isn't any, then yes, it's weird.
But what's weird to me is that night, Xana's there. Xana.
Mm-hmm.
Xana.
No, I know. I see what you're saying. I don't.
But you don't reach out to her in the morning. But then you call 911 because you think she is passed out and not waking up.
Because DM saw the man coming out of Xana's room, Diana says, but still, she saw him come out of the room at 4:20 and then called her. I don't know. That is weird.
Hold on. We think she saw him coming out of her room. What she saw was him in a hallway.
True.
It doesn't say which way she saw him walking.
He came through the door with that hallway. You're right.
So we don't, I
We
mean,
can't. Yeah, you're right. That's inserting facts we don't know.
right. If you came up from the basement, or what I call the basement, but the first floor, if you came up and you went to that stairway, you could walk straight into that hallway. Same as if you left Xana's room, you would have to walk into that hallway. So we don't know which direction she saw him coming from. And she did hear noise in Xana's room, but she also heard noise in Kaylee's room.
Right. She also
So-
thought Kaylee was playing with her dog at one point.
Right. I just find it very weird that they don't text Xana in the morning,
Valid
but
question.
they call. They're
And
calling
you know what, Clue?
911.
These are really good questions that, when we watch the trial, it's going to be awesome to see if they're answered, right? Because we can go, okay, well, what about that? That's what I love about discussing this before the trial. Even though we don't know all the pieces, then we can look for those pieces when we're listening to testimony. I think it's great. I'm sorry, there's just some people that are salty in my chat.
About what?
I don't know. Just, it's okay. I just wanted to say that. There's just, I don't know. I don't even want to get into it. I don't want to give it life. I'm just saying there's a lot of pieces probably still missing.
I agree
That's
with that. Because look at the other papers, right? Or the other things, right? They don't even have all the things on here. You know what I mean?
Right. This isn't like definitive. We're just discussing. I just think people get worked up when people discuss. And
The girls.
Mm-hmm.
I get
and
it.
It's just not like that. Like it's unfortunate that Bryan Kohberger put them in this position. It really is. Or whoever did this, I should say. It's unfortunate that they were involved in this incident and that it's so public. But unfortunately, me not talking about it doesn't make it not public.
I really want to find that one that's about the eyebrows, but it's her. They go through and say like so many things that she said about him. Does that make sense? Like they really go through. Oh, I just found it, I think. Yeah, so this one paper thing, or this one, here, I'll just show you, shows everything that it basically goes through Dylan's interviews, right? Have you seen this?
Yes, we went over this one.
We did?
Me and you, yeah. Pretty sure.
On this one?
I thought we did.
Where she thinks
or maybe
it's
I went over it alone. I think no, we went over the eyebrows.
No, there's three things about eyebrows.
Okay, maybe I haven't seen this one then.
Oh, girl, this one's so good.
This is from the 24th? No, I haven't seen this.
Yeah, so all right.
Well, show me the top. I want whose exhibit is it? The defense?
No,
okay. So this is the defense.
It's a state.
Yep. No, it's this defense. Comes now Bryan Kohberger.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
So I saw the state's exhibit. These are the freaking responses.
Right. Yep. So it's really good though, that because it kind of puts you in a perspective of Dylan. And I will say this, I know there's people salty in the chat thinking that like we're blaming them. I can tell you this personally. When that 911 call came out, remember we listened to it on your show?
Mm-hmm.
And I heard the whisper clear as day. She says, should we warn Kaylee? I don't know why they concealed that 911 call for the longest time, because that just fueled suspicion on the roommates, where hearing that almost it was in their favor for me personally, because you're showing concern about Kaylee, right? Which I wouldn't think if you did anything.
I thought they said we should have warned Kaylee. That maybe they talked about making a run upstairs to check out to see her or something. I think they really looked up to Kaylee. She was the oldest one. I feel like maybe I don't know. I mean, that's just, I love you, Diana HB. Thank you for your super chat. You know what I'm saying? Like, did they discuss maybe going upstairs, but we're too scared, and we're like, in hindsight, we should have warned Keely. I don't know.
Maybe. Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong on what they say, but that would make sense. I didn't hear poor Kaylee. I know I didn't hear that. I either heard what you said or what I said.
I didn't hear poor Kaylee either. I know people were saying that, but
I didn't hear where's Kaylee.
Hold on, somebody in my.
But I agree, like, hiding a 911 call for that long was bizarre to me in the first place. I thought it was like so traumatic that they didn't put it out.
I agree.
And it is traumatic if you know them. You know, we don't know them. You know what I'm saying? Like, if that was my daughter, no, I wouldn't want to turn on the news and hear it. You know, it would be really hard. So I don't know. Maybe it was out of protection for them because of, you know, when it was in judge's hands, because this guy didn't hesitate to unseal it. This judge.
Yeah.
Liza says, money, money, money.
Okay, so there is some good stuff in these two right here.
Okay, cool.
All right, so on November 13th, this is in regards to bushy eyebrows. This is the interview from the 13th of November. She was inside the house when the murders occurred and saw a figure dressed in black, hereinafter intruder. When she peeked out of her bedroom door around 4 a.m., shortly after seeing the intruder, she went downstairs to Bethany's room. The two girls fell asleep. Roughly 8 hours later, a 911 call was made from Bethany's phone at 11:56 a.m. More than 8 hours after seeing the intruder, DM was interviewed by law enforcement at the scene and at the police department. It was confusing to Dylan that the intruder looked at her but did not come towards her or say anything. When describing the intruder to Officer Nunez at the scene, she described the height, build, and clothing of the intruder. Her description did not mention eyebrows. When she called Bethany before going downstairs to Bethany's room, Dylan said she was kind of in and out of it. I was really tired. Later,
okay, so that's the initial interview, right? She didn't want to say I was really drunk.
Right. So later, when she was interviewed at the police department, Detective Mowry inquired about facial features and asked Dylan if she knew what color the intruder's eyebrows were. She did not know the color of the intruder's eyes or eyebrows. Everything was kind of blurry, like I don't fully remember it. During the Mowry interview, Dylan again mentioned that she was in and out of it because she was so tired. Pictures on November 13th. Law enforcement took pictures of Dylan's room on November 13th and November 19th, 2022. On the walls in her bedroom were many pictures of eyes with prominent eyebrows, many of which she had drawn. Some of the eyebrows are heavy, voluminous, puffy, or perhaps subjectively bushy. Dylan's room. Oh, sorry, that's the exhibit. According to Detective Lake, he found artwork of human figures with an emphasis upon the eyes and eyebrows were pinned to corkboards. On November 17th, 4 days later, Dylan was interviewed by Detective Gooch and indicated that she was really asleep and probably very drunk when she woke up around 4 a.m. Throughout the interview, Dylan expressed uncertainty about what she heard and saw and did not know if it was real or if it was a dream or if her mind was playing with her. It just doesn't make sense. Dylan described the intruder and told Detective Gooch that she recalls seeing his eyebrows, his bushy eyebrows. But she did not recall the color of the eyebrows. She did not remember the eyes or the mouth, just the eyebrows. When she saw the intruder, she thought that the intruder was about 5 feet away from her, but that could be off since she was still a little bit drunk. She did not think she could remember enough to give composite for a composite artist. She could just recall the bushy eyebrows, but not the shape or color of them. In this interview, Detective Gooch asked if Dylan had anxiety, which led to Dylan stating she had a lot of lucid dreams of being kidnapped or chased. She indicated she watched Criminal Minds and fell asleep to crime podcasts. She might be listening to you, Jay, right now. What?
I don't know. It's just weird. I don't like that.
She said, I don't like that.
Thank you, Beans, for the 5 memberships, and I hope you had a happy birthday yesterday.
So December 1st, we jumped to half a month later. Dylan was interviewed again and described the intruder. She did not see his eyes, but she saw one eyebrow or two. But it was just like this bushy eyebrow. I could just see like an eyebrow. This bushy eyebrow is her statement. She did not remember the color or the shape of the eyebrow. She just remembered it being bushy. She did not remember if she saw one eyebrow or two. Throughout the interview, Diem indicated that she had always had really bad dreams, lucid dreams, and scary dreams. She did not know what parts of her recollections were dreams and what parts were real. When she woke up that morning on the 13th, she did not fully understand what was a dream or not. In this interview, she indicated that she thought that the person she saw was a fireman. He does have bushy eyebrows.
Well, I pulled up the side by side, right, of after the murders, the mugshot, and then the one from that morning or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think they look different, or do you think it's the lighting?
Let me make it bigger.
Because I mean, it's hard to say. Bless you.
Well, this has always been my problem with everything that she said she saw, right? Because here's the deal. Look at the right picture. Do you see how it's kind of all like a dark circle? She's in already a low light environment, right? I don't know how you separate the eyebrow from the eye on Kohberger without a lot of light. You see how you can tell like a difference for real on the left side? You can tell where his eye stops and the eyebrow starts.
Mm-hmm.
But in the dark, I would think that Bryan would look like you would just be stared at like a dark hole.
Yeah, kind of like Michael Jackson in the video Thriller. Like how his eyes get those, it's just like one big dark hole. Like this one. He looks so different in both pictures. It freaks me the fuck out.
He does. He's like
God,
a chameleon. And you remember that
why?
one picture with the blue shirt? Like he don't even look like that guy.
Not at all.
Well, he's also smiling too. When he's got weird teeth. You know what I mean? Like he has, it's something about his mouth that just freaks me out personally.
He looks so different in different pics, but doesn't he look really thin on the left?
Yes. And pale. But
it's
again,
like
I think
he almost looks healthier after the murders. Creepy.
I agree.
Creepy.
I do agree with that.
Fucking creepy.
Because he looks kind of like he's so pale on that one on the left. You know what I mean?
Very. I mean, the lighting is different, but yes. And he was white when he did his perp walk. You know, the jails probably have those weird lights, where they do those mug shots.
Yeah,
But
it's
that
like a
bathroom light is
fluorescent.
probably a fucking LED,
Yeah,
you know,
that's
like in a
true.
bathroom that's bright as fuck.
I agree, Southern. Like his jawline is like,
Different. Mm-hmm.
yeah, like but it's also maybe the angle too. You know
The
what I
angle,
mean?
plus you said he's like smiling, not showing teeth.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think he relapsed on drugs?
It's possible, right? Like he was having all the problems at school. What tends to happen when you do that type of stuff, right? Your real life kind of just a lot of times falls to shit, you know?
Mm-hmm. Well, and
So,
yeah, he was losing his job.
yep.
A lot was going on. God,
I
it's creepy.
Could you imagine though thinking that like it's a fireman?
No, that does no.
Like
Waste it.
without any like sirens, you know what I mean? Like
Where did that come from? Yeah.
yeah, like what made him look like a fireman? Was it the thing over his face? You know what I mean? Like what I don't know what would make you look like a fireman, but I don't know.
You need to take that selfie of Bryan
Mhm.
and put that mask on him and show what he would look
Oh
like.
yeah, we could do that.
Mm-hmm. Because she
You
said she could see a little bit of his mouth.
She actually doesn't say that. That's what I was going to say. This other thing that
Oh,
I found, it clarifies.
okay. Let me bring your stuff back up.
It's
Whoops.
in the next one. This is just her
Oh,
statements about.
can you reshare? Oh, do you want me to just keep the picture
Oh
up, you
yeah,
guys, or is it too creepy? Because I'm kind of creeped.
it shows it's back there.
Oh, there it is. Oh, I have to remove mine. Okay. I didn't know I had to do that. There we go.
All right, so I'm on the 29th. Okay, so the last one was what, the 21st or the first? Okay, so later, 3 weeks almost. Oops, I skipped it. A statement submitted by law enforcement in support of the arrest warrant used descriptive information from Dylan's interviews. Dylan described the figure as 5'10" or taller, male, not very muscular, but athletically built with bushy eyebrows. On the 30th, after the arrest of Mr. Koberger, Dylan was interviewed by Detective Lake and Detective Tolleson. When she learned that an arrest had been made, she found a mugshot of Mr. Koberger online. When asked if Mr. Koberger was the person that she saw in the house, she did not know if Mr. Koberger was the intruder. She knew that the intruder had looked at her because of the bushy eyebrow. That's weird. All that she remembered is some bushy eyebrow and all black and some sort of mask. Then the grand jury testimony on May 15th. Subsequently, Dylan provided grand jury testimony and was questioned about what the intruder was wearing. She was again uncertain, and that testimony is attached but not quoted verbatim here.
Okay, so let's stop there for 1 second because that was grand jury testimony, which is what, made them arrest him, right? If it wasn't, if she was unsure about the testimony, that can't be what made the grand jury sway to get Koberger.
Right. Which is weird, right? Because remember we kept hearing the rumors that even the jurors wanted more information, but they didn't let them ask it or whatever.
I do remember something about that.
And it's crazy because she definitely right here, all that she remembered is some bushy eyebrow and all black and some sort of mask. But then down here, now granted, it's been a bit of time, right? 5 months, right? No.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, 5 months. So, and then here, when she's asked about what he's wearing, she doesn't know. Right? Like
Right. The more time that goes on, the more she's going to forget.
right. So then it goes into the opportunity to view. Dylan peeked out of her bed door 3 times after 4 a.m. on the 13th. The third time, she saw a figure dressed in black. At the scene, she described the intruder as, he was a little bit taller than me, and I couldn't really see much of him. But I'm almost positive he was wearing a full black outfit, and he had this mask that was just over his forehead and over his mouth.
Oh, okay.
And he didn't say anything to me, like, at all. So let me throw something out there to you. I want to know when she saw him, because if he was in the doorway, right, there's a step up there. Is she assuming, and Sarge and I talk about this all the time, and fiance, is she assuming that he's a little taller than her because she sees him on that upper landing part? Or because when he walks by her, right, she sees him in comparison to her height.
Like almost eye to eye is what it sounded like to me.
Right.
So wait, we're looking at this. She went out her door. We knew she was awake. So at 3:51, she created the new contact.
Right.
We knew she was awake then because she was opening her door at 4 a.m.
Mm-hmm.
But they said that they slept after Dylan went down to Bethany's, right?
Right.
Okay.
So at the police department, her description of the intruder was similar. And then I opened the door again, and the guy is right there. And he's maybe my height, a few inches taller, not like skinny, athletic build. He has all black. He's wearing this mask that covers just his forehead and here, his forehead and here, and it goes like around. He was white. There were no lights on the stairs. Dylan was uncertain whether the kitchen light or the bathroom light was on. The kitchen light might have been on, but the twinkle lights in the living room may have been on.
Okay. So in other words, you don't know if any lights were on or off.
Right. Well, I can tell you this. When they arrive to a crime scene, right, they typically don't touch anything. They don't mess with anything, right? And if you look at the very first pictures that people took, there are no lights on in the kitchen. Degree of attention, Dylan acknowledged that her brain might have been fuzzy due to alcohol and sleepiness when she saw the intruder. She stated that she had been drinking alcohol just hours prior to peeking out her bedroom door sometime around 4 a.m. and seeing an intruder. She was intoxicated when she arrived home around 1:15, 1:30-ish. She was probably very drunk and tired when she saw the intruder at 4 a.m. Accuracy of description. When asked if she could see the intruder's face, she testified that I wouldn't say I fully remember their face, but I remember seeing his eyebrows. So at some point, I probably did see his face and don't remember it. But how do you see his face if his mouth is covered?
It sounds like she was, well, you know, if you think about it this way, though, she's probably being asked, right, to remember what he looked like. And she's maybe trying to remember, did I see his nose? Did I see this? Like wanting to give them, you know how it is, just like when the cops ask us, you know, in interrogations, you want to give them the answers eventually. I mean,
I think Anne's with me here because she says
What'd
during
she
other
say?
interviews, she said he was wearing a mask. That covered, you know what I mean? Like it says that it covered his mouth. So how?
yeah, I mean, it's obviously not consistent. No.
All right, level of certainty. During each interview, Dylan was uncertain. On December 30th, 22, after the arrest of Mr. Koberger, Dylan was interviewed. by Detective Lake and Detective Tollison when she learned an arrest had been made. She found a mugshot of Mr. Koberger online. When asked if Mr. Koberger was the person that she saw in the house, she did not know if Mr. Koberger was the intruder. She knew that the man looked at her because of the bushy eyebrow. All that she remembered is some bushy eyebrow and all black and some sort of mask. Several weeks after the murders, Dylan thought that the person she saw was a fireman. In her mind, Dylan thought that the intruder went out of the back sliding door, but she doesn't know if he actually went out the back door. The sliding back door was not visible from the doorway of Dylan's bedroom. Timeline between event and identification. 4 a.m. on November 13th, Dylan saw the intruder. Roughly 8 hours later, the 911 call was made. More than 8 hours after seeing the intruder, Dylan provided a very limited and uncertain description of the intruder and two different officers. On November 17th, 4 days later, Dylan did not think that she could sufficiently describe the intruder for a composite artist. On December 30th, 22, after his arrest, Dylan could not recognize Mr. Koberger from a photo. Further, by the time that Dylan testifies at trial this year, we already read that, 3.5 years is coming. So, I don't know. I mean, he was
I've been
wearing
reading
a
chat.
mask.
I think that, I don't know, man. I mean, being drunk, I don't know, man. I wouldn't be a reliable eyewitness either. And then especially after he gets arrested and you've seen his face and you've probably seen a lot of pictures of him.
Right.
Yeah.
I'm trying to figure out, did I do this right? I don't even know what the heck. Somebody said number 7 in the chat. That page is this one, right? And they said that this is, it talks about more.
Oh, this is a different document?
Yeah. Oh, see right here, mask that was just covering his forehead and mouth. So yeah.
Go back up.
All the way?
Stop. No, go to the facts, the very beginning. Okay, never mind. It's the same stuff.
It's pretty much the same, but here she says it different. Not insanely tall, wearing all black, in a mask that was just covering his forehead and mouth. I couldn't really see much of him. Oh, he was a little bit taller than me. I couldn't really see much of him. I'm almost positive he was wearing a full black outfit and he had this mask that was just over his forehead and mouth. So, here we go. A basketball player. Yeah.
Basketball player, kind of skinny.
Yep. Which fits for Koberger.
It does. When you say athletic built, if you picture someone with muscles, but a basketball player is more lanky.
Yeah, they're lean, right?
Mm-hmm. I think that fits his description. Not height.
And you know what's really weird to me? That when they talk about her initial interview, it's always bothered me that she's never said he's a white guy.
She did. The last thing you read, she said he was white.
Right. But they didn't put that in the PCA. You would think that you would do that. You know what I mean? Because they say when they looked at his driver's license, it tracked with her description, white male. It's the first thing they say, if I'm not mistaken, white male. And I'm like, well, she never told you guys that it was a white male. But obviously she did. They just didn't put that statement in the PCA.
Right. They only put what they need in the PCA, right?
Mm-hmm.
To arrest. That's why I'm saying there could be a lot that we still don't know, because not everything's unsealed. So when they pull out these exhibits and they start going through these text messages and they're read in court, that's going to be super interesting.
Oh, look here. I'm 5'10", so he's probably around 6 feet. I don't remember what his eyes look like either. I didn't recognize his eyes, but definitely a white guy. At some point, she says something about him carrying a vacuum cleaner. Just an FYI. I don't know. I don't know where that is, but
Carrying a vacuum cleaner. I wonder what if he had his arm in a certain way. Like,
yeah, right? Like, or maybe something. I swear, you guys don't hold me to that, but I'm telling you, people have been telling me something about him carrying a vacuum cleaner.
oh.
Oh, that's good, Loxy. It could be his bloody clothes. I have not found that in these documents yet. But we should go live from the trial.
The question is, when did he enter the home?
Right?
What
Well,
time did he go in?
I don't know, because they say right here. So, have you seen the graph with like the car?
Yeah. On YouTube?
No, it's it's in one of these filings somewhere, but or no, News Nation, I think, put it together, the whole car thing. But it's just it's crazy to see the movements, and I think that's how they figure he went in
Oh, read
at
this.
like what?
This
Which
is
part?
her interview right here.
Oh yeah. Someone caused it.
Well, go up because it's the okay, I'm going to help you.
Yeah, she's talking about what she heard 4 days later. Right. She talks about she went to
Look,
bed at
Yeah, she went to
3:20.
bed at 3:20. And then at 3:50, she added a new contact.
She went to bed at 3:20, and then 30 minutes later, she's up putting a number in her phone.
Well, isn't it funny? I mean, I guess we were lied to in the beginning, but we were told that all the roommates were in their beds and sleeping.
Or asleep. In their room or asleep.
Oh,
by
or
4.
asleep.
Yeah. Which tracks, right? 3:20. And then maybe that's what they mean. That she went to bed until she went to bed at 3:20. So
wait, hold on. So she was interviewed by Idaho State Police Detective 4 days later. So she was interviewed by all these people. Oh my God. So then
so
it
scary.
says it is scary.
I've
Dustin
been interviewed by the
Blaker.
FBI. It's scary as shit.
I bet it is.
Dude, you're like fucking I don't ever want to do that again.
I don't blame
Ever.
DM
I was
gave a
uncomfortable
detailed.
too. Like
Sorry.
I was super uncomfortable too because it was about my ex. So I've got this dude there in his blue FBI jacket, and he's all asking me questions about my like sex life and positions and any toys. It was terrible. I am so
that's
uncomfortable.
awful.
I called my brother over there. I was like, "Can you please come over here right now?"
I am really. I every time I hear about that, I'm so sorry you went through that. How awful.
It's all good, but I mean, it was insanity. The madness of that interview.
Got to be nerve-wracking, yeah. Even if you haven't done shit wrong.
Yeah, that's the FBI. You know what I mean?
That. Yeah, I'm good. But it says that Dustin Blaker gave a. Wait a minute. DM was interviewed by state police. And
the captain, but at the time the sergeant.
Oh, DM gave a detailed recounting of what she did on Saturday until she went to bed at 3:20 a.m. on Sunday. Defendant's Exhibit number 6, pages 19 through 50.
Good God.
That's a lot of fucking pages.
She did a lot of shit.
She did do a lot of shit.
Holy crap. That's a lot. It's like 30 pages. And if it's typed, okay.
Or is it records? I don't know. Weird. but it says sometime between 4 and 4:20.
Mm-hmm.
She woke up and heard a male's voice or a voice she didn't recognize. A voice she didn't recognize say, "It's okay. I'm going to help you."
But how are you putting something in your phone at 3:51 and you wake up at 4?
That's what I'm saying.
That doesn't
She
make
went to bed
sense.
at 3:20, but woke up between 4 and 4:20 to a male's voice, but put a contact in her phone at 3:51.
Mm-hmm.
No, we don't follow conspiracy channels.
Shut
We
up,
are-
Loxy.
No, that's not Loxy.
No, not her. I'm sorry. That sounded rude. I
It's-
wasn't talking to that person.
Oh,
Loxy just said something really interesting.
What?
I just looked, and there are knife sharpeners that have a handle like a handheld vacuum.
oh.
I don't know. I've got to find the vacuum thing and all these things, right? It's just what people have come into my chat and told me that she thought he was carrying a vacuum.
Ooh. Okay, I'm gonna look that up. Keep going.
DM opened her door and saw someone, because from my mind, it's like I was almost wearing these like blurry glasses. Like it's fuzzy and cloudy, but it was like a figure of someone wearing all black. And it was like they had a ski mask that was covering their forehead and their chin and mouth. But I could see the eye. All I remember was seeing their eyebrows. And I don't remember what their eyes look like, but I remember their eyebrows. I don't remember the color the eyebrows were. I just remember like bushy eyebrows. That's all I could think about.
What's this thing look like? That looks like a vacuum. Because I'm seeing them, but they're small. You know what I mean? I mean, they're like you can hold them in your hand.
I mean, it would have to be small if he took it.
But she would think he'd have a
I
little.
see one. I see one.
You do?
Yeah, I mean, I could see what she's,
Oh, in my Discord. Okay, hold on.
see? Like this.
Oh, because it's got a hand gripper.
Right. Which could look like a handheld vacuum.
Oh, fuck. You're right.
So, yeah, I see it. I mean,
Does it say, though, in the documents what kind of sharpener he bought from
Yeah,
Amazon?
that's
I'm asking you to pull everything up.
okay. I haven't found that yet. Let me look if I can do
I'll
it real
scroll through these. Keep doing what you're doing. I'll keep looking at these new ones and see.
DM stated she is 5'10". The male was around 5'10", and then 6 feet, somewhere around there. Okay. He was 3 feet from her, by the way. The male was approximately 3 feet from where she was standing. I would say about 3 feet from what I remember. Again, that could be off because I obviously probably still a little bit drunk. I just woke up. I don't remember fully. I just have such a problem with that, man. Like if you're sleeping and then you like wake up and you put a number in your phone, you didn't just wake up and then immediately walk to the door.
Yeah. I mean,
You've been focusing on doing something, right?
and you have to manually do that. Like, it's not like leaving TikTok open or Instagram open or something. Yeah,
She said,
it's wild.
Again, she described the male. I know he looked at me because I could see his eyebrows. I think I just saw one eyebrow. I don't know why or how. Oh, here we go. Right here. Dylan recounted calling and texting her roommate Bethany and she discussed with Bethany that there was someone in the house wearing all black and a ski mask.
Ooh.
So I wonder if that was during the call, or are they referencing the text messages?
I don't know.
I have a problem with that too. What someone just said in the chat, he looked at her but kept her alive.
Well, I think that's why she said that she was surprised he didn't go towards her.
Why would you be though surprised in the middle of the night that he didn't? Even if you thought it was someone that somebody invited over.
Well, maybe
right?
because she thought it was someone she knew, right? And she thought that maybe someone walking in would be like, hey. And when he didn't, he just kept going. Maybe it took her off guard. Like she opened the door drunk, thinking someone's going to go, hey, Dylan, what's up?
That's
And
true.
And he didn't. He just kept going. And she was like, whoa, what the fuck just happened? And then maybe took in what she just heard. I'm
Yeah.
going to help you. Like, who the fuck would that be? Is it a fireman? I'm drunk. Who
Yeah.
the fuck was in here?
Well, when you hear the statement, right, I'm going to help you, you would maybe think it's some sort of like a first responder or something.
Yeah, someone's crying and you hear, don't worry, I'm going to help you. Then you see this person walk through but not say anything to you. It's also
Right.
weird.
It's super weird. Detective Gooch explained to Dylan that the important thing was to tell only the things she knew were true. That's the most important. Detective Gooch acknowledged Dylan's trauma. At whatever line, Detective Gooch and Captain Blaker confirmed the facts from Dylan's memory again. Dylan reiterated she saw a male figure in the hallway approximately 3 feet from her. He was holding something. He was wearing all black clothes. His forehead was covered. He was wearing a mask. She remembered his eyebrows. Captain Blaker asked what was covering his face, and Dylan stated, I don't know. Weird looking ski mask. It wasn't like the regular ski mask with like eyes, and because I saw his eyebrows and I think I saw his nose, like this part of his face, but I don't know. Detective Gooch asked DM if she knew what a balaclava was and showed her a picture. And then in response and addressing whether she could see the male's mouth, DM stated no. And I don't remember if I saw it. Like, I don't remember if I saw his nose, but I saw his eyebrows. But I mean, oh, sorry. And I don't remember his eyes. I just feel like I can see eyebrows, but I mean, that could be it. I mean, that would make sense why the forehead was covered and this part of his face was covered. What? But why is that in response to the mouth? Well, sort of. Okay. And then the investigators inquired if Dylan could provide a composite for an artist. DM responded, no. I don't remember what his eyes look like. I don't remember what his nose looked like. I just remember eyebrows. I don't know exactly what the eyebrows look like at all, really. I just remember thinking like eyebrows. ... Yeah, bushy, but that's all. Like, I don't remember the shape. I don't remember like the color. I just remember like bushy eyebrows. That's the only thing I can remember. Dylan reported she heard a man's voice and it wasn't Ethan's. It was like, it's okay, I'm going to help you. Dylan stated she saw a all black figure about my height, maybe a few inches taller, skinny build, wearing a mask. Dylan described, I don't remember if it was just like one eyebrow or two, but it was just like this bushy eyebrow. Dylan texted Bethany, there's a guy in all black. Again, Dylan described the ski mask. I couldn't see any of his hair, but I remember just like seeing like it was almost rectangular, not not the circle ones. It was rectangular because I remember seeing like just like I don't know how to explain it, just seeing like this. Maybe I'd be able to see like a cross, but I don't remember seeing his eyes. But I feel like his eyes were there. Um, I could just see like an eyebrow. I feel like that's how I know he saw me because I could see his eyebrow. Like if I can see his eyebrow, he can see me.
Mm.
Speaking of remember to like the video. Dylan reiterated.
I want to look at his eyebrows again. Keep going. Freak everybody out for a minute.
You know, that kind of makes sense though, because he does have very deep set eyes, right?
Mhm.
The
Yeah.
eyebrows on
His
him
eye
protrude.
sockets are very deep.
But my problem still exists with definitive between eye and eyebrow. In the dark with his face specifically, you know what I mean?
Well, look how fucking white he is. He would glow in the dark.
I do
He's
agree
pretty
with
damn
that.
white. You know what I mean? Against
But
all black, you would see his white ass skin. Even if it wasn't bright white, you would still see that white outline.
see, yeah,
You know?
I do agree with that for sure. And I mean,
Oops.
I kind of feel like just that picture on the right? Like when it's obviously lighting that's coming from the top, right? It's going to be so dark in that hallway. I feel like that I don't even know how his eyes would be illuminated. He's mayo
No,
white.
I don't think she saw his eyeballs. I think she's telling the truth. I think she just saw that prominent brow in the dark against all black and saw a little bit of white skin to know he's
Yeah.
a white man, but all she saw was that brow. I mean,
Yeah.
against an all black, you'd have to picture that would be the main thing you'd see and remember.
Yeah.
And maybe she second guessed herself that she was so drawn to his eyes that maybe she did see something else but doesn't remember it.
Yeah, I mean, because that's the first thing you typically look at, right? When you're looking at someone is their eyes. So, I mean, I know for sure that's where her attention, especially that would be the one thing that stuck out to you, right? Is that against, like you're saying, a black mask, it's this one white rectangle, right?
Mm-hmm. That's what I'm saying. I'd love to put a black mask and, put all black behind him and put that mask on him and see how much more that stands out than what you would think.
Yeah. Well, and then too, it is weird though. You only saw an eyebrow, right? But you also notice he's got something in his hand.
Mm-hmm. So maybe the twinkle lights were on in the living room where she was able to see a silhouette behind
I think
him.
the good vibes light was on.
Oh, the good vibes by that's right. I forgot about that on the wall. That's it. But they didn't mention that in the documents. They just said the twinkle lights and the kitchen light and the bathroom
Yep.
light. Nothing
Yep.
about that wall light. But that mofo was still on, wasn't it?
Yeah.
When they were, yeah, that's what I thought.
When they were in there processing the scene, it was on, and they
Mhm.
wouldn't turn it off, right? Like you wouldn't touch that.
Right, it stayed on. Yeah, those masks, AZ, do cover the nose.
Mm-hmm. So DM reiterated from what I remember, I think he was just walking past that little wall and going towards the kitchen. And I don't know, I remember seeing an eyebrow. So is she trying to say that she saw him from the side?
Well, if you think about where her door was, if she opens the door and looks, she has to look kind of to the right. to see that hallway because she didn't step out into the hallway. She wasn't like face to face.
Yeah.
She was off to the side and he was walking kind of towards her, but she was in her room. So she would have been on an angle, but she would have seen him
Walking.
spot on as he was walking
Yeah.
through. And then maybe he didn't look over her way. I mean, maybe I would love to know how much her door was open. If it
I
was just
agree.
open a crack or was it, her whole body standing there.
Well, at one point she said she peeked out, right? And doing that, you're barely opening the door.
Mm-hmm. She peeked out to yell before, right?
Allegedly, that's a rumor, right? We don't know.
No, I thought it was in the PCA. That
I
she
don't
yelled out. Yeah, she yelled out because she thought it was Kaylee playing with her dog.
I don't remember
She
that
hollered
being in
out
the PCA.
It was. I remember. Do you guys remember that?
Let me look.
Joanne, you keep talking about there's so much info in the new docs. What new docs, like what's the name of the ones you're talking about? Because these are new.
Yeah, I don't think people realize like how.
There's a lot of repetition in all of them, right? Like you really have to read through, even if it's repetitive, to pick up new things. So, Joanne, if you could tell us what ones, if we're missing something.
I don't see the word yell in the PCA.
Which motion in limine? There's like a lot of them. State, defense. Which one? Or which ones? Oh, Diana says the one with 70 pages has his final exam and it's juicy. And you just now are telling us this?
The one with what?
His
70 pages?
That's what she said. I don't see one with 70 pages in here. Hold on. Here's one with 5. Wait.
Yeah, she doesn't say anything about yelling in the PCA.
Why am I not seeing these?
I don't know, girl. I'm with you. Like, I see the new, like, there's little red tags that say new. Let me go through them real quick. They said 70 pages, right?
That's what she said.
Okay.
All right, I've got only 6 new ones since I've last logged in here. Defendant's motion to seal. Defendant's vague, undisclosed expert testimony.
I don't see anything with 70 pages that's new since I was in here, but
It's the one where they show his criminal justice exam. Yeah, but what is it called?
I should show them what it looks like when we look at these. Here you go, guys. Like, this is what you have to, this is all the documents, right? So when you guys are saying
The one
like,
with his exam, it's like, I don't know which one has his exam.
right, like I didn't even get to the bottom, by the way. Right? Like, there's so much.
That's just 2025. Over there to the left are 2024, 2023, and 2022.
Let me,
I mean, there's a lot. I haven't gone over a lot of these.
Me either.
Go down to 3. Oh, fuck, girl. Holy.
What?
Look at all the ones that were put in on 324. Look at this. Motion in limine, inflammatory evidence, use of the term murder, psychopath or sociopath. We didn't read all these.
Nope.
These are all new.
There's so much
Jesus.
crap.
Oh, my God, girl. Those weren't all in that damn Dropbox. I apologize.
No, you're good.
We missed all the
These-
fucking juicy ones.
Like, some of these is what I've been looking at. The text messages, the limine, AT&T timing advance records. Oh, what's this? Psychosocial. What did it say? Yeah, neuropsychological.
Would that be the...
It wasn't. And not if it's 70 pages.
Oh, wait, hold on. Here it is. Beckles. Authentication of records in reliance on IRE 803.
What?
Okay, hold on. RE. I'm looking for it. Scroll down, see across the link at the end, it says RE, excluding RE, whatever.
I'll find it real quick. 404.
Oh my God. RE, alternative perpetrator evidence? I haven't seen that either.
I don't see IRE 803. Uh-oh, hold on. No, I don't. I'm not seeing anything 803.
Me either. I just scrolled through it all, Beckles. That was your person, not mine.
Oh, I found it.
Which one is it?
It doesn't say 803. It says it's right here.
IRE 404B evidence?
No, it says states reply to defendant's objection to MIL RE authentication of records.
Oh, I see that one.
Yeah.
324.
Yeah, it's right here. You got it open?
I do.
You want to share it?
Sure. Oops. Not that one. All right. So self-authentication of records. This is 72 fucking pages. Holy shit. We're going to scroll down to where the meat and potatoes are. I'm not reading all this stuff. I feel like we went through some of this. Maybe this was in another document. It lists all the stuff they wanted. They're going to admit.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
This has more information on the Linda Lane footage. There are two videos from the same viewpoint. They're each a 1 hour block. Let's see. The state has not provided any specifics related to what they intend to rely on in these videos, is what they're saying. Same with Albertsons. And then on Amazon, I haven't seen this. Have you, Clue?
Mm-mm.
On Amazon, they're saying that he shares the Amazon. Look at.
Oh,
that
yeah,
it
with his
contains
family.
his father's account records and purchase history. These records list purchases for the entire family. Okay,
Yeah.
so did Michael Koberger buy the knife?
I don't know.
Or are they just saying this is, because it's their privacy?
Well, the knife was bought in PA.
Nice. Love it. Not. I don't like that. I don't like that at all. So he's rejecting the AT&T records. No information about the bagel shop video surveillance. Let's see. Bank of America bank records for Bethany and Xana.
The bagel thing I do find interesting because they're making the timeline for Kaylee and Maddie with that, right?
Are they?
Yeah, that's what it says, from 1:40 to 2 a.m.
Oh, maybe they're seen from the grub truck?
Yeah, like in front of that business or whatever.
Right, and then they actually have the actual grub truck video entered too. But this one, they're saying there's other people on these bank records. Banner Bank for Ethan and his mom.
Mm-hmm.
Cafe Artista. Total amount of video footage available is 2 hours. Corner Club. 2 files, maybe duplicates. The video surveillance is from 14 different cameras. Wow. With
From what now?
Corner Club video from November 12th to the 13th.
Well, yeah, because they would have been there overnight, right? If you go
Right,
at like,
but 14 cameras in that bitch.
damn, that's a lot of cameras, and when that's a tiny building.
That's
too,
a little
dude.
ass place. Holy shit. Wow. And we only got that one overhead view. Remember the one that was
Yeah, that
showing
still shot.
Mm-hmm. Southern Ishi just gave 5 Clue Crew ships.
Look at that. You guys got welcomed by Jay. Thank you, Southern-ish.
I did. I can't get as high as you, but I tried. Must be all these Marlboro Reds I smoke.
Is that what you smoke?
No, someone asked me
Oh.
in chat, do you smoke Marlboro Red 100s? I'm like, no.
I used to.
God, I can't smoke those things. Blit.
Then I switched to menthol and I never went back to regulars. They're gross.
Ugh. I can't even think of smoking a red. My mother-in-law used to smoke 2 packs of Reds a day. You did,
I never
Ishi?
got up. I never
Thank
got up
you.
to 2 packs. That's crazy.
Ugh, no, me either. I'd gag before I'd smoke 2 packs of cigarettes in a day. So yeah, 14 cameras with multiple hours of video footage. The Corner Club financial transaction receipts for November 13th. This record is 138 pages of receipts from the corner bar.
Where do you see 14 cameras? I don't see that. It's crazy. Oh, I see it. You're on a different page. Okay.
Number 10, yeah. Costco surveillance video for November 13th. There is up to 10 cameras and runs for an hour in Clarkston, Washington. DeSales student records from Bryan. Thousands of pages of documents that are not organized in any fashion. This disclosure involves information related to Mr. Koberger's calendar, coursework, drafts, final drafts, testing, emails, and syllabi for classes when he was a student at DeSales. The state has not specified what out of this extensive and disorganized information it intends to use.
Oh, look at 14.
How records contained in his Google account are a business record kept in the ordinary course by DeSales. Okay, so they're trying to use that. Dick's Sporting Goods record for sale for Bryan Koberger. Copy of the sales record from June of 2022. Just what?
You missed it. Read
Missed
it.
What? The state has not specified what records it intends to admit as evidence, how it was made and kept in the course of a regularly conducted business activity, and if it was the regular practice of that business to make the report a record.
That's so weird. Mine does not say that. Mine says,
What are you looking at?
I don't know. Mine says the state would seek admission of the documents. The relevance of the information is Koberger purchased a black balaclava from Dick's Sporting Goods on January 10th, 22. This mask is the same type of mask described by DM that she witnessed, worn by a male in the residence November 13th.
Oh, hold on. There's a states and a defense. So I think we're reading the defense's one, and we need to read yours. Because this one's only 14 pages. I fucked up. You share what you got open. That's the correct one. Fuck's sake.
Oh. Okay, hold on.
It's called Bryan C. Koberger, Professor David Sipe, Criminal Justice 361 on 5/5 of 2020, Crime Scene Scenario Final.
Good Lord, it's called what?
I have the defense and you have the state.
That's what yours is called?
No, I just pinned Diana's
okay,
comment.
okay.
She's saying that's what the final was on. It's after the Costco stuff, she said.
Oh, okay. So I put it back there for you.
Oh, okay. Back where?
In the thing.
Oh.
For you to-
I was looking in the back chat.
It's funny. So Costco to show defendants' vehicles and vehicle and actions hours after the homicides. That's what Costco's for.
Oh, okay.
And then, oh, here we go. DeSales, student records. These documents are maintained by a private university. The state would seek admission of this document pursuant to whatever. The state has attached the relevant evidence, which would be introduced to show defendants' knowledge of crime scenes.
Ooh.
Then here we go with Dick's, right? The relevance of this information is that Bryan Kohberger purchased a black balaclava from Dick's Sporting Goods on January 10th, 22. This mask is the same type of mask described by Dylan that she witnessed worn by a male in the residence on November 13th.
They're like, you want explanations of what we want it for? We'll give it to you.
Discover. Okay. That's just DoorDash. Okay. The state would seek admission of the documents. The state may rely on the attached records from DoorDash regarding a delivery to 1122 King Road on the 13th at 3:59 a.m.
Do we have an eyewitness?
That's what I'm saying. I don't know how the driver did not pass him.
3:59?
Right.
No,
And
just go on. Keep reading.
He's okay. Hold on.
Because look what they call them. State's witnesses testimony.
Ah, there you go.
This particular, yep, right there.
Evidence provides a timeline of events for Zana before the homicides and corroborates state's witnesses' testimony. This was provided to defendant on May 26th, 23.
So does that mean they had some kind of contact?
They had to. If you listen to the movements his car is making, right? They had to pass each other. He's dancing around. He's doing U-turns and 3-point turns.
True.
Like there's no way their cars didn't pass. You know what I mean?
That's wild.
All right.
So I guess we get the initials of that person is, I think someone said it was MM.
Yeah, I heard that too. MM. All right. So then we got the early warning. That's for the college. That's bank stuff. E&S Services Johnson. Okay, so that's where he's moving. State may rely on video footage. November 13th around 5:26 a.m. showing the suspect vehicle after the homicides.
In Pullman.
Yep.
Wait a minute then. So what do we think he did after leaving the house until 5:26?
I think he went and buried the knife or threw it in a river somewhere.
Got rid of his jumpsuit.
Mm-hmm. I do. That's what I think. Farmers insurance surveillance. What? What?
Someone just said we're both reading the state. Is yours say state?
Well, how come yours was different? That was weird.
What does yours say at the top? I'm so confused.
Let's see. Hell, I'm pretty much.
No, at the top. No, not there. Stay where you are. At the very top.
Reply to 32425 states were. Oh yeah, this is a state. States reply to.
Right. Okay. You're on the right one.
So then how are they? How was that saying something different though? Because you didn't have that under.
No,
and it was
mine
the same
was
number.
the defense, right? Mine was the defense saying this is what they want, and they're not saying how they want to use it or why they want to use it. Now you're reading. Okay, we're telling you how we want to use it.
Okay. Okay. After the homicides, farmers insurance, they don't want to use this anymore.
Oh, real quick. Oh, the farmers, they don't.
Mm-mm.
So listen, did you know that Brent Kopaka had family in the country, like that would be in between Moscow and in Washington, wherever he was,
No.
Clarksville.
Oh,
Is it
yeah,
Clark-
yeah. His mom.
There was like a farm or some shit out there.
Yeah, girl, and the picture
Dude.
on Google had an Elantra out front.
Dude, stop it. I've seen. Fuck. Was that not wild? Okay, so
Yeah.
get this. So I was wondering if he somehow knew that dude and threw that shit out there by that farm.
I always thought it was weird because I was like, did you pick him up on the way or did you drop him off at his residence there on your way home?
Right. Like, did you know him somehow?
It would. So it's not far-fetched, dude, because listen, if Bryan was having this is I don't want to like implicate Kopaka, you know what I mean? At
Right.
all.
Right.
But it is not a far-fetched idea that they knew each other. If Bryan was having all of this trouble in school, right? He would undoubtedly maybe have to go to therapy or something, whatever. But I do find it interesting that Kopaka, it's been said that he struggled with PTSD, right?
Mm-hmm.
So the place that you would go for therapy is literally right beside of the building that Koberger worked in.
I thought I heard that Kopaka worked security at WSU, but I don't know if that was ever confirmed that he did.
He may have. I'll tell you something else that's weird too. I don't know how true this is because I haven't like dug into Kopaka's like familial history.
Yeah.
But someone either they said he did have brothers or they were asking, did he have brothers? But either way, they found DNA at the house. If I'm not mistaken, it was the DNA maybe under her fingernails. And the person that it came back to had 4 brothers. So there's that. But I don't know. It's just weird. Like that.
I'm
that
not
whole,
saying Kopaka was involved in this. I'm saying, could they have known each other? I mean, Pullman's not exactly a huge town either.
No.
And they were both staying in Pullman in apartment complexes that were pretty close to one another. And Bryan was a TA, and who knows if they cross paths? I mean, I'm not gonna say it's fact, but it's interesting, right? The names too.
Mm-hmm.
K-O-B, K-O-P.
Yeah. And I mean, let's face it, right? Pullman was so small that people from Pullman would travel to Moscow to shop.
Well, and how do we know, like,
out.
he went to that fucking pool party? How do we know he didn't go to some other gathering because of his neighbor? Like, we don't know.
No, and I think this whole, like, oh, he's so antisocial, he whatever. I don't necessarily buy into that. I just really don't. We don't know him. You know what I mean? All right. So
I mean, he could be like Ted Bundy, right? He could have many different kind of faces, if you will. Ted Bundy could be like charming. He could be creepy. You know, some people like that can put a mask on, if you will.
what does this mean?
What?
Forrest Dax. Crypto.
Oh, yeah, Bryan had crypto.
Who's Michael Douglas?
He's an investigator or a witness. Wait, who is he?
It says for FOA Michael Douglas, FOA Douglas is a factual witness regarding this account. I don't even know what that means.
It's something about his crypto account.
Okay. Well, Grub Truck, we got that.
I don't know who Michael Douglas is, though. Is it the
either.
actor?
Well, it's ASS. Douglas. Douglas.
Oh,
That's what it says. Douglass. Douglas. We got the Grub Truck. We got Harbor Freight. They don't want to use this anymore. Idaho Credit Union. They don't want to use that anymore. Indian Mountain Lake Surveillance. Don't want to use that anymore. Joanne Fabrics, they're not using.
Wait, Indian Mountain, isn't that where his neighborhood? Surveillance and records, they're not going to use that?
So it says. Or the Joanne, whatever.
Joanne Fabrics?
Yeah. They're not using that. Latah County Sheriff's body. Oh, this is for his ticket, remember?
Mm-hmm. Good. They're putting that in. I want to know what that is.
The citation they're putting in there. Marshals for Bryan.
No
I
longer.
wonder if he had a credit card. He had to have a credit card. That's 3.
Oh, I'm
things.
thinking Indian Hills.
Oh, yeah, maybe that is the name. The National Weather Service. I think.
What's that other place that they have surveillance footage that they had as evidence and now they're not going to use?
Is that a?
Is that a park?
Yeah, I was gonna say, where's Twizzle? Is he still in here?
I don't see him.
Twiz. Let me look. Hold on. Twiz is in here. I think that's the name of that park that Twiz says all the time.
Why?
Oh, no, that's Huawei. I don't know what the hell Indian. When I talk to Twiz
someone
again.
said there was a park, but then someone had said that it was his neighborhood.
Well, let me just look. Indian Mountain Lake. I don't even know where it is, but.
See if there's one in PA. And then see if there's one in Idaho.
Brightsville. Yeah, that's his neighborhood. It's got to be.
Okay, so it's not Indian Hills.
It says Indian Mountain Lake.
Thank you.
Lakes.
Y'all are wrong. It's not Indian Hills. Stop it.
Yeah, I think that's his neighborhood. Okay. So then we've got.
Cletus probably fell asleep, Lucia.
He's working. Clearly not a drug dealer. He's still home.
I mean, just because they come and pick up, don't mean.
Shut up. All right. Marshals, where was I? The National Weather Service. They're using this to disprove the stargazing thing.
Oh.
Right. Looking at the weather there that night. Let's see. Bank records, PayPal. They are using this. That's interesting. PayPal, Venmo, financial records.
They're not using?
They are. For him.
Wait, here we have Michael Douglas again.
Michael. Oh, I read what you said. Where do you see that?
He must be the financial guy or something, because look, he's a state expert for these documents.
Yeah. Yep, for the bank records. Maybe it's his accountant.
The bank of records.
Oh, what's FOA? Is that accountant?
He's a state's expert. He must be an accountant.
Yep. Okay. So then you've got Pentel
data records. The state no longer intends to rely on this evidence.
That's weird. I
thought that was important.
Yeah, that's how they
got his location, right?
Right.
They're not going to use that?
Hold on.
Oh, wait. No, Pentel is actually a cable internet company in Pennsylvania.
Really?
Yep.
Oh.
Pentel. It's PEN space TELE space data. Yeah, that's what it is. The Koberger's internet, probably.
Okay. You got the credit union, Petco. They don't want any more. Rite Aid. They're not using Ross. They're not using the Sunset Mart. Okay. Showing the suspect vehicle. in the area of the crime scene, all right, at 3:28. And then they've got again at, is that the same one?
Different one.
No, this one's in Moscow. Okay. So this is at 3:28 and then this one's at 5:25.
Oh, so that's where they have them coming back into Pullman.
Right. Target, they're not using TikTok. All right. Seek admission of the records. The records would show Xana Kernodle on the TikTok app at approximately 3:16.
I thought it was later than that.
Yeah, they said 4:12. Yeah, they literally said 4:12. I had
Maybe that's when she opened it up.
maybe. On the TikTok application, I swear to God, I'm not crazy. Hold on. A review of records obtained from a forensic download of Kernodle's phone showed this could have also been Kernodle, as her cellular phone indicated she was likely awake and using the TikTok app at approximately 4:12 a.m. That's what's in the affidavit. But anyway, so they're saying maybe it was a typo.
Well, I mean, it kind of makes sense though. If she went in her room and Dylan went to bed, she said at 3:20. At 3:16, maybe she went in her room and opened up the app to order that food or whatever.
Xana, you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah. T-Mobile for Kaylee and Dylan provides a timeline of events for Kaylee and Dylan before the homicides and corroborates state's witnesses' testimony. Umpqua, I don't know how to say that, bank, they don't use Under Armour, they're not using the chef store. They're using for the footage to show him after. Okay. Ulta, not needed. Verizon for Ethan, Bethany, and Jack. Timeline of events before. So they're only using Ethan, Bethany, and Jack. So, yeah.
No longer using Walmart for
Nope.
anything.
The DMV.
Yeah, that remember he went and changed his license plate?
Mm-hmm.
They're going to use that.
The registration.
We get to see him go in the DMV probably on those cameras. This trial is going to be wild.
Are you going?
No. Mm-mm. Now that I know there's cameras there. No.
Are there?
Yeah, he ruled on it. I think
okay.
yesterday. Yeah, everything's going to be allowed. Like, it's going to be streamed.
Yeah, but sometimes they don't show stuff on camera.
Oh no, if you can go and you can sit there, you're going to see a lot. You're going to get shit.
I
You're
want
going
to
to see his expressions and
right. I want to see the interest in it. And then if it doesn't seem like there's going to be a lot of people there, we might try to go.
It's going to be crazy.
JLR's going.
Yep, he'll be there front and center too. He's got his press pass, if you will.
Well, he's only going for the verdict. He doesn't want to sit in the trial.
That's going to be freaking huge. The trial's going to be long. How long? 3 months?
Is it?
Yeah. How long did they say it's going to be? 3 months?
I thought it was like 8 weeks, but I'm probably wrong.
No. How long is it? Yeah, it's going to be nuts. I mean, Daybell wasn't even half as big as this case, and they were doing lotteries.
Oh, Dolly said he's going.
August through November. Yeah, no thanks.
Oh, yeah,
that's too fucking long.
Yeah.
It'd be cool to go for like maybe cross-examination.
Yeah,
You know,
I do agree with that.
that would be, I always like watching the cross.
WSU active permit. Okay. So
I
that's
don't know.
all
I
there.
give props to anybody who can go to that trial and like report on it every night. You know how they did in Delphi? Fuck. Imagine doing it for 3 months.
Hell no. Like, you couldn't pay me enough for that. All right. So this is, oh, I bet you were past me.
Mm-mm. I had the states. Or I had the defense. You had the states. The states now putting their exhibits in.
Okay.
I didn't have the right
so
document up.
This is AT&T records search warrant. Oh, this is the stuff with AT&T.
Is this what they got back though? This is what they got back in the search warrant. So that's just a copy of the search warrant.
Yeah.
You can just scroll. This is probably going to be every search warrant is going to be. But what did AT&T give them back? Go back up. Does it say? Go up again.
It doesn't really.
Oh, it's just saying that, okay,
Yeah.
we're sending them and this is how we
Yep.
got them.
How they send them. Yeah.
It's going to be all redundant, I'm sure, because they're going to have every warrant attached to each thing.
Issuing a search warrant.
Yeah, those are all the original ones.
Yep.
That's why it's 70 pages because
Whoa.
it's got all. Ooh, what are these?
Corner Club receipt. Look.
Can you change the orientation?
Yeah, give me 1 second.
You can just flip it up there on the top. That right there.
There you go.
So it says 11/13, 22, 12:22 a.m.
Can you zoom it all up at the top? Oh, perfect. Perfect.
Chase was the server.
Oh, fuck.
Kaylee tab was under Kaylee. Mark was the server. Visa.
They had 9 well drinks of vodka and then 1 pint. Wow, that's really sad.
I wonder why these are blacked out. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I don't know.
Costco video.
I'm
Oh,
still shocked that they have 14 cameras and oh, here we go. This is the Bryan Koberger thing.
the first thing to be done is block off the crime scene in order to avoid crime scene contamination, keeping people out, blah blah.
Wait. No, it's important to read it all because this is his fucking playbook. Because look.
Oh, this is from him. Okay, I got you.
This is his paper.
The first thing to be done is block off the crime scene in order to avoid crime scene contamination. Keeping people out of the scenes minimizes evidence contamination, though many may be curious to see what occurred. The theory of transfer states that we bring something with us to the crime scene and take something away, thus skewing the crime scene from the original state by contamination. This is because the original state of the crime scene was left by the criminal suspect. A lack of contamination allows the scene to be a snapshot in time. The curious must be noted and immediately evicted from the scene. People to be kept out of the scene include unauthorized civilians and any more than the absolute minimum number of law enforcement agents and forensic crime processors. Waiting for backup to arrive, I should stand guard at the scene, preventing these unauthorized people and even holding back eager officers from entering the scene. I must call my immediate supervisor and inform them of the deceased white female who was approximately 35 years of age. I wonder if they had like a prompt scenario. Does that make sense? Because deceased white female who was approximately 35.
Well, that DeSales has like a crime scene house.
Yeah,
so
so
they
that's
do
what I'm
have like
saying.
they have like dummies and shit. So maybe they were given. Yeah, they were probably given a scenario.
I must obtain an initial search warrant to search the scene. Failing to do so will mean that evidence is inadmissible. This is another reason why holding personnel from entering is key. The coroner must be called in order to pronounce the woman dead. An EMS should be called if they were not already called by the patrol officer 15 minutes earlier, as they would have provided emergency care if the woman showed I'm yawning, signs of life. This would have been important for many reasons. Her livelihood is one reason, but from the stance of a patrol officer or criminal investigator, she may have given a dying declaration of her attacker when informed of her impending death. What? Okay. Forensic services are next on the list to call, as they are best equipped to handle the evidence, process it, and ensure that there's not any contamination. Their van also contains the best equipment for forensic investigation. A cursory search of the immediate area should be done, and any observations should be recorded in my field notes as to ensure the integrity of the preliminary case report. Officers who are not needed at the residence should ensure that the general area is searched for anything that stands out as well. This includes the area of the trailer park, which contains 62 trailers. If there is anyone in the trailer, they should be moved out and questioned. Does she have kids? I should gather the following information in my notes as the investigation commences, which will later be included in my preliminary case report when the details of the case culminate. The offense, the time of day, date, and approximately time of offense if known, identification of the victim, the location of the offense, the method of operation if known, and the identification of the officer. Since the offender was not there, I would be unable to record this information initially, and the specifics of the crime won't be known until confirmed by the crime lab. Getting the approximate time is important and can be indicated by rigor mortis, which sets in at about 12 hours.
Okay, hold on. Stop there. So we have him allegedly committing these murders at 4:00 and then doing a drive-by around 9. Was he kind of seeing if there was any first responders there yet? If that was him? I mean, knowing that
Did they
he
put him
he
in
knows
the
detailed, like
paperwork?
hour by hour, what should be done at a crime scene, and he knows what's happening if it's not.
Did he put him in? Was it anywhere in this paperwork that he went back at 9:00 that morning? I don't remember.
It's in the car records.
I think on the PCA they imply
That he pinged back in Moscow.
Right.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah, that's probably what he was doing.
So he would know, because this
Yeah.
is so detailed, right? He would know what would be happening right at the time of the crime being committed and what could possibly disrupt it in that time.
Yeah. So that's at 12 hours or putrefaction, about 10 to 20
Tara,
days.
can you stop chastising me? Jesus Christ. We're having a conversation.
Is she on my side?
Fuck yeah, she is.
Tara, I'm going to time you out.
Do you know Tara?
No, it's like, not that I know of.
She's been at me and I've been typing back to her, but goddamn. Twizzle.
Jay, do better.
I'm not saying I'm Ann Taylor on here for a damn interview. Fuck.
Thank you, Cindy. So what did I say? Putrefaction. I really want to Google that.
Putra.
All this information will aid me as I attempt to reconstruct the scene of a crime based on the evidence, location in relation to its former known position. Okay. Equipment, I will have on hand for the investigation. To be prepared for crime scene investigation, I must ensure I have a crime toolkit containing the following: a 35 millimeter camera or digital camera.
Camera.
Dang it. A portable lighting system that I do not miss or step over any evidence. Assorted steel tape measures that can reach at least 25 feet, a ruler or other measurement marking devices.
Jesus.
Yeah, this is
Don't read. I wouldn't read all that shit. But it is kind of interesting though, because look at a small saw to take evidence. For example, drywall. Didn't we hear they cut out part of Maddie's wall?
And this one, gloves to prevent or protect from contamination and avoid leaving latent fingerprints.
Mm-hmm.
Filter paper. Okay. I'm just looking if there's casting material to take molds of possible footprints around the perimeter with a rubber container for the mixture.
Look at the last one.
Protective clothing, boot covers, eyewear, fiber-free overalls, face masks, hair nets, gowns, and anything that will prevent me from contaminating the scene with things I bring in with me. A blue light with yellow glasses. And oh, wow. There could be a very small amount of blood somewhere, which wouldn't have been sampled, documented, or photographed. Entering the home, okay. After you get your search warrant, evident in the photography, all right. Contamination list should be made, documenting every person who enters or exits. Family members, all that stuff. Okay. A fiber-free boot cover.
To avoid leaving physical footprints or residue, wasn't there a latent Vans shoe print?
Outside of Dylan's door, yeah.
And we still don't know who that was, because then they took Nikes from PA and New Balance.
Mm-hmm.
No Vans.
Anything that's fiber-free and covers the mouth, hair, and overall body would be helpful in avoiding crime scene contamination, since hair, saliva, skin cells, and other bodily fluid or cells may be added to the scene. Fibers can leave via the theory of exchange. Okay. We should always treat the crime scene as if there is indeed a criminal homicide. Crime scene photographs, we got that. Should be taken. And the lighting again.
I'm waiting to see if he talks about like the body. It does seem pretty basic.
Yeah.
The body and
weather,
physical evidence.
The weather.
The weather at the time.
Hence leaving the doors open. Even though I'm not so convinced that that's to avoid decomp or anything, I think that could just be like he don't want to touch it in case he's bloody. You know what I mean?
Do we know he did that?
Left the door open?
Mm-hmm.
I'm pretty sure in that first picture with that cop standing outside, the back door is open. And again, they wouldn't touch anything, right?
True.
Like they wouldn't shut that door. They wouldn't even touch it.
Shut though when they were fingerprinting
Eventually.
it. Yeah, you're right.
Right. they eventually did shut it, but at first they didn't, right? And I'm thinking that it was left open because if you just did this and you've maybe got something on your hands or your gloves, you're not going to touch it.
Right.
Okay, the body and physical evidence next, or evidence to take a picture. The deceased woman in the living room, who should be photographed under adequate lighting from a long view, specific shots should be focused on the evidence of harm on her body and clothing, the bruises on her face, the marks on her neck, the bloody shirt, and any other signs of postmortem lividity should be photographed and taped without moving the victim. This will show if an offender moved the woman as to manipulate the crime scene. Does she have defensive wounds? Are there hesitation marks on her related to the knife,
Wow.
or
this
are
was
there
a,
multiple stab wounds?
this was a knife murder too.
You said a wife.
I know.
Is
Too much
the
true
mar-
crime.
Is the mark on her neck related to the hanger near her? Okay. Most of these questions are speculated until absolutely confirmed by the forensic medical examiner, who can use scientific equations to determine the approximate time of death. This is a maxim that stands even when the scene seems to point to the obvious. The time of death is never entirely accurate, but the photographs can aid in this process, as they capture phenomenon such as rigor mortis or putrefaction when the woman was found.
Wonder what this crime was. A misshapen coat hanger. What was used for that?
Maybe a defense weapon?
Damn.
Where'd you see misshapen?
No, keep going. It's down. I'm
okay.
just skimming ahead.
The knife should be photographed. The misshapen coat hanger. Upended furniture and the children's furniture. Okay. Is there any sign of forced entry into the home? This would be evident by broken glass from windows and pry marks on the doors or windows. If there is not forced entry, it may be suggested that the woman knew her killer. That's weird. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah,
no forced entry.
Well, right. I mean, if it is Bryan Kohberger, then he would have thought, oh, they're going to suspect one of these frat boys before they suspect me, because statistics say somebody they know. And then we had him come out and say there was no connection.
All right. Then we've got the crime scene sketch, the knife. All right. We already went through that. This is crazy.
See, this is what I don't understand about people in the chat.
What? Who's doing what
No
now?
one is saying, no, I'm saying they're like, this is not proof that he killed. It's like, no one's saying that it is. I put the document website, go there, look at all of the documents. This is one out of thousands.
Yeah, guys, reading this doesn't implicate guilt, but I tell you, it will show you how much he knows if he wanted to get away with something.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
If he wanted to get away with it, and it's just downright creepy to have a student write a paper like this and then go on to kill if he did.
Right, I agree. All right, projection. I've decided to use a rectangle. Oh, I want to study this stuff so bad. I think it would be so much fun. Oh, look. A projection can be used to document biological trace evidence like bloodstains or other physical evidence that imprinted on the walls. Bullet holes would be something that should be rolled out. And if bullet holes are present, they should have They should be documented on the 3D exploded sketch before the drywall is removed via saw.
Mm.
You want to know something I've noticed? He has not had one spelling error yet.
No, he probably won't either. I think the dude was a perfectionist.
I do too.
Like, really
Okay.
took his time.
Even if there was an item introduced to the scene by an offender to throw off investigators, it is not the job of the criminal investigator processing the crime scene to jump to conclusions. Didn't we talk about that sheath being like on purpose?
Hmm.
Staging is common. For example, the offender may have taken items from the house to make it look like a burglary. Yeah. Burglary.
Burglary.
All right. So a sketch, blah, blah.
Which is funny, we never got.
What? A sketch?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Not that there would be a whole lot to the sketch, right? Bushy eyebrows, but still, someone may, I don't know. Do you think it's weird we didn't get one? Or like
Kind
even a
of.
profile or anything?
Yeah. Of him, you mean?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but I mean, the only person that allegedly saw him, right, said she couldn't do it.
Well, like the FBI does like criminal profiling, but I guess maybe that was too soon. They caught him pretty quick. It sure didn't take them long. It seemed like a long time then, but
Yeah, true. Okay, so I'm looking at this. Hold on. This is strip searching. That's weird. Briefing officers on the scene, briefing them to watch where they are stepping. You want to know what's crazy? Is we did see a whole lot of activity in that house. Mad officers outside. You know what I mean?
yeah.
Like the whole time. It's crazy. All right. So this is some smaller items of physical evidence include wood chips, hairs, paint flakes, glass fragments, or small fibers. Things such as footprints inside and outside should be prepared to be photographed and videotaped.
Garden Glitter just gave you a super chat.
Thank you, Garden Glitter. You two should have 2 pro Coburger panel guests right before trial to debate the facts. That would be so fun, but wild.
It would
I
be
think
wild.
I think that's why like some of our chats, because I have forever doubted Coburger. Like I still have doubt. You know what I mean? I do. But
I lean more towards they have the right guy than they don't.
I do too, but I don't.
But you're more on the questioning side.
Yeah.
Which I think is good. I don't want you to, I don't want to sit here and agree with everything.
It's just when I hear like there's DNA under her fingernails, right? And it's only her left hand. That makes complete sense to me, right? Because she slept on the outside of the bed. If she's going to fight someone, that's going to be like, say, there's like Kaylee, right? If she was laying on her right hand or her on top of her right arm, right? The only defense she would have would be the left hand. And it's also weird that there's no DNA under anyone else's fingernails. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
That's crazy, especially being these girls were out the evening before, you know?
Right.
But, all right.
What I think is interesting out of there, though, if you go up, see where it says establishing the suspect's modus operandi, MO, or identifying similar MOs via information added to the FBI's violent criminal apprehension program from the completed crime report. So they would have had an MO established via the FBI. And I would love to know, like, hear that testimony of what, how they profiled him right off the bat.
Yeah, like what is it? You know?
Were they spot on or were they not, you know?
Yeah. All right, and this is all the body is taken by CSI.
It's such an incel move. That's why I lean towards that.
The knife should be examined for latent fingerprints. To be logged separately. Same with the coat hanger, doorknobs, upended furniture. Virtually any physical evidence big enough to
Oh, the
grab
next one. Crimes of passion.
are rooted in emotionality, and impulsivity. If this is the case, we can likely count on there being latent fingerprints on the doorknob and all over the knife and victim. Okay. See.
She likely dug into their skin. Mm-hmm. Essay.
What's this?
Is there evidence of personalization? Like, did they take undies or something? Or did they do something to control them?
Okay. And then oh wow, it's where the initials of the person who marked the evidence, BK in this case.
Oh God, that is weird.
And then this is all packaging and how they mark it.
Handmade dolls. There is absolutely no evidence of that.
Of what?
She said they had on camera. They knew who they were looking for because he was on the camera at the dorm watching the girls. They made him to target. I don't know. There's no dorm involved. I don't know what she's talking about.
This is all the evidence. The knife, blah, blah. Kept in evidence. Her bloody clothing kept. If she had a cell phone nearby. Did she communicate with anyone? Did she indicate a conflict? Okay.
Oh. No, I'm just nothing. I'm just reading. Sorry.
Which part?
We can't assume it was the husband or boyfriend just because there may have been a history of domestic violence or PFA. All of this for the accountability and integrity of the evidence and thus the proper outcome of the criminal investigation. Failing to do so leads to injustice. There can be a very clear link between victim and offender, but if this is not accounted for via chain of custody, then it will be inadmissible.
Outreach to other agencies.
The husband or boyfriend of the deceased woman should be contacted to establish an alibi. He needs to be immediately located and questioned.
Yep.
Neighbors questioned to see if any suspicious person was around. Oh, look at the serial killer. VICAP may be utilized in this case. Happens to be unrelated to a domestic dispute. This may be the work of a serial killer, though this is highly unlikely. Still, we are only looking at the facts of the investigation rather than conjecture, and we can only say for sure once the suspect is apprehended and the evidence is strong enough to say what happened with scientific certainty.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't really see anything.
Adding this information to the FBI's National Incident Based Report See if
To aid
Okay.
future cases. Is that it?
Yep.
It was interesting. I wouldn't say it was necessarily juicy, but
No.
it's I think it might mean more if we actually like he's convicted, that reading that would be pretty creepy.
Whoa.
What the heck is that? Is that his citation? Wait, go back
No.
go back
what?
up. What was that you just showed?
Dang
What
it. Here it is. No, it's not. This is for Dick's Sporting Goods.
In Pennsylvania.
Yeah.
Oh,
That's what I was going to say. When they said that he bought that mask, it said June. And I was like, well, he hadn't moved there yet. Right? I think he moved like July. It was June 6th. Maybe he bought it right before he left.
Maybe.
That's weird. Yeah, but I don't know what this is. Hold on. Okay. Let me
What does
look.
it say? Zoom in.
Yeah, it's like tiny.
They redacted everything but that one line.
Oh, this has got to be the DoorDash. Delivery time, delivery ID. Yeah, 3:59.
Then we have a huge problem.
What? Jack in the Box.
The car, the delivery car has to be significantly different. Like it's got to be a truck or something, right? Something that is absolutely different than an
Oh,
Elantra,
yeah.
because
That's still shot
the
at
still shot
11:18.
Well, the still shot at 3:50.
I'm talking about the address 11:18 is at 3:59 a.m.
3:56.
Yeah, that's true. 3:56.
But again, the other problem.
Well, it says he's a witness.
Okay, I mean, if he's a witness for the does it say for the prosecution or for
State's witness.
Okay.
So this is for Jack in the Box, Jay. Sorry, I got to go back all the way around.
Granny said, side note, I'm eating corn and nope, it's nearly impossible to eat like a hot dog.
Oh, that's funny.
Whoa. Okay, so that's a DoorDash person.
From like corporate.
Yeah. This is for
Shannon Galinsky, owner of E&S Services.
Oh, that's that one.
Sunshine.
No, it's like a piece of video.
Mm.
5:25 a.m.
Yeah, from
Remember?
the Sunshine Market or whatever.
U.S.
Department of
Department of Commerce. Oh, this is the meteorological,
Oh.
right? Meteorological records on file. Yeah, National Center. Yeah, that's what that is. Okay. PNC Bank. What is this one for? Gary Anderson?
Oh, he's the manager of the Sunset Mart.
Oh, okay.
Gary. We're gonna have all these random names.
All right.
T-Mobile for who?
This is Kaylee, I think, had T-Mobile.
Oh, wow.
I'm pretty sure she had T-Mobile. Does it
Imagine when all of this shit is released and you can pull it up and see all the exhibitees.
Yeah. Or maybe Kaylee had Verizon. Who had T-Mobile? One of them had T-Mobile.
One of them did, but
Or two.
Can you imagine? Remember the Watts case discovery? We thought that was like huge. Oh my God.
This is going to be
2,000
insane.
pages. This is going to be like off
what
the
is
charts.
this? Device ID 2881. That's Kaylee. Maybe?
It could be.
Apple 2881. I forget who that is. iPhone XR.
I can barely. It's really small.
It's just their iPhones.
Oh, okay.
I
Yeah, I
swear
don't know. I'd have
when
to.
this
cross
might be
reference.
Kaylee. I can't remember their numbers off the top of my head. I have them somewhere. But it then mountain effective date. So this is, I guess, when they got it. I don't know what that means. Yeah. iPhone XR Red, 12 Pro Max.
Oh, effective. That's probably when they started using that device. Right.
Well, this is after.
Oh, fuck. I
So,
don't know.
yeah. I don't know nothing about that.
I need to get a drink.
Okay.
Are you wanting to finish this, Doc?
It shouldn't be too much more in it, should it?
Yeah, I'm gonna grab a drink really quick. I'm
already on
super
59.
Okay, I'll be right back.
Oh, look at his registration. Prior title. Why did they black out his address like we don't know it already? It could be Sam going for one and the others were collateral damage. I mean, it's definitely possible. Is she? I'll tell her about that when she comes back. Oh, yeah, this is the number. That's how we figured out he bought it from, what was it? What rental car company was it? Do you remember? Avis, that's right. It's a former rental car.
I don't know how I remember all this useless shit.
I know, right? It's crazy.
All right, I'm back.
We got his registration when he switched it.
Oh, the Washington one?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, thanks, Ishi. For your thirst, here's some money towards Coke Zeros. I was so bummed because I ordered Coke Zero in my last Walmart order and they were out of everything but caffeine free.
Really?
Mm-hmm. And we've been having a hard time getting Dr. Pepper too.
Oh, that's weird.
All they have is the minis.
Oh, the little tiny cans?
Mm-hmm. At all the
Like
different
it's like
stores.
2 drinks.
I
One,
know those are
2.
such a freaking joke. I had to get them one time and I was like, what the hell? Who buys these? Let me
I mean,
give
I
you a little
could
sip.
I could see if you're like kids wanting a soda, you get like one a day. You know what I mean?
Yeah, true.
Yeah, this VIN number coming out was interesting because then we found out he bought it from Avis Rent-A-Car.
Oh, did he? The Elantra? Mm.
Yeah, you could see that's the thing that killed me, right? Is people weren't looking it up, right? And you know me, I'm nosy, right? So you could literally, let me see
Did
if
you
I
do
could
a
do.
Carfax?
Hell no, girl. I don't pay for research. I'd probably get a lot more if I did, but
When did he buy it?
hold on and I'll tell you. Somebody did the Carfax, but I was able to find like actual photos of his car when it was like for sale. It looks like they've taken it down. Damn it. It's all about Bryan now. But before people were like, all this paperwork came out, I found the for sale site right where it was listed.
Mm-hmm.
And it was like literally pictures of his car, not stock photos.
Oh,
But
really?
yes, it was crazy.
You can find it on the Avis car sales site is where it was at. And you
That's
can pull up-
wild.
yeah, you can pull up all the records of it and everything.
Yep.
We ended up finding Chris Watt's truck on an auction. The one that he transported Shanann's body in was it because it was his work truck.
Really?
Dude, yeah, it was wild.
Yeah, see, now when I put it in, it doesn't come up anymore. But it so he was the fourth owner and he bought it in 2019 in Pennsylvania.
In what
And
year?
it-
I'm sorry.
2019.
Oh, okay. Not long before.
Mm-mm.
Yeah, his birth date 11/22/1122 King Road.
Mm-hmm.
You can connect a lot of weird stuff in this case.
No, you absolutely can. Oh, look at this. So there's his VIN again. Vehicle title application. You know what's really weird, right? Because it says here Hyundai Elantra. But do you remember the stop in Pullman?
Mhm.
And they didn't have it listed right. Remember?
Yeah, I remember it came back as a different car. And
Right.
then, yeah, I do remember that. I thought that was really weird. And I did a really weird thing and zoomed in on his insurance certificate that he had in his hand. But
Yeah,
yeah,
but-
no, I do remember that. It came back when she ran it, kind of like when Tara Lynn's Ken came back as a Mercedes.
Yeah, and she told him it needed to be changed, remember?
She sure did. Yep.
Kels, thank you for gifting a membership. And Pretty Hate Machine, welcome to the Clue Crew. So, what I find interesting about that is he has filled out all of his paperwork correctly, right?
Mm-hmm.
But it was something in the system.
Which
All right,
is weird,
so-
right?
Yeah. Here's his title. 4/20/22.
He probably did that on purpose too.
Probably.
I'm just kidding. Don't get all worked up, people. Thank you, Kels, for the gifted membership.
All right, so this is the odometer. 115, no tenths. It was literally no. Actual mileage 1118.
Go up to his signature again. Can you zoom in a little bit? I don't know why I want to see his writing, but just interesting to me.
Yeah, the other one's clear. His other signature.
Locked and Loaded says it would be heaven to have grocery delivery. I actually
Right.
I don't really do the delivery. We pick up at Walmart usually.
There you go.
Yeah.
I know it always freaks me out. I remember the first time I saw his signature, I was just like, ugh.
Well, and to think that, he wrote this afterwards. Like this is all after.
Yeah. Yeah.
Mhm. Crazy.
All right, so this is just license. Okay, May 2nd. The driving record of Bryan Koberger. Personal driver's license. Okay. July 1st. registration. What?
Department of Licensing. So he got a Washington license on
Oh,
July
yeah,
1st.
probably. Yep.
He did.
Cletus. Oh, there it is in color. 6 foot
He's an
tall,
organ
100.
donor.
Oh, he sure is. 100. Does it say 85 pounds?
Yep.
I think Ted Bundy had one of those Washington licenses too. Isn't that wild?
You know, the wildest thing of all this that you've gone over is the fact that they're calling the DoorDash driver as a state's witness, but they didn't reference anything the DoorDash driver saw in the PCA.
Right. Yeah. 28, 6 feet, 185, blue. Is his eyes blue? You would see eyebrows. Even look at that picture. You see what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Like it's just eyebrows. She's like, I can't talk because I'm eating.
Who, me? No, I'm not eating. I was actually pulling up Ted Bundy's driver's license from Washington to look at it.
That's hilarious.
You want to talk about a freaking uni? Hold on.
Bundy had a unibrow?
Dude.
Who knew?
Remember us doing
Look
that
at-
whole video
Oh,
comparison
yeah.
between the two?
Here, let me
Dude.
show you really quick. This is pretty wild.
I have an entire video on this girl.
So do I. We should watch each other's. Let me zoom in.
Yeah, he
This
got
is
some
on-
bushy eyebrows.
He has some bushy eyebrows, almost like a uni.
But was he a rapper?
Oh, look at that. Was he a rapper?
Always the same thing.
Blue eyes. 5'10".
5'10", 140. His birth date was 11/24/48. Interesting, huh? He had multiple licenses, though.
Yeah, so this is just a transfer license, I guess. I don't know how they do that, but anyway.
Potato goes, oh my God, I was like, he looks like Ted Bundy. And it is.
Washington.
Studio gangsta. This should have been a 5-minute interview. I'm out of here. I don't know who you are, but you're funny. You're funny.
Oh, look at this. Washington Trust Bank. Copies of ATM transaction images, bank statements, online account opening application, and net teller audit something report.
For Bryan.
It's got to be Washington. It's in Spokane. Well, it doesn't have to be for Bryan, but what was it again? What bank? Washington Trust. Yeah, I don't remember if that's for him or the victims, right? Oh, that's it. We hit the end.
Oh, hooray. That was a lot.
Yeah. I can't really go with like necessarily juicy, but
No, it's definitely interesting. I think we have a lot, like there's a lot more we haven't seen. With all these motion and limine, I feel like I need to click through them all and see. Well, I'm looking at the defendants. How many states replied with limines? There's just been the 8, let's see, motion and limine RE 911 call. That one is on the 24th. We have the motion in limine RE text messages and testimony from the state. Then the one you just read, self-authentication. There's a lot of things that the state put in here.
Oh, yeah, the DNA under the nails. Do you want to see the guy?
Yeah.
He's a chef.
She's never looked into Enon Harsh.
No. I'm talking about the guy who's I think this is him. Oh. Uh-oh. Never mind. He has taken his profile picture away.
Who's that?
Yeah, so in these documents, girl, we got so much reading to do. Like I'm telling you, we have so much reading to do. They call out the guy whose name, right, is one of the people or the guy whose DNA it came back to. Okay. And his name is Cole Barenberg.
Wait, what? Wait, what? What DNA? What are you talking about? The heavy
Girl.
guy?
No, there's all right. So there's under Maddie's nails, okay? There was DNA found under her nails, okay? And the person who it came back to is named Cole Barenberg.
How do you know this, though?
Because girl, I'm telling you, it's in all these documents.
Oh, so you've seen it in here.
Well, I personally haven't seen it, but I do know someone who was like,
Why would they name them though? I mean, everybody else's initials. Which doc?
I don't know.
Oh my
God. I need to ask.
Oh my God.
I need to ask Sarge, but I do know that people have looked into it and they have found out that he is a chef literally in Moscow, if I'm not mistaken.
Does he work at the same restaurant that the girls worked at?
No, it's like, I think it's some like Mexican place.
So is it in a DNA document?
Probably. But I do know it was in regards to the DNA that was found under Maddie's fingernails. Is what I'm hearing, okay? Now again,
if there's a doc, I need to see this. I mean, I saw something that said DNA, but now I don't see it.
There's
DNA, I thought the DNA wasn't conclusive, is what they couldn't say if it was anybody's because there was a mix of like 6 people. I don't know who any Cole is, but I don't know about that. Because they did say it was at the beginning. Maybe that's why. Because now they're saying that DNA was inconclusive. It didn't match anyone because there was like a mix of 3. That's what it was.
Yeah, so here, I hate this guy. I literally hate this dude, but I hate this guy. I don't think he does good videos. I don't even want to advertise him, but he says in the description of this video he says, I think this episode we will do a shallow deep dive into Cole Barenberg and why he popped up in the DNA evidence in the false case against Bryan Kohberger for the Moscow murders.
I've never even heard this name before.
But well, it's coming from these people that literally like read every word of these documents, right?
Wow. Okay, so 6 days ago, I see on Reddit, who was the original suspect? And this person says, I can only assume it's Cole Barenberg solely because his name is mentioned as someone they checked under. Okay, they checked for his DNA. They didn't say his DNA was there. They ran his DNA against the DNA under her nails.
Oh, okay. So they say the opposite.
Hold on, I'm still scrolling. Cole Barenberg, this is 7 days ago. Cole Barenberg was a suspect in the beginning. He lives next to the Idaho house, drives a white Hyundai, was in Army and culinary specialist, links to knives in Army, and was a major in business classes with Maddie. They are okay, so it's named in the state's response to defendant's motion in limine number 5, RE inconclusive data.
Oh, I got it.
Okay. It says they're discussing the DNA found under Maddie's fingernails, noting that this individual is not one of the contributors and is no more likely a suspect than Koberger or Jack D.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so hold on.
Statement of facts. All right. In a grand jury testimony, Jane Miller testified as to the results of testing done on item Q13.1.
Whoops. Sorry.
A swab of the left fingernail clippings from Madison Mogan. The data consisted of a three-person mixture. The likelihood ratio was calculated assuming that Maddie Mogan was a contributor to her own fingernails. Miller testified that MM as followed. And it's blacked out. Data from that sample was blank as to Koberger. Okay.
Wait.
Did they say... Hold on.
Wait, clue. Didn't they... Fuck. Didn't they say that the DoorDasher... Didn't someone say the DoorDasher was MM?
That's what someone in the chat
Dude.
said. Yeah.
Okay, keep going.
So this is weird because it says the data from that sample was blank as to Mr. Koberger, but then they say down here, Miller testified that inconclusive, so I'm guessing that's that word right there, means that an analyst is whatever. Miller went on to explain the likelihood ratio, blah, blah. Okay, so where is this guy's name in here?
Keep going. Right here. LR, go up. Go up. The LR is a comparison of hypothesis.
Yeah,
Okay,
I think it's coming.
Okay, sorry. Who's MM?
Maddie Mogan.
Okay.
Kaylee Gonzalez. So the hypothesis tested were Maddie Mogan, Kaylee Gonzalez, and one unknown related person. What? Hold on. Each individual assumed.
Okay, so they assumed that Maddie's DNA was present. So when the lab generated an IR laid out above, the hypotheses tested were Maddie Mogan, Kaylee Gonzalez, and one unknown, unrelated person versus Maddie Mogan and two unrelated persons.
Right. So Miller did not provide the lab. So it says 0 or 0.01 to 100. Okay. So
the lab cannot draw any conclusions, and the data is reported as inconclusive. Doesn't Miller full context. They're redacted. How would they know what names are in here? I'm confused.
Girl, I don't know. I'm telling you. Calculated for blank blank. Thus, Mr. Koberger's inconclusive LR is similar to almost every other person for whom an LR was generated. So basically, this is the thing that says that
it's nobody's. They can't figure out whose is under there because it's a mix.
Right. It's definitely not his, right, is what they were saying. Mr. Koberger is excluded, and the state should be precluded from misleading the jury in any way. That don't say nothing about that guy's name.
Mm-mm.
Yeah, Bicka Barlow. Yeah. Yeah, I don't see his name in there at all.
I don't either. And that's what it says here on Reddit. And then this person goes, I thought the DNA under the fingernails was inconclusive, meaning it could be or it could not be.
Yeah, but then they go on to write. Well, that's the attorney, I think, but that he's excluded, right? Mr. Koberger is excluded and the state should preclude from
Well,
misleading the
that's the
jury.
defense writing that, though. That
Right.
does right. That's their wording.
I'll have to somehow people got a hold of this dude's name, is all I'm saying. I got to go through and read this
No,
shit.
it's just wild that I've never heard that name before. Did you?
Nope.
So that's new to you as well.
Yeah. Well, I mean, people in my chat have told me about him, right? And that's why I looked him up a little bit and saw that he was like a cook and whatever.
Look at this. What was in this Reddit? This is weird. Okay, so it says, I have it on good authority, and I think this might have been 4chan. It almost looks like 4chan. I have it on good authority, and I know people write bullshit, but I read these because you never know. Cousin is a cop in a nearby town, but called in to help in Moscow once school started back up. Apparently, the investigation is looking directly at Sigma Chi frat party Ethan and Xana attended from 8 to 9 that night. He didn't have any update on their timeline after they left 9 to 1:45, but did say it looks like the investigation is honing in on 2 suspects from the party that night, and an update should publicly name them by the end of the week. Sigma has made their socials private and removed all info from Facebook going back a few years. They believe Ethan and Xana were the main targets, stemming from an argument that night. This is the part that creeped me out. Downstairs survivors could hear 2 males rummaging through the room above them. Figured it was an after party, locked the doors, and went to bed. When they discovered them in the morning, about 30 minutes before the 911 call, they called their friends at Sigma to come over, who in turn called the police. It's right across the street, and for whatever reason, they believed it was people from Sigma upstairs around 2:15 that night. Back door was left open, one dead in bed, the other blocking their room's door with the body. Police just updated their Facebook to reiterate they are not looking into the activities of that night, only the murders, which to me suggests something went on. Fight, drugs, etc., spilled into anger and got them killed. Also didn't want to release profile they created. Da-da-da-da-da. Greek life. It was like all going on the Greeks.
Have you seen this where Brett Payne, the transcript? Does this look familiar?
Hold on. Let me pull it up. I think I have. I think I read it.
Where they said that he wasn't on their radar?
Yep. Actually, no, I didn't read it. I actually watched it when it was.
Okay.
And you know what? I wanted to read it because it wasn't exactly easiest to follow when he was on the stand.
Yeah.
You know.
So when was the first time you heard Bryan Koberger's name? The first time I heard Bryan Koberger's name was December 19th, 2022. Which is in direct opposition of what we were told in the PCA.
Right. That the WSU, but maybe he didn't hear of him.
That's true.
He may not have heard Bryan Koberger's name until then.
But he says it was the result of investigative genealogy, right? We got a phone call and we were told Bryan Koberger's name. So even the cast.
Wait, when did the WSU cops?
November 29th. Right? Because Bill
And he
Thompson,
was the lead fucking investigator and he never. What?
right. And Bill Thompson straight.
Wait, what?
He straight lied because they said that they were not aware of him before then. And that's a lie because it's in the PCA that they made them aware of him on November 29th.
Yeah, he's got to be lying about that. I mean, I'm not trying to say he's lying, but
so it's just, I don't know.
how are you the lead investigator on a case and these
Right.
cops find the car that you're looking for and then they look up his license plate and you hear the name, but you don't hear it till a month later almost?
Yeah. Like, it's
Huh.
crazy.
Right, but Mike, we're talking about the Officer Payne, Detective Payne, who wrote one of the PCAs, which
Mhm.
were copied and pasted. And you know what else was fucked up? Is that in his testimony about Othram Labs, you just went past it. He states that there was no. Look at this. Okay, read this. Okay, I'll do the Q, you do the A. All right,
Okay.
your Payne. What kind of information did you receive from Othram Laboratories?
I don't remember what was received from Othram directly. I knew they were conducting their specific type of work. I don't remember exactly what they provided to us.
Did you receive some documents from them?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, do you know how many
Hold on.
documents you received?
I do not.
Was it one time or more than one time?
I don't remember.
Were you part of the discussion to take the work from Othram and go to the FBI?
Yes, ma'am.
Why was that decision made?
From my understanding, granted, this is my first encounter with investigative genetic genealogy. So again, as a collaborative discussion, we decided that because the Idaho State Police Lab and Othram had essentially exhausted their resources, this is how I understood it, that we would move to the FBI because they had more resources available to pursue this particular avenue.
I don't like that.
I don't either.
I'm going to tell you, I don't like that one bit. Now listen. And then he goes on. I mean, we got to read it all eventually, but he goes on to say, and I believe it's in this, that he says, somebody testifies, and I can't remember if it's Payne, that Othram did not send them anything to the FBI. That's what it is. The FBI was not sent, they claim, any documents from Othram, that they only communicated via phone with the ISP and the FBI. And I found that to be extremely odd.
Oh, right here. It's right here.
Yep. Okay, there it is.
So our communications were just via telephone. The sample was sent to the FBI. I don't remember the date, but it was given over to them. But after that, there was very few conversations. And if they happened at all, they were just telephonic, advising us that the process was still in the works. And they would let us know when or if they had anything of interest for us. Doesn't remember the documents from. And well, look at this.
Mm-hmm.
I thought they didn't have anything.
Right. He says, yes, I believe after the fact, after we received Koberger's name, we did receive documents, but I don't remember what they were. He doesn't remember how many. It was in the thousands of pages.
What the fuck?
See, now go down. The only thing that was given to us was the name. That was it. It was conveyed to us by the FBI that it was be taken as no more than a tip. That was it. So we received his name. We set about doing basically an independent verification of whether or not he was involved in this crime on December the 19th.
So
What?
the only
Keep going. Keep going. You want to talk about juicy.
Well, I just have a question. Like, how is the only thing you got from them his name? His name was written how many times on 1,000 pages?
Mm-hmm. She's going to talk to him about that a little bit more. Do you know why the FBI connected Bryan Koberger to the case? He says, so December 20th, if memory serves, we had a secondary meeting with the FBI via Teams, if memory serves. And they simply walked us through a family tree, how they did that. Now, I don't remember the details of all that. It was an in-depth conversation that, to be honest, is above my head. But they essentially worked their way through the family tree and arrived at a conclusion that Bryan Koberger was a person we should look into as a tip. That's the extent of my knowledge of how they did that.
So, How was Bryan Kober the name you received a tip linked to the case? He wasn't until after December 19th.
Right?
Dude, I did a whole video on how they can literally make your DNA.
Oh God, that's scary. Did you
They
know that
can make
24andMe or whatever, or 23andMe is filing bankruptcy?
no shit.
Mm-hmm.
I know so many people that I've done that. Regrettably now after this
Have you?
case.
I've never done it. My son just did it. I was like, you sure you want to do that?
I actually don't really regret it because I learned a lot of cool shit about myself. And their predictions for things are right. Like, you probably have straight to slightly wavy hair. I do.
Oh,
You
my
probably,
son's was really detailed. It was cool.
yeah. And then it goes through, I got the health. Like, I upgraded to see the health. And
Mhm.
like, I'm the picture of perfection. Just gonna throw
His
that
was,
out there.
he told me, he said it even went down to that me and him have like some kind of, we can taste a certain like bitterness that other
Yep.
people can't. Isn't that weird? They
Dude,
can
it's
tell that?
crazy. It's totally worth it. Like, I mean, the things that you learn, I more than likely have freckles. I do. Like, it's crazy.
It
The
is.
things that it's my earwax is more liquidy than hard. That's true.
They tell you that too? That's so
Yes.
wild. Tina, I agree with you. And I also have something to say on top of that. She said Payne's first case with genetics, you think he'd remember shit. Well, and not only that, I find it very odd that he was put in like as the lead detective on a case that
Yeah.
is relying on genetics and this kind of evidence if he's never worked with that before. And if he's the lead investigator, he should be getting everything. But
Yeah.
then again, he could be just saying, to my best of my memory right now.
Not quite sure. We weren't
Alabama.
anyone. The DNA from the knife sheath was obviously one thing we had thought was a very strong piece of evidence. Okay. What? Oh, girl, I'm gonna be like submerged in these.
Yeah, I mean, this is a really good read. There's a lot in here because listening to him is a lot different than when you read his words.
I still can't get over how like
Look at this. My understanding is that the FBI concluded that Bryan Koberger was a possible source of DNA we should look into. They did not, to my knowledge, at any point say Bryan Koberger's DNA is on the knife sheath. That was never conveyed to me. Huh?
what?
On December 20th, when that happened, when he's somebody you should look into, what did you do? We had already started looking into him from the previous evening. So that day, December 20th, we were going through basically our sort of standard investigation procedure. We did DMV searches, NCIC offline, da-da-da. So we started doing all those things for information on Mr. Koberger. And what you found, he didn't have a criminal history. Correct.
Yeah, why go on December 19th and this fool was not arrested? Well, he was already in Pennsylvania.
They didn't even run his...
Think about it. They would have had to have gone to
The
Pennsylvania.
DNA was the tip, Meg. That's what they mean. Like,
yeah.
they ran the DNA and then he's saying anyways, that the FBI ran the DNA, took it from Othram, because ISP is who sent it to Othram, and they only talked on the phone. That's what it was. It wasn't FBI. ISP sent it to Othram because it was such a small amount, and Othram is good at like trace evidence. The FBI pulled it from Othram and they tested it themselves. So the FBI just called them and said, or whatever they did in their meeting, hey, this is the family tree. This is the name, Bryan Koberger. But they didn't tell him it was on the sheath that he saw under the victim's body.
Yeah, that's freaking weird.
It's kind of weird. Right. So where do the WSU tips fit in? That's what I'm confused about. Like a whole month prior.
Right.
almost.
Like, why even put that in there? You didn't use it. It's it's not supposed to even be used.
But maybe they just used it in the PCA.
Maybe because they couldn't mention. Well, no, they did mention. No, because they couldn't mention the IGG. Maybe
I don't know, but this whole IGG thing, remember when that woman testified and the FBI came to her door because she was doing the backdoor IGG for the defense?
Mhm.
Do you remember that when she testified that the FBI came to her door? That's weird to me.
Do you know what this reads like? So people argue with me for the longest time until they sit here one day and then they go, bam, I see what she was talking about. If you read this statement, and this bothers me so much, on December 28th, the Idaho State Lab reported that a DNA profile obtained from the trash, okay, and the DNA profile obtained from the sheath, okay, identified a male as not being excluded as the biological father of the suspect profile. Do you realize that this reads, I think it's missing commas or something, but it almost reads as they're implicating his father.
I thought that too. And then I was like, does it mean though that that's how they got him? Like the family. When did they do the trash pull? What date was that?
Wait for it. What does that mean to you now that you know this knife was bought in Pennsylvania?
Well, yeah, I've always been sus of it. I've always been sus of it.
Like his dad, I don't know why. I don't know. It's maybe he looks like kind of creepy.
I feel like I've already said this, so I feel like I feel bad being redundant because I've said this like in previous streams like years ago. But there's a reason that we have a little shop vac as one of the emojis, because he was carrying around that shop vac, vacuuming up that glass with a smirk on his face. I'm just saying, you can hate me for however you want. Dude's wearing New Balance.
Dude, I've been like kind of suspect.
Dude flew out there.
Yep.
Yeah, I don't know.
And it was parents' weekend that weekend at WSU. Hence the reason Xana's dad was there. I don't know. But it reads as it's his dad. It says the DNA from the trash and the sheath identified a male who couldn't be excluded as his dad. Oh, shit, Jay.
But wait, what's fucked up is Lindsay's saying that's how they do genetic genealogy. Well, he testified that they showed him the tree and it led back to Koperger.
I was just about to say that is why they gave the name only. And that's why he says, I didn't say they did not tell me his DNA was on the sheet. It's his dad's DNA on the sheet. Bitch, I knew it.
Oh, fuck.
Because it delivered in Pennsylvania. Babe.
Oh, so maybe his dad's DNA was under this little snap? Not saying he did the murders.
Right.
But that his DNA was on the sheath.
We just solved a mystery. Oh. You know how I've been burning you all down and all you people do.
But wait a minute. Then they ended up saying they did a buccal swab and it matched the knife sheath.
I'm here. So check this out. All right. You know how I'm like, since the beginning, I've been reading this, telling people this reads that it is his dad's DNA. Right. How do you feel about that now that the knife was delivered to Pennsylvania? Yeah. And the FBI, Brett Payne, we just read, never testified that his DNA was on the sheath. That's why they only gave him a name. That's his daddy's DNA on that sheath.
But you're forgetting the last part.
Did the grub truck driver see him or didn't he? Did the grub truck driver or Bethany see somebody that they can match the description and identify Bryan? If they didn't, then it doesn't matter. It's still circumstantial.
Yeah, but Jay's also pointing out something else, that the buccal swab matched
So Tato's
The-
saying it showed the DNA was biological father. Then they did a swab showing the sheath DNA was Bryan's.
Yeah, that's what they're saying, that they did the buccal swab and that DNA was Bryan's.
Right.
I'm sorry,
Compared to
guys.
the
This is
sheath.
why we talk shit through. Chill.
There's still fucking crazy.
There's still a lot of
bullshit
weird
going on
shit,
with
yeah.
this. There's no way. There's no two ways about it. He may have done it, but they fucking cheated the system to get him.
I do
Oh,
agree
they
with that.
did. Oh,
And I think
150%. And that's what I don't like about it.
me either, because that's one thing that Sarge says all the time, right? He's like, forget the guy. He's like, what we need to understand as Americans is that every day your right to privacy is overrun by the government all the time. He's like, and this is definitely a case where you can absolutely bet that happened. You know what I mean? And it's like, it's such a gray area, because do you want justice for this crime? Of course you do. But do you want it done illegally? You know what I mean? And where it violates your rights that we're supposed to have here in this country. You know what I mean? It's just a gray area, because it makes me not want to be upset that they overstepped their boundaries, because they did get the guy. But at the same time, I'm like,
No, I get you. You're fine. So Potato says, so the trash DNA was tested and went back to Michael. The sheath DNA matched
went back
Bryan.
to Bryan. Yeah. But
It's confusing as hell, though. It really is. And I think it's a complex.
well, I think they didn't write the statement right, is all it is, right? I really do. Because they act like they're comparing the trash and the DNA on the knife. And that's exactly what it says.
Mm-hmm.
And it talks about it's his dad, right?
But the way they went about getting it, the backdoor way, is why that woman she testified and said they were doing this. And that's what the FBI's been doing.
Yeah, what was her name?
I can't remember.
I
Can't remember
talked to her.
offhand.
She was so nice.
But what it was is like, even if you opted
Rebecca?
out, they were still fucking using your DNA to search for criminals.
Right. Even if you said, no, I don't want this option.
Yeah. The FBI said, fuck you. That shit, I don't like that.
I don't either. Like, I really don't. And I mean, I think I sit here on one hand, I'm like, thank God they did that, because this guy would still be out there on the streets. But at the same time, I also think, I mean, you overstepped your boundaries. There's probably no way to like check your work. And all you did, you shouldn't have been doing it in the first place. But it's like, it is a really gray area. Like, are you willing to accept the government can sometimes invade and do too much? I don't know.
No, Rex Heuermann wasn't caught because of a pap smear. What are you talking about? Rex Heuermann was caught from pizza crust. DNA on pizza crust. So is that why he asked if anyone else was arrested? I really don't think. I think his dad is weird. I think he seems like a weirdo. And I was right where Clue was. I watched those videos of them getting pulled over and wondered why he was there and how weird that was. And there was actually another unsolved murder in Pennsylvania, and there was surveillance footage from like a red light camera or something. And I swear to God, the two culprits in that video were the same fucking shape as Bryan and his dad. The one guy was all hunched over like a fucking hunchback of Notre Dame. And the other guy was skinny in like all black and athletic pants. It was fucking wild, man.
Really? Who was that?
Tato, do you remember that one? Dude, I found so many wild things. People probably thought I was like on Mars or something. It's which one was it? The woman was Tato, help me. There's a few cases I looked into that I thought were him, but there was the surveillance footage, and then there was another one. of a jogger and her dog that got murdered. Say it again. My dog was stealing my fries. Are you effing kidding me? What did I ask her? Oh, remember the two guys that were, it was in Pennsylvania. It was a case that was unsolved and they released, it was like someone got attacked and stabbed and they had surveillance footage and the two guys, one was all hunched over like Michael Koberger and the other one was more like thinner. And remember I said, oh my God, what if that's Bryan and his dad? Do you remember that? Why did I just sound English? Do you remember that?
He really did.
That was weird. Say no, I'm not saying they're not good people. I'm just talking about what I found in the past.
Well, do you remember that other woman who was found dead up there? Like, what the heck was her name?
No, y'all, this was in Pennsylvania.
Yeah, so was this one.
Dana Smithers.
Yes. Oh my gosh.
Yep.
Thank you.
That one was wild too. And didn't you
Where
say
did
there
you
was
see a video?
Girl, on what? A video on what?
I thought you said they looked like them.
Dude, that's not in Dana Smithers.
Oh.
No, this is a different case. Let me see if I can find it. It was, I literally was like obsessing on unsolved cases in Pennsylvania. So I dug into all these different cases and this one had surveillance. I did it in a video. I'll have to look for it later.
Dude, I did that too. Like, so, hold on.
I feel like I need to go through my playlists and like organize them because it's all a hodgepodge of just Idaho.
Yeah. I need to do that too.
I have a hard time finding shit.
I'm trying to find something because I feel like it would blow your mind.
That's the confidential informant is one of the Kobergers. You do have a video of unsolved cases on your playlist. Thank you, Potato. Shit.
What did you say? What'd she say?
She told me I have one in my playlist. I'm saying I can never find shit. Like, is it Koberger or something? Oh, remember in the beginning, too, the cops were looking for a Nissan?
A Nissan?
Yeah, I have a video on it. Cops were looking for a Nissan Sentra. It was a New York Times article.
Yeah, see, I remember hearing about that, right? But never actually seeing it or where they talked about that. So that's cool that you actually have the video or whatever.
Oh, and then the ransacked car that was in, what was it, Oregon? The freaking Elantra.
Yeah, the Elantra, but you said Nissan.
Yeah, Nissan Elantra.
A Nissan
I'm
Elantra.
Not a Nissan Elantra, a Nissan. Sorry, I'm reading and trying to find this. See, I have Koberger versus Bundy, Surviving Roommates Edition. Bryan Koberger Red Flag Edition, unpacking his past and revealing Ted Bundy's similarities.
Ah, thank God. Okay.
Here it is. Unsolved homicides in PA. It's got to be in here. Yeah, here it is. Clue. I found it. And it's not a super long live either. Sorry, my dogs are barking. I think this is the one. Wait, did you say that Dana Smithers actually has a road called King or something?
Yeah, that's what I'm looking for right now.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you told me that. Okay, let me share this for a second. This is interesting too. Please hit the like button on this video. And do you guys remember when this came out that they testified in front of the grand jury and then they were like, oh, nope, never mind. That never happened. Watch this. So today's stream is going to when this initially happened. And then we heard it quickly retreat. Nikki's we chastised by the
college murders case.
Okay. And I thought it was so interesting they used these fucking crosswalks. This is amazing. Okay. Just a little.
I looked it up, I typed, Idaho murders, and then like, holy crap, that's Bryan. That's Bryan. I know Bryan. That's wild to me.
This Pennsylvania man has been friends with Koberger since the 8th grade.
How did he get started in drugs? He got in drugs via an acquaintance of his. It was definitely heroin. It was pretty gnarly.
He reveals the ups and downs of Bryan Koberger's life. And we'll talk to a college student who says he saw another side to the criminology student turned accused murderer.
Very intense stare. I remember that. I'll never forget that. Looking right into my soul almost, as we were having this back and forth.
Like, who is that guy?
I'll never forget that.
He's like a student or something.
The suspect personally reached past
Digital evening grand jury. So let's
I've talked to that guy
talk
before.
about this and let's listen. Who?
That
But tonight is the we're
that
gonna be
rich
Koberger
guy?
shit going on. Switch gears.
the suspect
This
guy?
one?
Uh-huh.
Oh, okay. Old friend.
Wait, in his young
Yes, this is this is. We got all kinds of going.
And what do they potentially think Bryan Koberger could have had to do with it?
Well, it's interesting. The police department has said that they have zero evidence. They didn't even qualify that statement. They said they have zero evidence linking that case to Bryan Koberger. And yet you have a grand jury who is asking to hear testimony from his parents in connection with that case. And so, we're left to speculate because the grand jury connects together in secret and we don't get to know what it is that they're thinking. And we can only speculate by virtue of the witnesses that are called. So the fact that his parents are being called in connection with that case on what looks like a murder that occurred about 30 miles away from the Koberger home is certainly subject to speculation.
Okay, so she even says it's subject to speculation. It's weird. It's weird, and it doesn't seem right. Okay, so there we have where, they supposedly were testifying in Pennsylvania, which is, and look, they made this statement. I mean, how often do you see cops make statements like this?
I agree.
I think this was for their protection. Isn't that wild, though, that picture of the family?
Yeah. Are you talking to me? Is that you talking?
Yeah, that's current me. Yeah, I paused it.
All right, so check this out. All right. So right here is Collins, right? And that's where her house was.
Mm-hmm.
And I think this might be the highway. Maybe. Okay. But check this out. Girl, I like to lost my mind when I saw this. King Street, Queen Street.
Oh, stop it. See? Oh, wow. Hala said, check Crime Fix. Last show says the sister is the one who called in a tip. Wow, girl. See, that's nuts.
This was nuts. I'll tell you the most psychotic thing I've probably ever done in a true crime case. And it was, well, obviously the first one I followed in Idaho, right? I literally took my little man on the Google map, right? And walked down every street till I found Dylan's house in Boise.
Jesus Christ.
That's how I found out her mom works for the University of Idaho.
Listen to this shit. Listen to this shit. You're crazy. I do the little Google guy too and drop his ass down there.
Yeah, but it took me 2 days.
Probably would take me that long too. Because you can only click so much. You got to go do. You got to look. Okay, so this is the part of the video where I went into the Pennsylvania thing. So listen to this real quick.
Right? July 20th of 2022. Now this happened on July 19th of 2022 at 11:37 p.m. The Stroud Area Regional Police Department was dispatched to the East
Was
Stroudsburg.
he in Pennsylvania on July 19th, 2022? Do we know for sure now? Because I don't think we did at this time.
July what?
19th.
I don't know.
Let me see what chat's saying.
Face down in the water.
Thanks, Kathy R. Well, listen to this, what happened.
Borough side of the Broadhead Creek below the Veterans Memorial Bridge for a male who was reported to be face down in the water. Upon arrival, the male was recovered from the water and brought to the shoreline. SARPD detectives were contacted and responded to the scene. The male was pronounced dead by the Monroe County Coroner's Office on Wednesday, 7/20/22 at 2:50 a.m. The white male was identified as 59-year-old Kevin Bathier, who was currently homeless. The cause and manner of death has not been determined. An autopsy is scheduled for July 21st, 2022. And I could not find any updates. No updates. 26:20 at approximately 7:15 p.m. The Stroud Area Regional Police responded to the 200 block of Washington Street in East Stroudsburg for a reported stabbing. Now, this is in 2020. How old was Bryan Koberger 3 years ago? 25. Upon arrival, a 25-year-old male from East Stroudsburg was found lying on the ground bleeding from a laceration to his lower back. The male was transported to a local hospital for treatment. The public is not in any danger, as this is currently believed to be an isolated incident.
So maybe none of these things meant anything. But I damn sure looked into this shit.
Oh, me too, girl. I was I was so deep in this shit.
Me fucking too. There was one, this guy got stabbed April 1st, 2020 in the Stroud area. He was stabbed, multiple stab wounds in the torso. And it's an active investigation at the time I read it. And they did not release the victim's identity.
Yeah, I wish that
That's the vehicle that was seen. Yes, this is the vehicle. Now, look at this. There's actually this guy.
Who was that?
This is the suspect. This is the motherfucking suspect, girl. Walking, he was
older than Bryan, though.
Look at this is me. This is me with my tinfoil hat. I'm like, is this him? It's wild though, right? Like
2 Asian girls killed in a motel room. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, I got deep. See this? I'm all over. I don't even know. Man posted chilling message on Facebook. Oh, this is another guy who was murdered. This is a 26-year-old Stroudsman man's body found in the Pocono Creek. His body was recovered 3 hours later.
It is strange how there's that rumor about his sister turning him in, right? And only one of them shows up to court.
Right. Exactly. And one of them I heard is writing a book.
What's this case? Is that the
This
same
is
guy?
one in Stroudsburg's. This is Smithers.
That's Smithers.
Let's listen to Smithers.
What's that highway? McDonald's.
I don't know if that has to do with Smithers.
That's what it says right there, Smithers.
Park Avenue.
That'd be creepy if a white Elantra drove by. Oh no, he's in prison when they found her. That's right.
Park Avenue?
Investigate near Park Avenue in Stroudsburg.
Okay, a wooded area along Park Avenue in Stroudsburg.
That's where she
And they didn't
was
say what
found.
her cause and manner of death are currently undetermined. Interstate 80. Shut up. Interstate 80 at Park Avenue. Interstate 80 at Park Avenue.
That's where they found her body, I guess.
Yeah, it is.
So that's what I'm looking at on the
Lord
map.
have mercy.
It's
All right, let me
literally
find Park Avenue.
2 minutes, 0.3 miles from her house, and she was at a neighbor's. Remember?
Yeah, I remember the footage of her coming out. Isn't that funny? You and I were doing basically the same.
Oh my God, not too far, really.
Wow.
Are you guys thinking what I'm thinking? I mean, this guy was dumped. Hang on, let me get my. Let's annotate and draw. Here we have.
Wait, what was
Thing where it says
this?
Park Avenue and that red thing is. That's where Dana Smithers was found. You see the Park Avenue, and then this dude was found over here,
Where?
Pocono Creek, right here.
Mm.
See that? Can you guys
Pretty
see
close to there.
It's like you were answering me. That was weird.
That is weird. Past Jay answered your question.
Check this out. This Anthony guy. I went to his Facebook. He still has his Facebook up. Now check out this video. This is on Anthony Counterman's page. Watch the kid that coughs. Now, mind you, this is from. It's fucking Koberger. This is from September 27th, 2015. Hold on. Watch when the guy coughs at the end. You can't mistake that head.
Who's it supposed to be?
It's supposed to be. Yeah, look. I think I pause it eventually.
What do you guys think? This is the kid that was.
What do you mean? What do you guys think? Right here. I can't even remember where this came from. I'd have to replay the live. But yeah, from 2015. Remember when his hair was real short?
Yeah.
Yeah, there's all kinds of nuggets. Because it reminded me of this picture, right?
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Crazy.
It's crazy how much he's changed since that picture.
Mm-hmm. I agree.
Like, when was that supposed to be?
Must have been high school. God, I don't remember offhand.
I don't feel like I look that much older since high school, but
he was doing heroin too.
Ah, that's true. That's true.
But man, he does. I mean, he looks like a totally different person. Actually, you know, if I'm being honest, his eyes look really bright there.
Yeah.
Like, did he not do anything bad yet? Do you get what I'm saying? You know, how, like
Yeah.
sometimes, yeah, you're picking up when I'm laying down. Rabbit holes are a bitch.
Absolutely. My brother, overdosed on that. And you could see like his eyes got like that kind of, you know what I mean? Like,
yeah, it's a look.
Yeah, it is. And I do agree. Like, it's crazy how much now it's just weird. I think this view is probably like a laptop cam.
Mm-hmm. It looks like it.
Which means it's going to be angled from down, which would make his eyes appear more open, right? But I think if you were sitting this straight on, it would maybe look the same. I don't know. It is weird how like his brows.
He doesn't have the dark circles either.
Yeah, and it looks like his brows are a little closer to his eyeball. I hope that makes sense. I feel like I'm going crazy. We've been looking at documents.
I know, girl, it's a lot. No, I mean, his eyes, I think, went dark.
I'm looking at his selfie right now. Hold on. Oh, yeah. Hell yeah.
Let me pull it up. Is it a big difference? I mean, he just looks like a totally different person, like not even just look-wise, just...
He does. I mean, and I know we change like as we age, right? But
sure. He still has a baby face there though, too.
Hold on. I want to know what they did to this picture. so we can. Oh, here, I can show you this.
He's hella skinny in that selfie.
Look at what
Welcome,
they.
proud Mimi. Thank you for joining today. The dude has a broken nose that's healed. Yeah, it looks like it.
Yeah, like look at the darkness in his eyes, like down here. And
Yeah. You can't even tell his eyes are blue. They're seriously dark. They're really dark.
yeah, especially compared to
Oof.
that picture in front of that laptop or whatever, right?
Mm-hmm. Chris
I've not
Watts'
seen.
eyes did that too. After the murders, like the pictures of in his mugshots and stuff, he just had like shark eyes. They were like just black. Yeah, B. Frank said it. Shark eyes.
I have not seen someone wear headphones like this in a very long
What
time.
are those? The things that wrap around the ear?
I think so.
Yeah, well, he's nerdy, right? I mean,
Shoot, fiance had some of those when we
no,
first
I'm
met.
saying overall, like he's a fucking like he's nerdy.
Yeah, but those headphones, fiance, those were his favorite headphones, and they finally broke.
I can't wear shit like that. Like I have to wear those too because they fall out of my ears. I can't wear the Apple AirPods or anything that sticks in my ear hole. It falls out. It's annoying.
You should get bone conduction.
Do what?
The bone conduction headphone.
Is that what that means? What does
Yeah.
that mean?
So I have some here somewhere on my desk, and you put them on they wrap around your ear and they sit on the outside of your ear and you can hear. It's crazy how it works.
Oh, damn. And
Yeah,
I saw those on Amazon. I'm like, what does bone conduction mean? I'm like, I don't want nothing on my bones.
They're super awesome, especially
Really?
for like people who run and jog and stuff
Because I like to put them on and like do stuff, you know?
Yep.
And I could
Girl,
never
they're
do
awesome.
that. Wow. All right.
And
I'm
you
gonna have
can
to look
still
at that.
hear like outside, but it's loud enough that you're hearing what you're supposed to hear, right?
Okay. I'm glad you said that because I didn't know what they were.
No, they're cool. I remember trying them on one time for the first time at like a Best Buy or something. I was like, that is awesome.
I was like, bone. What are they talking about with the bone?
No, it just sits on the outside of your ear at the like part where, where not the inside of your ear, but like right there, the very tip of where like it opens up into the hole. They just sit there.
Nice.
And they're really cool.
Bone conductors.
Yeah, see, superior dreams. They conduct sound on your jawbone. They really work too. It's crazy how loud it is. You'll be like, what? And it's not in your ear.
God, I'm excited because I've always been bummed. I even have ones that kind of like they go in your ear and then you kind of twist a little bit and then this rubber thing kind of expands to like hold it in the bigger section, but my ear is not like deep enough that they just fall right out and it's so annoying.
My AirPods were kind of like that until I got this piece of silicone that you put on it and it loops into the top part of your ear and they never go anywhere. I jump on my trampoline with them.
Are those clear?
Is what clear?
The things that go around your ear, are they like clear?
It just goes into the, you know how like your ear folds in at the top?
Yeah.
It just clips in there.
Oh, God, I'm going to have to do some research. Perfect for doing shit around the house and still be able to hear grandbabies and animals. Yeah, it sounds like it. Corn juice.
Girl, if you don't know what to buy, I'm just saying.
I know. I got the expert here. The Amazon expert.
Look, I'm about to show you a picture of them. If I can. How do I do this?
I leave for 5 minutes and this turns from Idaho 4 to shopping.
Oh, hush.
Take the documents away and that's what happens, Cletus.
Here, it's in the back.
Those look like they go in your damn ears.
No, like right there is the showing. See? It's
that's what I'm talking about. I have those and they don't work for me.
Really?
Yeah, because I don't have an indention.
Oh,
I don't know.
okay.
Well, I do, but they don't stay in. They slide right out. And it probably doesn't help that when I use them, I'm outside and sweating. So they really slide out because they're just, they don't stay in. I hate it.
Oh, Pickle is right. I am a help channel.
Oh, yeah, that's right. The help channel. All right, well, fuck.
I'm getting off here and eating. That's
Holy
what I'm gonna
shit.
do.
6 hours of these documents. I feel like I'm cross-eyed.
I do too. I'm like, everything's kind of blurry.
Fuck. It's a lot.
And we didn't even get through, but like
I feel like a little
4.
like a needle in a haystack is what we got through.
Yeah.
I need the ones like Bryan has, right?
Who said
What's up,
something about
Kels? Kels said,
nighttime?
wait. Oh,
Who
you
said
sent me
that?
something on Discord?
What buds are good for listening at nighttime?
God. You guys
I
are
like
awesome.
I like the AirPod Pros. That's just me. Just because they're not big. You know what I mean? And they also have a loop for those, Jay, just so you know, that actually wraps around your ear on the outside through the back.
That's probably what I need.
They would work 100%. I've had those too.
Oh, wow. It just came out today. Wow.
What?
Caleb Harris's rib bone found in December definitively identified as him.
Where he was found? Right?
I don't know where they found the rib, but they just announced that the testing came back and it was his. I'm assuming they found it in the sewer or something.
Yeah, maybe that's what they used to ID him.
Took a long time.
It did take a really long time.
Oh, this is Cole. Oh, wow.
Huh?
I have a picture of Cole. And
Who's
he
that?
doesn't have big eyebrows. The guy from
Oh,
Idaho.
yeah. No, he doesn't.
I can't. Okay, look at this. This is pretty wild. Not that I'm one to promote Gary Bercato by any means.
I don't even know who that is.
Oh, Dr. Gary, Josh's friend.
Oh gosh.
Right. Well, he goes on with Chris McDonough on the interview room. But look at this. He took that picture. Remember that one of Bundy I showed earlier?
Yeah.
Look at this.
Oh my
I can't.
God.
I can't.
Shut the front door.
Isn't that weird?
Wow. Oh, that's one thing I want to do while I got this up. I want to zoom in on his hand there. Dude, I'm telling you, there's something on his hand. You hear me?
Yeah, can you zoom it in?
Heck yeah.
We'll pull it up.
I did.
Oh, sorry. I forgot I gotta fucking remove myself first. There we go. Yeah, there's something there. Look how red between his knuckles. Jesus.
It looks like something there and possibly something here.
It's the bone in his thumb.
This?
No, to the
Cletus,
right.
it's the bone in his thumb.
It is. I mean, I got the same thing. See, if you had a light shining right there, you would.
Yeah, that might be.
Really?
Yeah. And the thing on his knuckle, the only thing I see is that one little spot on his index finger knuckle.
Would he show it too, you know?
Maybe. I mean, if you thought you were just that good, you know what I mean? Like,
True.
look at this. I find it interesting, his age, and like he grew up in the technology world and he doesn't wear an Apple Watch. You know what I mean?
Well, yep, because it's traceable.
Yeah.
This picture reminds me of that other creepy one where he was real thin and on drugs. You remember that?
Yeah. This looks like a spot to me. Maybe like a little cut or something, but I don't know. Ugh. He does he's creep vibes. You know what I mean? Like, I'm sorry.
He is.
In this picture. But then, like, when I see him in the courtroom, I'm like,
Well, because he looks so different. Even in that mugshot where he's got like facial hair. He
his hands
doesn't.
look,
This one here.
his hands look very raw and red. Like, very.
Oh, yeah. There's a reason I got that shit as an emoji because that shit was bright red. But then
Yeah,
you look
see
at him
right
here.
there?
Well, there he is. Blue eyes.
Right. And I mean, he looks fine right there. You know what I mean? Like, I wouldn't look at that picture. Like,
I
say
wouldn't think, oh, he's creepy. No.
right. Like, if you passed, maybe make him smile a little more, right? But if you pass that on like Tinder, you might be like, I'll swipe maybe.
He's got
You
a
know-
pretty intense stare, though. I
He
have to
does.
say his eyes are very intense. But we know what we know.
It's so weird how much his face crumples when he smiles.
Well, Diana has a good point. This is what sober looks like.
Yeah.
I mean, because this is night and day from that skinny ass. It's weird, man. He's got weird, different looks.
And look at the color in him, right? Right there.
Mm-hmm.
Like he looks like a tan person. You know what I mean? Versus,
Yeah, and he's sitting in a cell.
well,
He's got more
intake.
color in jail than he did when
Yeah.
he was on the outside.
Definitely looks better with a beard. I think he should,
Yeah, sport the facial hair for sure.
Yeah.
I agree. Definitely helps. But yeah, I don't know if I'm sold on the fact that he dyed his hair. I think it's the lighting that made it look dark.
I think so too. Or, oh, you know what? In this picture, this selfie, I think his hair's wet.
Oh, he probably just took a shower.
Or he put gel on it to keep it back. I think his hair is wet because I could see. Hold on.
Well, I mean, wouldn't we assume he came home and took a shower at that point?
Yeah, because think about the timing too, right?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how you wouldn't wash off before that. You know what I mean? Like, did you really come home and not shower? And then you decide to shower when you come back from going there the second time?
Right.
And still no DNA of them anywhere. But see this glisten right here?
Yeah.
It's
wet
like it's
or
wet.
gel. Mm-hmm.
Yep.
God.
So strange.
It really is. Look at this one. This is from the perp walk. Look at them hands. Look at.
You said look at them hands.
Look at his hands. There's something wrong there, Clue.
Well, he could be a person. Oh, you know what it is? I
No.
think they probably have them like they should, sort of semi-tight, right? And it's restricting his blood flow because I do think he's a person who probably changes color fairly easy with, like, you know how some people do that, like when in that picture of that selfie that we have, his knuckles are very white.
Mm-hmm.
That's probably why. He's probably one of those people that get the skin color, right?
Jesus.
Changes. So yeah, that's
Look at his nails, though.
Yeah, I'm
They're
telling
so
you, that's
white.
that's a sign of either those handcuffs are way too tight or he's got a circulation problem. Considering he used to be a runner, I don't go with the latter. I think they just have those things on super tight. Because look at the redness above the handcuff, right?
Yeah, I see that. Mhm.
Where it's like literally rubbing.
But if he's just cold, someone said his arms would all be red.
Yeah, I think it's they got them.
Why does this guy look like a Russian down here?
I was thinking the one beside of him.
I know. It's wild, huh?
I just think if he really was like getting his hair cut and going to the doctor and like no one, I would be very curious to know, like, did he have any signs of like getting his ass whooped or anything.
It's just the flash. His eyes are red from the flash. Or from the devil. I don't know. I don't know. He looks unfazed. Remember they said in the car that he see, because we didn't even get to that.
Talking about coffee?
Yeah, maybe we can have coffee.
Mm-hmm. What? Are you serious right now?
Who?
Someone just said in your thing that there's another huge dock drop.
Stop.
Huh?
It's not huge. It's like 5.
Oh, it's like 5.
Okay. I got a news break notification on it, and it says prosecutors unveil new evidence in the case against Koberger. Let me just read the article really quick. We'll get a gist of it, so we're not left in suspense. Oh, we already read it. Academic paper from defendant Bryan Koberger, 12-page paper. Yeah.
We beat the dang news.
The mask sketch, we showed that. Yeah. If there's prosecutors may call Koberger's family to testify. That was freaking 2 days ago, though.
I feel like they should.
And this is what these media outlets do. Listen to this headline. Bryan Koberger, detailed stabbing in college paper. That's so misleading.
Yeah, there's not really anything detailed in that. But
right, it's pretty standard. It's just creepy because it's him, right?
Yeah, they're technically not lying. I mean, okay, I'm getting out
All
of
right,
here.
girl. Thank you for going through these with me today. There's a lot more to do, but
I'm going to keep going through them. If I see anything that's like, whoa, I'll write it down. You know what I mean?
Oh, my God. Yeah, me too.
Oh, my God.
Thank you, Cletus. Well, thanks for joining today. This was fun.
Well, thank you for having me. Huh?
Did you show your clip?
No.
Oh, you have a clip? I have one for you, too. Thanks for the reminder.
You may not want to see this, but...
Why?
Hold on. I think I have to say...
I think I want to see it because you're laughing already. So, do you have to upload it to YouTube?
No, I just have to send it to my email so I can...
All right, I'll play mine first because it's only 3 seconds long. These idiots. My clip is the ease.
Oh, geez.
Yeah, but it's only 3 seconds. This was them last night. Or whatever night they were reading the stupid thing. Listen.
Am I still muted?
No.
No. Am I still muted?
No.
No.
What?
Am I still muted?
No.
No. Am I still muted?
No.
No. Am I still muted?
No.
That's hilarious.
This is the sister wives.
Am I still muted?
No.
No.
I had them spell. Fuck them. Okay, is this what you want? The law and crime?
No.
Oh.
I got to redo it. Hold on. Oh my gosh.
Let's play them again once.
No. Am I still muted?
No.
Oh.
No.
I know they look like nice people and they're just dumb.
You gotta. Oh.
I didn't make my super chat goal, but I'm going to share it anyway. There you go. It's up there.
What super chat?
I put a super chat goal on the stream.
Oh, you did?
I did. I said I would show this if I got the goal, but I'm going to show it anyway. You ready?
Oh, okay.
I think I got a fupa chat. A fupa chat.
Jesus Christ.
I think I got a fupa chat. A fupa chat.
You should have held that. That needed a goal. You're going to have to do another goal. That is fucking gold.
I mean, he did it last night on Truth's Live.
I think I got a fupa chat. A fupa chat.
He said, "Oh my lord."
You can hear Truth in the background. He's like, I don't know them.
That was on Truth's panel.
Yeah.
That's hilarious.
All right. Well, thanks for having me. I'm gonna go eat. I'm hungry.
I know, me too. Thanks, girl. See you, Cletus.
Bye, everybody.
See ya.
Bye.
If I could. Oh, there I go.
All right, guys, I'm going to close this out because we are live over on her end still, I think. Unless she ends it. I don't know. Gold Dust, thank you so much. Wow, maybe this helps. I think I got a fupa chat. A fupa chat. Thank you guys so much. Diana says, Pro Burgers, go have a little cry on me tonight. At the end of the day, I love you guys all. Thank you guys for a great discussion. Thank you, Clue and Cletus, for being here and going through the docs. Until then, I'll see you in the next one. Be sure to check out my other videos and playlists for more true crime content. And if that's not enough, you can join our Patreon. Don't have a tinfoil hat? It's okay. We'll make you one. It's that easy. See you guys in the next video.
See you later. Bye.